Jump into the battleground.
के पास 14 फिनिशर्स आगे बढ़ेंगे नार्टेन क्या वो क्लच करके जा पाएंगे डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा आखिरी खिलाड़ी ये क्लच अबाउट टू गेट ओवर क्या यहाँ पे हो चुका है जी हाँ 1 2 3 बहुत बड़ा कम है विकेट वो थोड़ा और आगे जाना चाहते हैं मोरोटोप उनको हिट हुआ डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा विकेट उन्होंने एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया पानी
Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, but are we going to see any? That's up to the future. Welcome to realme BGIS 2025, where I'm going to be a host of Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be Salty, and we're currently in Group A, Day 2. Salty, it's been a while since we shared a panel, hasn't it?
Long time no see, my brother, but it feels good to be back. How are you feeling, first of all?
I'm feeling fantastic. You know, yeah, throat a little bit dicey, but fine. I'm pretty sure it's going to get good in the future. But Salty, looking at the competition, one thing is for sure, man, things are cooking up quite quick. We've got a few teams making that bounce back yesterday itself, but considering it's Day 2, there's still a lot of those teams that are quite the known ones on the latter half of the board.
It was a very big surprise, Necro, yesterday to see Team Soul take a tumble, Team Reckoning Esports take a tumble as well. 8-Bit actually managed to find their way up top.
Exactly.
But I believe that same performance has to be repeated by a lot of these known names, be it Orangutan, be it Team Soul, be it Reckoning as well. But which ones among these is going to be your pick, though?
Honestly, if I have to really go for a pick, I'm going to go with OG. Yeah, it really does feel like it's one of those teams that knows what sort of decisions to make, especially when the swords are out on top of their neck. OG is someone that can really calm their nerve down. They know how to sort of take a course in the action. They sort of know when to take a back seat. So I really do feel like we might just see a lot of those mature decisions coming in from OG.
I love the fact that you mentioned Orangutan and the calculated decisions, because I believe personally Aru is one of those technical IGLs. He studies the game a lot. He always puts out those tutorial reels as well, so you know that he knows his stuff. But it's going to be a big question mark whether Atanki is going to make a comeback, because yesterday we saw, sure, with Veyron being inside of the playing four, you've got that additional firepower, but Atanki's help in terms of the decision making, I believe that was kind of a reason because of Orangutan's success. We're going to touch upon Orangutan for a while now, but of course, we've got to see what is at stake. Of course, Necro, you guys have been talking about it a lot. There's a huge purse, ladies and gentlemen, for this year's realme BGIS 2025. How much is it, Necro?
That's going to be 2 crore rupees on the line, and the champion team getting 16 lakhs all to themselves. Second placing team getting 30 lakhs, the third one getting 20, and it's going to keep on descending downwards. The best part is, this is 2 crore plus, by the way. There's going to be an in-game crate announced soon, and all the money accumulated from those in-game crates will be added on to the prize pool of this realme BGIS 2025.
That is something which is extremely exciting. We've seen that happen in other titles for the first time in our region as well. Crofton has incorporated that. So the audience and everyone who is a part of watching this entire extravaganza happen in front of us, they also have a part to play. Special rewards, of course, in front of us. The realme MVP getting 3 lakh rupees. The best IGL, of course, getting 2 lakhs. And, of course, a lot more. Talking about the points distribution, of course, how do you get all of those rewards? By garnering yourself points throughout the course of this entire tournament. We know this already. First positioning gets 10 points, second position gets 6, and of course it keeps on descending downwards. But we know already, Necro, nobody looks at that. Everybody looks at that one finish and 1 point.
Exactly, because that's going to be the motivating factor for these teams to move on and go for those elimination points. We've got the schedule as well for the day. Nothing really changing over here. We're going to kick things off in Erangel. The second map's going to be Miramar, and the third one will be Sanhok. Nothing really changing when it comes to schedule. And once again, moving back towards that conversation of those bounce backs and those comebacks, right? We've got teams like OG, Soul, Reckoning Esports, Team Tamilas, and honestly over here, Team Tamilas has to be a part of the conversation. Because the way things were looking like for Team Tamilas before this tournament began, Team Tamilas was nowhere to be seen in the pro circuit. Now it's going to be their time to redeem themselves. Having a look at the overall standings, right now they're not doing too bad on 10th spot.
They are on the 10th spot, of course. You've got 22 finish points and, of course, 9 position points. So there is that imbalance. And I believe, Necro, it is because of the change in meta. Do you remember Mr. IGL and his positioning? He always used to find those positions and being inside the top 4. I believe that has taken a tumble, but I believe that they can make a bounce back. The biggest surprise, of course, has to be TWOB. New lineup, of course, but so late, in fact, so down in terms of the point standing. Did not really expect that.
Exactly, man. I mean, look at the esports. The only team in top 3 without any sort of chicken dinner. So it's all up to the consistency as well, and that's what look at the esports is constantly proven. And speaking of Hero Extreme Godlike, the game one itself just gave them such a massive leeway that Hero Extreme Godlike had no pressure for the remaining 6 games, and that's why they're still there in the top 3, by the way. We've got the top 5 performing players from this entire group. It's going to be Spray God at the top with 14 finishes, and then S-Power. Of course, this man is never behind when it comes to the MVP board.
Absolutely. And the best part is VXT, in fact, Somraj has kind of played his chess pieces in a way where you look at the average survival time, his time is actually the highest. Look at Spray God. This man did not even last 12 minutes in many of those games, but still he managed to find those finishes. Talking about the team face-off, of course, we've got K9 Esports versus Cincinnati Kids. 2 teams that are quite close friends to each other, but looking at the numbers, it seems like the numbers are also friends with each other as well.
But a little bit of more damage from the side of K9 Esports. How that aggression really does ooze out. But K9 Esports yesterday's day, it really did feel like they were bringing in a little bit of that change in the pace, right? We did not really see the aggressive K9 Esports that we've been looking at since the past. K9 Esports taking things a little bit slow, but I'm pretty sure, considering it's day 2, we might just see Omega and the boys once again just go all guns blazing inside of the lobby. For teams like Cincinnati Kids, it's a great way to kick things off, but in my opinion, they should have done much better. We've got player face-off 2, Jonathan, of course, facing off against Aimbot, and Phoenix Esports' Aimbot. It's quite a recent addition.
Aimbot was one of those players we always used to watch out for. As an undergod, I believe he has proved himself quite a lot, especially in tournaments like BGIS 2024 and the prior editions. But of course, up against him, there is an absolute statue. You've got a man like Jonathan, and he has been proving himself for years and years. 12 finishes, both of them. I believe it's going to be the experience of Jonathan which might come to aid today. Talking about predictions, ladies and gentlemen, we have all 8 casters in front of us. And it seems like majority of them are kind of rooting down for the teams to come back. Aigu, Soul, as well as Orangutan.
Look at Rawan. He's the only man playing it super safe. He went with Godlike. I just don't understand. What is this man doing, right? At the end of the day, we needed to make a call for the team's work and to make the comeback in the top 8. And then Rawan's going for the team in the top 3. Interesting. But you went with K9 Esports. I guess you really do have hope from Omega and the boys that you really think they will make the comeback. I went with OG, as I mentioned. I really do think Aru himself is quite a mature man, and I know, yes, there are a few clashes going on inside of the maps as well, but Aru, if he really does come down to making those mature decisions, he can evade those as well.
I went with K9 Necro for a purpose, and that is because I personally believe yesterday was sort of like the testing grounds for Omega. Why? I'll tell you. A lot of their drop locations were altered. A lot of their rotation paths were actually altered. So today, I believe Omega might actually come back to his trivial drop locations where he's extremely comfortable. And that is just a prediction. That is just theory crafting. I'm not really sure. But when they get back to their own groove, I know I have trust in those 3 players. I've trust in Slug, I've trust in Beast, and I've trust in Ninja Boy. They are going to rip everyone's head off. Don't you believe that?
I've been saying this from the start. If you try to go for a 4-on-4 fight against K9 Esports, there's no way you stand a chance. This team has such great firepower, and even the positioning inside of the fight from these 3 players, it's incredible. They're mechanically blessed by the gods themselves. But you know what? There's a lot more to talk about. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short little promo. You guys move on and have a look at that.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay,
Welcome back after that promo. And Salty, let's continue the conversation about K9 Esports we're having, right? As I mentioned, yes, those 3 assaulters, they're quite blessed by the gods themselves. It's really tough to take them down.
It's very tough, but I believe there is one team Necro that can actually take them down. And yesterday was an absolute bloodbath against every other team. I'm talking about Phoenix Esports, how well they chased it. But I believe if our audience is also chasing for a good device, I believe they have a very good option right in front of us.
Exactly. The Realme P3 Pro is already out, and it's starting from $21,999. I would recommend you guys to move on towards Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards as well. But once again, moving back towards the conversation, right? You mentioned Phoenix Esports can actually take him down. In my opinion, yes, with that recent addition of aimbot, it really does feel like Phoenix Esports, they do have that raw firepower. But when it comes to making those decisions as a team, that's where Phoenix Esports can fumble up a little bit.
Sometimes, yes, but I believe that ruthless aggression that we witness, that is going to cause a lot of problems for the other teams because that breaks their rhythm. Last Erangel yesterday, right, they just absolutely bamboozled 3 teams on the way and they didn't really do much. In a vehicle, 4 players and shoot everything in sight. Do not show any mercy whatsoever, and I believe that approach can definitely cause problems for every single team out there.
And I think so that way you should be worried about Revenant X-Park, considering Phoenix Esports drops right on top of them, and Yasna Puliana. What are your thoughts about that?
Honestly, I believe the scoreline is still 1-1. You never really know. Shadow might actually come back with another clutch. Yesterday was a fantastic response to that. I believe that there are other players as well who can kind of pull this off. I'm just waiting for Sarang to actually get back in prime form. And all of these 4 players get going, Necro. You know it. As a matter of fact, back-to-back defending champions, they have been brilliant.
Understand this, at the end of the day, the odds are still 50-50. You never know who's going to be the one to come out on top, right? When 2 powerhouses, they really collide against each other, probably the damage is going to be dealt on equal levels. Even if someone does come out on top, still the players will be eliminated.
Yep.
That's something that teams need to understand. Maybe be a little bit more mature. Try and divide that Yasna Puliana into 2 halves. Maybe you loot 1 half, the other team loots the other half, and you go your merry way. That might be one of the ways to go.
That is not going to happen, Negro. That is not going to happen, especially with these 8 set of players. But never mind. Talking about the teams, of course, we know it as a matter of fact. All these teams, all these 16 teams that we have in front of us, they've been absolutely brilliant. And we also have got to talk about Versatile and Likita Esports and how good they've been yesterday. Like, you look at Somraj's rotation and you look at Hector's rotation. Time and time again, Hector has been successful in finding those gaps in the map. And I believe he's one of those IGLs who's adapted to the new meta the most. I want to know your thoughts. Which IGL do you think? I believe Somraj would be your pick, but still.
It's really tough to say inside of the grind phase itself, man.
True,
a lot of teams are going for the experiments too, and I think so one of the prime examples for that has to be OG itself, right? Bringing in Veron out of nowhere, considering I think he was in their main playing 4. I don't really understand that switch up coming through, man, because Veron, I do understand he does bring in a lot of that firepower too, but switching out, I think he was such a crucial piece for the main playing 4. It really does not make a lot of sense, but considering it's the grind stages, teams know this is going to be the right time to experiment.
Absolutely, and I believe that they know, as a matter of fact, even if they do not perform, the best thing that is going to happen is that they're not going to be eliminated, right? They are going to be playing from Group 4 itself, Round 4, pardon me for that. But now we've got to talk about something which is in front of our screen, that is going to be the team spotlight for Team Versatile. Number 1 after day 1, will they be able to retain that spot is going to be the question. Of course, S-Power has been absolutely brilliant. 36 finishes in total, and 13 out of that came from that young lad.
You cannot forget, we're speaking of Team Versatile. Every single man in this team as well possesses immense amount of firepower. You cannot forget about Equinox, S-Power's in there too. I mean, the entire team is quite insane. And yeah, I do understand a little bit of a dip in the past, maybe quite be hurting to the players of Team Versatile. But still, when you've got a man like S-Power just carrying the team on the back as well, sometimes when the games are not really going their way, this one single man really does make a lot of difference.
Hey man, I don't agree with you. The S-Power has not been carrying this team. You remember that clutch by Somra? That was so brilliant, right? That man came in from outside the circle. They were in the blue zone for such a long time, and then Somraj still manages to find his space. That 1v1, I don't remember against who, but the player was thrown down. So, Somraj spots him from the edge of the smoke, jumps out, shoots him down. I believe, I made that call out yesterday as well, that this guy is one of the most technically advanced IGLs that we have in the country.
Of course, without a doubt. He's been there in the pro circuit for such a long time too, so you cannot really take it away from him. And the only reason why I said S-Power does have the capability to carry his team on the back is because I'm also speaking of the previous tournament that happened. Because S-Power was literally carrying Versatile on the back. It's not like the other players were not doing anything, but S-Power was just that great. He was single-handedly taking down enemies like they did not even mean anything to S-Power. So that's why Versatile is someone that's always going to have that consistency on the board. And moving on the conversation towards Hero Extreme Godlike now. The entirety of Hero Extreme Godlike, it really does feel like they're ready for the finals, man. The way they've been playing, it feels like they've got the lay of the land, they've got the proper strategies as well. They're just ready to be placed in the land finale.
Hey, why do I always talk about the redemption arc whenever Hero Extreme Godlike come in front of us, right? Because the day since I believe Punk joined the team and started leading the team, that was the day when everything changed for this team. The
exactly, man.
Changed as well. Their way of approach changed. And all of a sudden, Necro, do you understand the pattern as well? Jonathan started playing outstandingly well under his leadership because of, I believe, the aggressive approach.
Aggressive approach, and at the same time, even things outside of the game as well matter quite a bit, right? It's about the IGL motivating the players too, giving that proper speech, understanding them, how they really like to play, knowing what sort of play style that they're comfortable with, how to set them up for succession. And I guess Punk really did a great job. It's considering he's had such a less time, right? Because in 2024, BGIS Punk was playing for Revenant, and things did not work out at all, considering they were calling that a dream team.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that phase as well, and I was there. I was noticing that entire debacle in first-person view, to be honest, and that was kind of saddening, heartbreaking, but I'm so happy for Punk because as soon as the transfer happened, he found a really good home for himself, and it's not just Punk. I believe that every single player, even Simp as a matter of fact, he was also a part of Revenant, but once he moved to Godlike, his performance changed everything.
Exactly, man. Knowing that you've got so much to live up to, so many fans looking at you as well, automatically that pressure can either cook diamonds or sometimes it can just break you completely. We've got a player spotlight on the screen. Phoenix Esports is out to 10 finishes so far in the Group A and 7 assists with the damage number of 1,597. The conversion rate on this man's great.
Absolutely. And of course, like whenever you're talking about player spotlight, whenever you're talking about like absolute aggression and statistics, I believe it was Phoenix Esports who kind of knocked it out of the park. They're the only team inside of the top 10 that has kind of got, not inside the top 10, pardon me for that, inside the top 8 who have single-digit position points. Only 7 position points, but 38 finish points. That just goes to show they don't really care about the position points. They only know how to get those finishes, and they've been doing a good job about it.
Yeah, they've been pretty much pulling out all those aces from their sleeves, right, trying to get it done. And now, let's speak about Reckoning Esports. In my opinion, they're still sort of like the newer faces on the block, trying to prove themselves, trying to prove their mark. They have been moving towards the land finale. They do have a bit of that experience as well underneath their sleeves, but it's not enough. Considering the teams that they're facing off against, they're literally veterans. They've been there in the scene for years and years. And I guess facing off against these sort of teams as well can be a little bit problematic for a team like Reckoning Esports. But considering they do have that firepower as well, that can really do minimize that.
You know what, I feel like for Reckoning Esports, there's that revenge factor coming in as well, because one of their shining stars, Hunters, just got taken away from their lineup. Team Soul acquiring Hunters and putting them in the playing for. Last year, we remember, right, Viper and Hunters, they were the deadly duo. We've always been talking about the deadly duos forming. Initially, it was always AKOP, Wiz God, maybe Spray God and Sarang, but Hunters and Vipers, these two young lads, they threw it out of the park. But now, without Hunters, all of a sudden, it seems like Reckoning's firepower has been cut down by half. And I understand that they've got experienced players in the form of Gravity, they've got experienced players in the form of Dionysus, but it's still not going to be enough, and you've seen that, right? Ever since Hunters kind of left the team, even Viper's performance has taken a tumble as well. Without one brother, how can the other live? You know, like it's the same thing over here as well.
Look, I do understand, the performance not exactly the way it used to be, but understand this too, in the previous tournament, Reckoning Esports wasn't doing too bad.
Yeah.
It is understandable that Hunters wasn't really there in the playing for, but still Reckoning Esports without Hunters was doing great. Dionysus' addition has been quite valuable as well, and Reckoning Esports, because of him, was also able to pull off those incredible numbers. And as I mentioned, judging anything from the ground itself is really tough. It's like a shot in the dark.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, there is going to be a lot of time to actually judge these teams. And speaking of firepower itself, I think Reckoning Esports yesterday, they did a decent job. It's just about finding the right rotations. And I'm pretty sure once we move forward, they will be able to adapt. But of course, the question is, since we are talking about adapting, Necro, there are two teams currently inside this lobby that we haven't really touched upon. And to be honest, their performance yesterday was also not the very best. I'm talking about 4 Miracles, and I'm talking about 4 Aggressive Men. Now, 4AM, they've been in the land finales previously, even though it was a different lineup, but Yeah, man. Yesterday, I did not really feel them adjusting to the lobby. They were just absolutely starstruck, it felt like.
Yeah, it really does seem like they're sort of outmatched by the entire lobby, right? They did not even stand a chance considering whatever the fights they were taking. They were always losing out on that man number. It does feel like they're sort of placed in the wrong lobby at this point. Because 4AM, I'm not trying to say that they're a bad team. No, absolutely not. But I'm just saying that they just need a bit more time to understand the new zone settings and how the entire meta is revolving currently.
You know, talking about the metas revolving currently, young lads of 8-bit, young lads of Cincinnati Kids, they are my absolute favorite. Did not really expect that. But talking about Team Face-Off, ladies and gentlemen, there are going to be two top dogs in front of us, Hero Extreme Godlike and Likita Esports. Look at that, 35 eliminations on Godlike, 33 on Likita Esports. Extremely close contestations, but you have to remember, majority of those 35 finishes came in from that first game itself.
Exactly! Hero Extreme Godlike, that first game itself gave them such a massive cushioning that later on they did not even have that pressure of performing.
Yeah.
While Likita Esports, they were just consistent throughout the entire day. All the 6 games, Likita Esports was doing great. And looking at the average survival time, It does feel like things are a little bit mismatched here. Just 8 minutes, 59 seconds, total points 53, 51. I'm pretty sure those stats are not exactly correct. We will have those correct stats rolling out soon. But yeah, for Likita Esports, in my opinion, one of the most consistent teams out there. But still, if you speak about the best, it does seem like it's going to be VXT.
It definitely is. But again, you have to understand that there is no extra brownie points for being number 1, right? Being inside of the top 8 makes you go
You're just copying my statements at this point.
You just copy the best, right? And I'm copying the best right now. Never mind. Coming back to the conversation again.
Buttery salty.
Buttery salty.
Oh, man.
I'm just being nice to my friend because I've come back sharing a desk with you after a very long time. But coming back to the conversation again, right? Top 8 goes on to the quarterfinals. They know extremely close to the LAN finals. You want to disguise your presence and your entire strat book at this point of the hour, to be honest, because if you show everything that you have under your sleeve, I believe there will be a lot of data. 24 matches that you're playing, right? And every single map, you're probably playing at least 8 times. So your strategy and everything else surrounding it will just get read like an open book once you reach to the grand finals.
Exactly, man. Look, a lot of these teams at this point are not going to be showing the real strategy. The grind, as I mentioned, is just a phase where you're going to be experimenting. You think Likita Esports is going to be playing the same way in the grand finals? Absolutely not. If they do qualify, things will be switched up a little bit. They are going to try to bring in those counter strats to counter a few teams that are a constant problem for Likita Esports. Because if you remember, in the previous tournament that happened, Likita Esports was getting countered over and over again by so many teams. It felt like they had that hot target right on top of their head. And now let's move on to a complete different team and let's have a conversation about 4 Miracle, right? This is one of those teams that went through a major change in their playing for, and now the IGL is Dragon OP. Dragon, a man who used to be Assaulter in the past, he's now the IGL for the team. And here's the problem, he does not really have a lot of that experience of IGLing. Even in the previous tournament that he was playing for Miracle Esports, the stats were not even matching the way they used to play in the past with a man like Gokul. And now that Dragon is IGLing, struggles are definitely there.
I mean, they've got good players in the form of Gokul, in the form of Poco as well, but the fact that you mentioned, right, I believe this team will take some amount of time to kind of adjust, right, and adapt. They are a young side, they are a young lad, they will need to gain that experience, and right from the get-go, especially put in a competition like this where there are cutthroat teams, right? We saw the lobbies yesterday, we saw the amount of pressure that the second circle was creating yesterday, right? It's extremely difficult for teams to kind of adapt on the fly. So I'm still going to give them a day or two so that I can understand how they're playing, but in spite of that, round 4, I believe they've got a long time ahead.
Exactly.
And Necro, I also believe, sorry to cut you off over there, but I also believe that over time we've seen so many BGIs we've seen in front of us. We've seen the teams who actually improve along the way. They're the ones who actually make an impact in the later stages.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right? They've played SPS in the past, and that improvement was just not visible. As I mentioned, the only reason why we did not really see that improvement is because of the shift in the IGL. Gokul is now playing with Diesel Esports. And in 4 Miracle, it's Dragon who's IGLing. And clearly, if an Assaulter is shifting to an IGL role, there is going to be a lot of that problem, considering he does not really have a lot of that experience. He mentioned that, ages back he used to IGL, but now he's once again shifting back towards that IGL role, and clearly that's why those mishaps are happening with 4 Miracle. They do have the firepower, nothing taken away, but that's not going to matter, especially when IGL himself is having his own doubts.
You know what, like I personally feel like for Dragon there's going to be that similar arc like we saw from Hector as well. Hector was doubted, Hector was questioned, and everybody thought that this man, he will not be able to prove his doubt is wrong, but then eventually he did, right? He did his hard work.
Let's
and we know
hope.
as a matter of fact, Dragon was a fabulous assaulter. So to have that amount of skill set is also pretty good. And I believe given the time, given the right amount of mentorship and coaching, this man can definitely come back with his guns blazing once again.
Let's not forget, yes, even that team used to be a great team. Just a few players changing does not mean that the entire core has changed, right? Still, the core is pretty much similar, but they just need to fine-tune that IGLing a little bit, those decision-makings inside of the fight, good fight and bad fight.
Yes,
the
sir.
differentiation needs to be there. And speaking of that differentiation, let's talk about Team Seoul, because this is one of those teams that brought in that change of Hunters. Yesterday, we did see Hunters playing that playing 4, and it really does feel like the performance has dipped down by quite a bit.
I don't believe it's because of the addition of Hunters. Yes, of course, I agree. Team Seoul has been kind of always looking for that fourth player. Initially, it was S-Power, very long way back. Then it was Ninja Jord.
Then
Then
Joker.
it was Joker. Then Some. So many players have kind of fought for that fourth player, and I believe it's because of that the imbalance has sort of created. But
Yeah.
apart from that. Yeah, I still believe that apart from that, if the three players play down to their core still remains the same of Manya, Ronnie and Nakul. Yesterday, we saw some slow legs from Manya. We did not see him move as quickly as he always used to in the past. So there has to be a solution to this. Manya has to go back, understand the pace of the lobby, like we always keep on saying, right? They've got an amazing back-end team gonna guide them as well. So I'm pretty sure information has been fed and comeback is gonna come today.
But don't you feel like this entire Team Seoul that we're seeing on the screen, it definitely does feel like the performance has dropped down by margin? I
Yes,
do
sir.
understand, yeah, things might have been changed when it comes to that IGL ship, but still when it comes to firepower and taking those fights, it feels like the team's lacking. And I don't exactly know what the main problem behind that is. And speaking of Salma, it really does feel like the man has already proven himself in the previous tournament. The man was pulling off insane clutches over and over again. It's not like he did it once. He did it twice. He did it thrice. In my opinion, Salma has proven his worth.
Absolutely. And you know, as a matter of fact, when I believe one of the managers said, in fact, send out a message to the world that he wants Some to be the star of 2025. I believe he actually meant it. But since we always have that conversation that grind is a phase where you experiment. And how do you experiment? How do you test out a new addition to the team? They could not allow Hunters to play everywhere else because he was probably not registered. I'm not sure because I haven't really been following the other tournaments. But here, I believe they have the cushion of not getting eliminated and trying out different strategies, trying out different combinations.
Yeah, and speaking of strategy, I think so Manya is just trying to figure out how to really set Hunters up for success.
True.
Maybe that's why he's bringing in that change in the pace as well, taking things a little bit more slow on the map of Sanhok and the map of Erangel as well. So maybe that's why they're taking things much more slow and cautiously and realizing, yeah, just one player changed, but still that makes a major difference considering Sama used to be the Assaulter as well. And Assaulter is one of the most major roles inside of a team considering he's the one to open up the entire lineup pretty much if they're going for a fight. So the role that Hunters really has to fill up, it's quite tough. And knowing that you've got so many fans eyeing out as well, even that pressure is going to be amping up on Hunters. And knowing that you're not really going to be having a lot of opportunities to prove yourself and your worth in this lineup, Hunters got a lot of that pressure going on for him right now.
You know, every player faces that pressure, man. Every player who joins a big banner, because I believe that for all these young lads, you know, for sure they want to do well in the esports career. For sure they want to lift those big official trophies, be it the BGIS or be it the BMPS as well. But at the end of the day, they look at teams and they always feel like, all right, fine, I dream of joining a team like Team Seoul at times, or I dream of joining a team like Team Godlike at times. So it does take a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but you've got to give him time to kind of adapt, man. I believe you're just too rough and it was just one day. Today is going to be the day of comebacks. Well, let's just hope for the best, man.
I wasn't rough. I'm just trying to speculate things at this point, right? I'm just pretty much saying what I saw yesterday, and I am, of course, expecting a few more improvements in this upcoming game of Erangel. As the plane's going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Primorx towards Severny. If the teams do want to move in towards Milta or Milta Power now, that's going to be a tough stretch.
That certainly is going to be a tough stretch, but as of now, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like every single team out there, they will be looking for the spots to drop, collide against each other. I'm specifically looking at Phoenix Esports. I'm specifically looking at teams like Revenant, X-Park, because they've always been those unfriendly neighbors who like to kind of drop it out against Yesnaya. As of now, a couple of these teams, they've already ejected themselves from the flight. You've got Cincinnati Kids who are possibly spreading themselves up, splitting up at a very early stage of the map. And they're trying to move towards either military base or probably in the northern compounds. Look at that, even Team Tamilas, as a matter of fact, split up in the Primorsk region, but they're going to have company in the likes of Four Miracles. Necro, what are your thoughts? Initial fights?
I mean, probably we might see those. 4M, it's one of those teams that, as I mentioned, they do possess a lot of firepower, but the problem is the second doubting. And I hope they get rid of that as soon as possible. Team Tamila's dropping right next to him, and that's a constant threat. You've also got CK moving down south towards the Snovka military base. CK left with no other option than to give up that fair peer drop location and move towards the military base, which is interesting. But I would love to see how that fight's going to be commencing too, considering there's a major trifecta of death that's going on.
In looking towards the northern side, Necro, for a while, we've got an amazing clash kind of building up in front of us. That is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike up against 4 aggressive men. Now, on towards northern Georgia Pool, I believe that Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to have no company. But we know, as a matter of fact, since the rotation paths are so cut short and there are not a lot of avenues, it's going to be difficult for them to actually move about. But look at Punk. He has sniffed out the presence of a team in the form of Reckoning Esports or TWOB. We'll have to figure that out, but Hero Extreme Godlike, their performance yesterday has been phenomenal, especially in the first games.
Hero Extreme Godlike right next to Phoenix Esports. Both the teams are quite stubborn. This fight will be interesting to be witnessed. Shots taken, and what a shot that was from Punk! A 2-tap, and that's going to be a dirt nap. Oh, man! He just never saw it coming. And incredible stuff. Hero Extreme Godlike, there's a reason why they're known as one of the best in the country, and that 2-tap was definitely something that's going to be there in that man's head. It will be tough to pull out that bullet.
To be honest, it's actually a very gutsy move from Hero Extreme Godlike, especially from Punk, to rush in, to chase in for that finish. He might actually get himself that 1 point, but does he have reinforcements is going to be the question. Of course, Punk cooking up that nade needs to cook it to perfection, but I believe information has been passed to Reckoning as well that there is a man nearby who is coming in to confirm those finishes. Will reinforcements from Godlike come in as well? Yes, they do, Necro.
The backup arrives, but a little bit too late considering the fallen man's already back upon his feet. Reckoning Esports, it's a team you cannot really underestimate in situations like these as well. The young boys, even they're quite aggressive, mechanically gifted. Need to be a bit more careful. But here's the major issue. Reckoning Esports does not even have any sort of meds to patch themselves up. The man who was knocked out is now trying to bandage himself up to become healthy. In my opinion, Hero Extreme Godlike should just pull back and try and play for the safety once again. Fall back towards their main drop location, get their hands on the basic weaponry, and then maybe you try and re-engage inside of the fight. Because Hero Extreme Godlike 2 is lacking a bit on those resources.
True that. It's going to be an absolute street fight if it does break out. Gang war, to be honest. And Godlike's presence in this fight will stop either team to try and go for more loot, to try and go for more resources.
My God.
Edmino in the flank, 2 players falling back. That might actually be a distraction. But no. In fact, Edmino himself disengages, and it seems like there is going to be that invisible peace treaty, Necro.
As I mentioned, that's going to be the wiser option for Hero Extreme Godlike if they want to run a bit longer in this game. They try to back away towards that Georgia Pool City, but there's already a team there in the name of TWOB, and this will be an interesting fight as well if it does brew up. Hero Extreme Godlike realizes that exact fact, and now they move away even from the city. I'm not even exactly sure what the game plan's going to look like considering TWOB. They're looking much better when it comes to resources.
Is it just me, Necro, or even you feel like Hero Extreme Godlike, they kind of look a little lost? They have been looking for those positions for that initial loot. They had the entirety of Northern Georgia Pool. But for a wee while, we thought that they might even consider Georgia Pool City. But once again, They take the bridge, go back to their default positions, and now they're going to find their merry loot up their way. But let's just talk about the table toppers. Of course, Versatile yesterday was an absolute bloodbath. You talk about Raiden, you talk about Troy. Aquanox is yet to show his true potential inside of this team. But looking at the way Somraj and Espar has been leading the lineup, they don't really need anything else as of now.
Probably they don't.
Probably.
Everyone from the side of Versatile is kitted up. They're ready for a war. And looking at the way Versatile was playing yesterday, man, you cannot underestimate this lineup at all.
I miss Vasista in this lineup though.
I said the exact same thing yesterday.
Copying from the best.
I had a conversation with Johnny about this, and Johnny mentioned that, you know what, VXT is going to be happy that Vasista is not over here. And I mentioned, no, it's the other way around. Vasista is going to be happy because VXT is not in their group.
Yeah.
Because Vasista was getting rolled on every single time by VXT.
It was one of my favorite fights, to be honest. Who becomes the kings of Pochinki?
You know what? Let's point out some of the best clashes so far, right? Some of the most entertaining fights.
Yeah.
Sanhok, K9 Esports versus Seoul.
Yeah.
It's got to be one of the best. Then second, Vasista Esports versus VXT.
Nah. I believe that the clash between Phoenix and Revenant X Park inside of Yesnaya will be second.
In my opinion, that comes third.
Okay.
Because looking at things right now, it did not really happen. So considering it's not really happening every map, we got to let it slide a bit. Maybe on third, we can have Revenant X Park versus Phoenix Esports. Both the teams are quite the stubborn ones. But those are the top three, 100%.
Back in the day, there also used to be another big fight. I'm talking about the fight in Milda, where prior Revenant Esports, led by Sensei, and Hero Extreme Godlike always used to collide. That was one of my favorite fights inside of Milda.
Yeah, but it did not really happen for too long, right?
True that.
Just a few maps, that's it. Reckoning Esports, spawning out the players at TWOB, nothing really happening. A few shots connected. Just gonna be scratching up the players a bit. It's all good in the hood, though, still. Reckoning Esports, the main problem for these boys is that they do not really have the vehicles anymore to work with. All the vehicles surrounding this area have been taken care of by the others. So for Reckoning Esports to use any sort of way to try and make it out alive from this spot will be tough. 4 aggressive men against a team that's quite close. They need to be a little bit more careful. OG is one of those teams that is quite the known ones, the veterans inside of the scene. And once again, we do see Veron in the playing for.
He certainly is, but the question is, does 4AM have an idea? It seems like with Pro's movement, they are trying to scout out who are the ones who looted these compounds. But I believe information has not been passed yet where exactly the players are. Veron, of course, trying to back up, trying to regroup with the rest of the teammates. As of yet, no shots has been fired, but I believe 4AM, they're looking for an opening.
Oh
but look at the second circle, and look at that migration that is starting to take place from the southeast inside of the circle. So many teams trying to make their way in. Every single team that will try and go towards the Georgopol region. Reckoning and Godlike, they're going to thank their gods, to be honest, right now.
And Phoenix Esports is making it from the back as well. For Hero Extreme Godlike, this will be a tough pill to swallow. Soon enough, that freedom they've got on the upper side will be taken away by Phoenix Esports. And knowing Phoenix and how stubborn they are, they don't really back away from any sort of fights. They see someone moving, they take shots. Simple. And looking at the zone too and how it's forming out, there's definitely going to be a little bit of that dividation that's going to come through.
Concerns for two teams, of course, right now. Cincinnati Kids, because they're way too late in that rotation from military base towards Georgopol. That's a huge amount of distance that you have to cover. And also for Revenant X Park as well. Coming back from Yesnaya, they're going to be facing the likes of K9 Esports if they do manage to kind of intercept that rotation. Now look at this, Versatile versus Team Tamilas in an awkward clash, and Maxi finds Troy and he actually puts an end to him. Team Tamilas, they got an opportunity and they never really let it fly. This is one of the reasons why I said this team might actually make a comeback today.
Yeah, scoops that man under the rug. Team Tamilas looking good for now, but there's too many foes in that same territory. Containers. You never know on which turn you might spot what foe. Look at the esports in a big world of trouble. And AKOP really does want to hand out that death blow. Wants to get the confirmation. It's quite tough. You cannot even overextend considering there's going to be that constant backup as well. And there we go. Eventually, they do squeeze that elimination point away. Beautiful stuff from OG too, considering now they're slowly and steadily starting to extend. They want to get a bit of more of that land control. But it's really tough, especially when you've got a team like look at the esports on the way. And just look at the amount of smokes that were used in that fight. It's not even the final boss.
It's not the final boss, but of course they wanted to save their boss inside the team. Not the boss, let's just say, but one of their shining stars, Goblin, was actually down. Caught off guard in that fight, but we'll have to talk about something else. It's Revenant X-Park up against K9. We've been talking about it. Sarang has been caught off guard, has been cornered right now. Shadow himself will have to deal with Slug in the back lines, but now look at this. It seems like the rest of K9 trying to close in, slow and steady. Slug quite close to comfort. It's a chase. RNTX, they will have to kind of run away, but Shadow's given him the opportunity. Straight line spray, and of course Slug is not going to miss that ever.
Beautiful spray from the man, and he was able to connect 2 shots right to the dome. And an instant confirmation as well on the IGL. The big man taken down. Revenant X-Park in a world of trouble. Joker's going to be the only man, the only glimmer of hope alive inside of the game, and the man just evades the tracks and runs away. This is what I'm mentioning, man. If you're trying to go for a 4-on-4 clash against K9 Esports, no matter who you are, you don't stand a chance. The team is just blessed.
Absolutely. Technically so advanced, and of course their young assaulters, they are extremely confident with their gunplay as well. I mean, I kind of understand for Revenant X-Park, the opportunity was just not there. But now, is this even Orangutan from back in the day? They are pushing in man advantage for this lad, AKOP. Using the cover as an advantage for himself, still jiggling around, does have the DPS equipped. The Scorpion was there. He almost spotted him, but for a wee while, just decides to back off. Orangutan, they still have that fight, but Wizgod from the backlines is doing so much work. Baron, of course, does have the flank, needs to find the right timing. Look at the esports waiting for their opportunity, but Hector falls. Necro, it seems like we are witnessing systematic destruction, but they have paid back as well. Baron has been confirmed, and so has been Likita.
OG knew they had the man advantage, and they went for the odds, but now CK as well. They're in the nearby vicinity. Wizgod's got his hands on 3 nades. The resources available for the side of OG. It's not a big sign of concern just yet. But just 3 players in that one single house, not really having a lot of that breathing space, while the opponents, they've got you surrounded. It's really tough for OG to play this land. But CK, it seems like they're falling back. They don't really want to be a part of the fight anymore, because they know already the third party is done for. You cannot really go for the third party right now, because it's too late.
Yeah, just could not find the right timing. They were almost there, though. They were almost there. Look at that. The banner of Revenant X-Park getting eliminated once again. The first game of the day not going according to what we had planned. Even yesterday, Necro, Revenant X-Park was the first team to get eliminated, and even today. But talking about the others who have actually survived the onslaught, Georgia Bull Containers is going to be the home of the battlegrounds right now. How many teams are there? 4 teams right now?
Seems like it. TWOB, right next to them is Team Tumelas. In the back lines as well, VXT with a 3-man squad. As I mentioned, too many foes in the containers. And you never know which container unfolds, and there's going to be a big surprise package just blasting on your face. And right now at this point, TWOB2 worried about the back lines. Just wants to make sure that the backs are going to be cleared before they approach the final zone. You've also got Team Soul on the screen. The next zone's going to be popping up soon. If it does pop right on top of the Big Boy Mountain, that will be quite interesting. But the funny part is, no one really went for that Big Boy Mountain for the first time.
Exactly my point. You just stole words from my mouth, Necro. This is for the first time when the circle was engulfing the Everest, but nobody actually tried to contest for it. Everyone is playing in from the foothills, but now look at that Team Orangutan making that quick move. It's Aru who is actually leading the charge. Still not going in for the high grounds because, of course, now it's the edge of the circle. But trying to fight in for containers is going to be a very big challenge, considering it's absolute open ground. There is no visibility, no cover whatsoever. 4 AM, they might actually have an opening. there are a couple of teams, in fact, a couple of players from Godlike who are out in the open, and now there's a chance for him to make a comeback.
They went for that gamble. And still somehow here Extreme Godlike made it out alive from that rotation. Look at the amount of teams that are making the mad dash. Even Hero Extreme Godlike finally do squeeze it successfully towards the safer half, which is going to be the containers. But Metal Esports, Thunder gets knocked out. TWOB and Metal Esports, they collide. And just like that, within a blink of an eye, the entirety of Metal Esports, they come crashing down.
Did not expect this. Absolutely did not expect this. TWOB, of course, they need time to try and calm themselves down and reset themselves after that brilliant fight, of course. But I believe that Godlike, they're not going to give them that opportunity. They sense their prey, but from the other side, it's Team Tamilas as well who are trying to corner down Yashu. Back in the dead, it's Archie. He's going against Phoenix Esports. There are so many fights that are taking breaks. At this point, Godlike still trying to hold their position, and they have a nice little warehouse to control this entire fight from Necro.
Yeah, but they lost Jonathan on their way towards the containers.
Oh, no.
He was like a sacrificial lamb. They had no other option. They needed to go for this move. They took the odds. Lost on one man. It's completely fine now. But TWOB, beautiful stuff, right? Getting rid of the players of Metal Esports. And now TWOB is looking much more better, considering all the 4 players still available in the playing field. You've got Kanha. You've also got Yeshu. I like the spread as well from TWOB, but we pretty much know the next zone's going to be moving away from them. There's a big chance. Phoenix Esports right next to 4 AM. It's one of those awkward fights where you do not even know how to really get rid of those opponents. But it's going to be happening, burning through your meds and resources constantly.
True that. In fact, personally, I believe that this is such a one-and-done position, to be honest. You will be able to take a fight against 4 AM, but what after that? You might even try and win the fight, but as soon as you try to make the rotation from that position towards the containers, there are multiple teams who will try and assault you down. But on top of the mountain, of course, we have a friendly battle, which is not friendly anymore. It's Soul versus Team 8-Bit, and 8-Bit are chasing them down. Mani, of course, the first one to lay down that nade itself. But not a lot of damage that has been dished out. But for Team 8-Bit, they're also battling the blue. Team Soul have an amazing opportunity to gatekeep them, and also they've got the high ground advantage. How can 8-Bit fight against the odds and make a comeback? Look at Mafia making that mad dash. He's actually on top of Mani as well, but there is Ronnie up top. He can actually connect that fight. Team 8-Bit going in all in, sending the entire forces, but Team Soul still holding strong. But Ronnie has been brought down. Soul, they are fighting with their lives, but it's just one man who is left, but he delivers. It's going to be Hunters. All the questions have been answered.
Hunters and Manya went huge in that fight. Manya, considering he was so up close and personal, the opponents never really expected that. And now CK, they enter the fray. What a quick third party that was. But still, Cincinnati Kids, they've got the upper edge inside of the fight, considering all the 4 players on the board. And considering they knew Soul's going to be hurt, they took that right moment and made that push. And just like that, Soul has been eliminated from the game too. Oh boy, Cincinnati Kids, perfect timing.
Credit has to be given to Juicy. You saw the way he actually disengaged from third party against OG because he could not really find the right timing. This time, he finds the right timing against Soul and absolutely destroys them off the park. But look at this right now, Phoenix Esports in a whole world of trouble. Venom being knocked out, K47 marking his position. Of course, an easy finish in the bag. But how do they make it come back? Altu, one of the players who we saw in the player spotlight, needs to bring out his nades, and he in fact does that. Pro has been knocked out, an easy finish should be secured. But both these 2 teams, they're playing with fire right now. This position is definitely not favorable for the entire map.
It's tough to recover from, but at least they've still got 2 pieces on the board, right? Anything can happen from those 2 pieces. 4 aggressive men too. The man needs to get K47 back up on his feet, but how can you when even the Wall of Death is on a constant move? 4 aggressive men. Now it's time to move away from this spot, and that's what Wizard's doing, pulling out. But still, he's way too exposed to a lot of threat, and even the Wall of Death is not going to be having any sort of mercy, and he's moving towards the hilltop, where K9 Esports and Cincinnati Kids are already there. Wizard, this man is playing with fire, out in the open, still playing with the odds, And now the fact that he's catching a lot of hurt upon himself, Wizard gets slowed down. He does have that rock to work with, but the backlines are completely exposed, and one nade from Ninja Boy is going to seal the deal.
It's not even a question. Ninja Boy, he knows exactly where Wizard is actually pinned down. If the nade is cooked to perfection, it's always going to connect. Phoenix Esports, though, also suffering the brunt of Godlike and their third parties. Punk has that approach where he looks at every opportunity and he realizes, wait, we can actually gather a couple of finishes here. And he absolutely pounces on it. For K9, I'm not really sure about the positioning because CK from the backlines can cause so much trouble. Look at that. Godlike has been struck. So many teams inside of the containers and it seems like we are in for a battle. It's stage 5, ladies and gentlemen, but 10 teams, they're still standing tall.
Too many teams alive because of that container. Admino too, one of them, and the man's taking too much damage at the point. Needs to back away, and that's what he does. He's burning through too many resources. Pops another first aid. We'll be safe for now. TWOB on the screen, looking at their position too. They're looking pretty comfy. There's Team Timelez is right next to him. But look at the unfortunate news. Anonymous lost out.
TWOB. They know as a matter of fact that they have a mountain to climb in front of us right now. The objective is to get inside the circle, but there are multiple teams who are marking them. The circle has shifted away once again, giving the entirety of the advantage to, of course, the ones that have been lying low. 4M. For the first time inside of Group A, I believe they have an opportunity to secure a chicken dinner, and I just hope that they do justice to it, Necro.
They've got a fighting chance, and they got to make the most out of it. 4 miracles.
I love how TWOB is making a run for it through the containers, not really giving any information, but of course, Team Tamilas, they actually realize that. They try to line up the nades, but TWOB can get so far. Will they get the edge of the circle, of course, is going to be the question. But this is funny, especially with Somraj holding the entry point. As soon as they pop out, Somraj is going to finish off their heads.
Team Tamilas is out in the open too, making that mad dash. They've got that smoke trail for themselves. But TWOB, they've already popped up. They've already went inside of the circle against the plans of Hero Extreme Godlike. This will be tough. And look at that nade placed from Admino to perfection. Ghana gets knocked out. Superman super low as well. No one can pop out in the open right now, and that elimination point gets stolen away. Sim perfectly done. TWOB with just a 2-man squad left to defend the entirety of Hero Extreme Godlike. And Superman playing the same spot where his teammate got naded. And now he gets knocked out and confirmed. Hero Extreme Godlike, every single piece falling in the right place.
But TWOB, one man still stays alive, and that's going to be Yashu. Inside of the containers, all he needs to do is to try and hold down his position because Godlike are coming to chase him down. But I also have my concerns on Godlike as well because I do not understand how their progression is going to be. Once they finish the fight of containers, how do they manage to get inside the circle? How do they manage to fight against 7 other teams who are still standing tall? I believe Reckoning, they have a beautiful position. I believe 4M have a beautiful position. On the other side, if we have a look at the map, there is one team that has made a crazy clever rotation, and that's going to be CK. They're rotating in from the far western end of the circle, and they've found the right spot. Meanwhile, the cluster here is yet to solve, Necro. We are in for an urban battle.
CK is still pretty exposed. And as you mentioned, yeah, we are up for an urban battle. Or maybe you can say the container standoff.
Container standoff. Sounds nice.
Right now, every single player does have that piece of cover to work with. But as the zone going to keep on shrinking down, the cover might just fade away soon. OG on the screen with just a 2-man squad, 7 finishes on the board. OG feeling pretty great. And that's as I say so, K9 Esports, they take an exit from the game with 6 finishes on the board and 1 placement point, by the way.
Not really the ideal start for this team. And of course, how can it even be? Because I predicted their name. I don't know why. I do not want to be the man who actually curses out the performance of teams, but never really mind. Talking about the circle itself.
Oh, no.
Again, it takes a tumble. CK are left to go nowhere. And 4M, in fact, look at the pointers. They're actually looking at CK right now. One of their players has been knocked down, so they know exactly where these players are going to come from. Even OG have a visibility.
They're done for.
Team Tamilas from the other side, they're trying to sneak into this circle, but I believe Godlike, they're not going to allow them to have that position, will they?
Everyone's going to make that push against OG, and now OG needs to play defense perfectly. Team Tamilas is not going to make that push considering they've already got a bit of that land inside of the circle. And yes, there was that one stray man available from TWOBS Hero Extreme Godlike. They put an end to his storyline as well. But now it's time to move up and maybe take a fight against the players of OG. That's the only team standing in the way of Hero Extreme Godlike. 3 players on the screen next to each other. Team Tamilas on the left. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they cannot even extend too much because Team Tamilas can find the line of sight anytime. And this is what I'm speaking of. Admino gets knocked out. It's quite unfortunate for Hero Extreme Godlike. And now they need to face a lot of utilities from Team Tamilas as well. And just like that, the nade's going to wrap up Admino.
You know what? This battle between Team Tamilas and Godlike actually benefited the likes of Orangutan. They are coming in hot from the back lines and they have been able to clear out both of them, taking one-man shot from either sides. AKOP is still alive. One of the Molotovs from Punk is going to buy himself at least some sort of time. And look at the explosion, right? He knows this man is going to find himself in the firing lines from multiple directions. One of them is also going to be 4M. An extremely dicey situation for Punk to survive, but I love the fact that so many smokes were invested so that he can try and go back and raise up his fallen comrade. Before that, you also need to look at Team Tamilas and their presence. They can come in sneakily at any point in time to try and invade the warehouses. But
oh,
CK,
no.
This feels so bad to watch, Necro.
He's taking too much damage. The man needs to pop out. Position is now noticed, but still he's a soldier who's constantly proning inside of the circle. Taking a lot of damage from the blue as well. And maybe the next stick is going to seal the deal against him. Still, he's somehow making it to the safety line. This is crazy. Juicy, one more tick and you will be done for. But no, instead, Reaper is the one to get that elimination point confirmed. Beautiful stuff from 4M. For a moment, I thought that 4M too was getting picked off since that we did see that knock in the elimination feed. But now 4M, once again, they've got things under control.
Welcome back, 4 Miracles. Back in the competition, 7 eliminations already. 4 players still surviving. And of course, the Lady Luck, BGMI gods, are smiling on them with that beautiful circle that has been set up. Completely open grounds apart from that one small little compound that they hold, which basically means for all of these teams, it's going to be an absolute deathbed. But how do they fight against each other is going to be the question. Aru, of course, has 6 finishes on board. This man has been fabulous. But Team Tamilas want to lay down the smoke. They want to lay down the path for themselves to actually invade. This is going to be a mad dash, but also needs to be very wary of Hero Extreme Godlike and their presence. Going out in the open, this is so risky. Sim cooking up that nade. If it lands at the right place, might even be life-threatening, but so far it seems like even Simp is being pressured.
Yeah, 3 nades in his hands, and he needs to make the most out of it. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're completely messed up big time. The man's out in the open. Punk is taking too much damage, and just one single nade's going to find that 2-piece. Beautiful stuff from Team Tamilas, but now OG with all the pressure on top of their heads. They need to defend this warehouse. A beautiful place nade from Team Tamilas is also going to flush out Aru, the man who was making the most. And now AKOP left to make it a 1-on-2. One man against the 2 remaining players of Team Tamilas. Too much pressure on his shoulders.
Too much pressure on his shoulders, but the star boy needs to come up shining right now. Has the S12K in hand, finds the first one, finds the second one as well. This man does not stop, but the challenge has not yet gotten over yet. There is an absolute army that is chasing him down. But 4 Miracles, they're outside this warehouse. There's some sort of cover to play with. AKOP is still standing tall. The M4 is not going to be of any use because the eternal flames of the blue zone is starting to engulf, chew him up. He sacrifices his life, not giving it away to 4M. But what a chicken dinner from these lads, and what a fight by AKOP. I loved it.
I know, right? AKOP is always the man who pulls off those insane clutches in the final few moments, especially when the sword's right on top of the hip, top of his neck. He performs. When the pressure's on OG, AKOP always performs. And right now, they desperately needed those points. And remember at the start of the day, as I mentioned today, OG is going to be making those mature decisions because on day 1, we did see a lot of those rookie mistakes crawl up.
You know, we always say day 2 is the day of comebacks. Who are the 3 teams inside of the top 4? You've got Team Tamilas, you've got Orangutan, you've got 4 Miracles. who is the script writer of all of this? BGMI gods, you know what is absolute cinema, and they're delivering us absolute cinema.
Exactly, man. The zone popping right on top of the players of 4M. They had all the 4 players standing, CK in the back lines as well, trying to make the most out of the scenario. You also had Team Soul at the top. They were getting pounced on by someone else. Then CK makes that third party. As you mentioned, the game was an absolute cinema. Even Hero Extreme Godlike making that mad dash towards the containers. Jonathan unfortunately left out during that mad dash. You also had Phoenix Esports taking a fight against 4 Angry Men in such an awkward terrain. There were so many fights happening within that short burst of time.
Absolutely, but ladies and gentlemen, since we have got to revise all of this once again, we're going to be looking at the highlights for all of you guys, and majority of this action, just like Necro mentioned, came in from that containers region. First of all, of course, this face-off between Phoenix and 4AM. We knew as a matter of fact that this is just a one-and-done angle, so they only have to fight against each other. It seems like both of these two teams, they had their own jabs, they had their own fair share of success, but nothing much on the overarching course of the game because not a lot of points earned, to be honest.
Exactly, man. Honestly, I expected a lot more from the side of K9 Esports.
Yeah.
But considering the terrain they had to play with, they were playing on the slope, not a lot of cover to play with, too exposed from the containers as well, so there were a lot of shots taken against him. Hero Extreme Godlike taking care of the players of TWOB too. Nothing taken away from TWOB as well, man. The game was pretty much phenomenal, eliminating the likes of Metal Esports considering they were left to defend it off, and they did it perfectly too. 4 Miracles, considering the circle was right on top of them. It is understandable why they got the chicken dinner as well, playing the game entirely to perfection, showcasing a lot of those patience as well. And the best part is 4M had decent amount of elimination points too.
Love that, but also you've got to give credit, right? There's a lot of skill involved in there as well. We're going to talk about it, but for now, it was the clutch from AKOP. S12K in hand, finds the first connection.
Every
goes in for
time.
the second one as well. It was so beautiful. Had the circle not given him that disadvantage, I believe, he would have had a chance against 4 Miracles as well. I cannot trust that
Maybe
lad.
you're jumping the gun here a little bit.
Maybe I'm jumping the gun, but it's just that faith and instincts.
I know.
You look at AKOP and you know that this man is calm in pressure situations. Very few athletes you know who would succeed in such high pressure situations.
I know, man. He never really disappoints, right? He
Yeah.
every single time performs, and that's why AKOP is known as one of the most decorated players, one of the most mechanically skilled players in the entire community. But looking at OG and how they played that game too, they lost out in 2-player squad early.
Yes.
We cannot even overshadow that. Aru himself had 6 finishes racked up. The IGL is now stepping up from OG. I'm absolutely loving that. Even Team Soul could have had a best fighting chance, but unfortunately getting third party like that by CK, especially when 2 players were down, it's really tough to recover from. Honestly, Ronnie could have done better in that fight too. He ripped every single DBS shot that he took. There's a lot more to talk about, but maybe after this short break that we're going to throw you guys to.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Came here to slay, slay. Let's go. We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Came here to slay, slay. Open up, got a theory. Come and join the party. All night, all day, day. Came here to slay, slay. Came here to slay.
सो नीरज स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो फॉर चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
Ooh, what a start to the day it was, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, welcome back to realme BGIS, the grind 2025. Of course, a small change in the battle. In fact, a big change. My man, I Super Johnny is back. And of course, I am Johnny myself as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But with 4M winning that first game, it was a nice comeback. And the best part, Johnny, I believe this game, like we've always said, day 2, the day of comebacks, started on that same note as well. Top 3 teams, OG, Tamilas, as well as 4M, just coming back from the dead once again, gaining those points.
Especially OG, right? I mean, we saw the aggression in at least one match from them yesterday, but all the other 5 games weren't that great. So today, it was an important day for OG. They had a lot to prove, and luckily for them, right off the bat, off to a great start. I was worried with that early game fight that they had, right? Almost messing things up. Cincinnati kids showing up out of nowhere just with those slight pokes. But ladies and gentlemen, this thing has not showed up out of nowhere. You knew this was coming. We had been telling to you that this was going to happen. And it is finally here, Salty. The realme P3 Pro 5G has been launched today at 12 p.m. It's available on Flipkart, ladies and gentlemen. So go on to Flipkart and search for the realme P3 Pro 5G, which starts from 21,999. The segment's best performance phone, and of course, glow-in-the-dark back.
Hey man, I mean, you care about the glow in the dark. I care about the fact that this is an extremely budget-friendly phone, but I've played the game inside of it as well, and it works like a charm. It works like buttery smooth. So you experience no lags, and of course, you get your performance out there as well. So maybe the next BGIS, we can get a couple of them who are training on this device. Maybe, just putting it out there. But coming back to the conversation once again, Johnny, I mean, this game was a table turner, right? Revenant X Park once again maintaining that run in form. The first game of the day, they be the first team to get eliminated.
I mean, who would have thought that is how things were going to work, right? But yeah, it seems like getting eliminated early in the first game of the day is the good luck charm for Revenant X Park. And yesterday as well, that first game, drop clash fight against Phoenix Esports, right off the bat taken out of the picture. And yet, the remaining 5 matches, they were very consistent, ending the day within the top 5. So that is something that I think Revenant X Park has going for themselves in the most dire situation, in the most pressured situation, is when this team performs well. You know how they say, like, diamonds are formed under immense pressure. Well, this team is already the diamond in the rough. And of course, they know how to perform, they know how to handle themselves. So, not worried about Revenant X Park. Who I am actually worried about is going to be Soul.
Ooh, now that's a tough question because, again, we saw Team Soul take charge of Everest. We saw Team Soul had that high ground advantage as well. But then I believe there will be questions that will be raised because I'm not sure if Everest was the best position for them to go out there because that was the edge of the circle. 8-bit coming in to fight against them. They did win the fight, but multiple casualties in spite of the fact that 8-bit was the one who was making the climb. You have high ground advantage. You've got the position of the circle as well. How can you lose 2 players? And then, of course, CK had that advantage. We are, of course, going to scrutinize and theorycraft as much as possible, but we're going to move on with the show, ladies and gentlemen. The MVP of the last game, none other than Aru from Orangutan. IGL stepping up 6 eliminations. You've got 918 points of damage. Absolutely brilliant. But I still believe the standout performance in the end game was AK when he wiped off 2 players from Team Tamilas in a flash with that S12K. I love that moment.
Yeah, I mean, OG in this match gave us a lot of incredible moments. And of course, I'm pretty sure that these 4 players that are there in the team will give us more of those moments as the tournament goes on. Looking at the top 5 players, we have Aru on the first, of course, the MVP of the match, followed by Maxi OP from Team Tamilas. We have AK OP on the third, followed by Fury from Phoenix, and then there was one more lad on the fifth. But hey, look at the match summary. 10 grenade finishes in this game, 189 smokes used, 387 meters. That's the longest distance finish secured by AKOP. So overall, a few outstanding moments, a few outstanding stats from this particular match. But hey, the most important numbers that I'm concerned about is the point standings.
Absolutely. Of course, 4M, they did get their first chicken on board, but not a lot of points garnered if you consider the standards that has been set by the rest of the players. 17 total points by 4M, 17 total points for Orangutan. Team Tamilas come up with 14. Godlike. Hero Extreme Godlike with 9. They had a lot of those position points, but I believe in terms of the finishes, could not really capitalize on it.
I mean, they got to thank Simp from this game. He was the 5th player on the top 5 players list. So those big chunk of those finishes did come from Simp. And then we have K9 Esports. They are displaying consistency today. So, I mean, from yesterday to today, K9 Esports have been kind of consistent. I hope they keep this performance up. But would you look at that? Overall standings, Versatile still sitting on the first position. Hero Extreme Godlike on the second. You have Liktha Esports on the third. 8-Bit on the fourth. 8-Bit is the outlier in the top 8 along with Team Tamilas, because from how these teams performed in the last event they were a part of, no one thought that in a lobby like this, or not no one, I personally did not think that in a lobby like this, these two teams would be in the top 8, but hey, I'm very happy for them and I'm very happy to see them perform like this.
Yep, because honestly speaking, 8-Bit and Team Tamilas, this game personally, they took their fights relatively well. In fact, against Team Soul, 8-Bit did lose out on the numbers advantage, but they did not have an opportunity either. But I'm not really concerned on the first half of the overall standings. I'm more concerned on the second half, because that is where you see majority of the changes. Revenant X Park has been thrown out of the competition. They were on the 4th or the 5th spot before the start of this game, and now they're at 41. Soul has been pushed down as well. For Miracles, they make that climb, they make that mad dash up, and as well as Orangutan.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have made that climb, but looking at the overall standing, 6 points required to jump from 10th to the 4th position. That is how close things are right now. So again, matches are definitely going to be exciting. Every single point is going to matter a lot more than it would ideally do, because in the other lobbies, in the other groups that we witnessed, the differences would still be around 10-15 points by the time the 7th game rolled around, because the top teams, the top 5 in particular from every group, was doing exceptionally well. Over here, especially after this game, the bounce backs that we have seen, the recoveries that we have seen from these teams have just made the situation moving forward a little bit more intense for everyone else. It is just the bottom 2, bottom 3 teams that are under 20 points that might be struggling right now to figure out, all right, what do we do moving forward? We still have at least 3 total days of gameplay left. So what do we do in those 3 gameplay days to recover, to try and break inside of the top 8? Again, no pressure on these teams due to them facing no eliminations right now.
To be honest, there will be a little bit of pressure, at least from their fans on one team. And that is going to be Team Soul I'm talking about. Brilliantly done over there by Hunters to win that fight against 8-Bit, but I still believe that as a team, this team is kind of failing as a unit. I believe that Mania can do better with his rotations. I believe their positioning can be a lot better. Initially, I remember there used to be days where Mania had that confidence on his assaulters, where they would just go all out, looking out for teams and going after them with guns blazing. I'm not sure what has happened or why are they not taking up that approach.
This is the issue with all the bigger teams. It's not just Soul. All the big names, they do not perform unless there is something very big on the line for them to perform, right?
Wow.
And this is what the fans got to understand as well. Right now, they have the opportunity. What you have when you have the support staff with you, when you have those coaches and analysts with you, is a lot of experimentation time. If that is given to the teams, they're going to come up with brilliant strats for the future, for those finals that they're always a part of, for those elimination stages when they need to get out of them. And for a team like Stoll that has one of the best analysts in the country right now in the form of Iogi, and of course a tried and tested, a battle-tested coach like Mayavi to back them up, to give them all of those stats, to give them all of those strats to help survive a tournament like this. Grind for them is an actual grind. where they try out new things, they test out new things, they push their mentality to the max and see what works and where they break. They need to find their breaking point, and I think that is what this team is up to right now. So the fans got to understand that, just be patient, and I think the recovery is going to be there once they reach the main event.
Once they reach the main event, I just hope that it does not get too late before that happens. But of course, we do have the team spotlight in front of us. From Group A, it's going to be Team Tamilas this time out. Look at the numbers of finishes. It's relatively good, actually. 31 finishes. We just saw another team spotlight right up front before the start of the game. We saw Phoenix Esports, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But pretty close. Team Tamilas, they've definitely done the job. They are hitting their mark as well. 6,000 points of damage. Not bad at all, considering they've just played 7 matches yet.
Yeah.
And look at that average survival time, 17 minutes. I believe that is one aspect where they can actually do a little better. Maybe kind of try and push it upwards of 20, because I believe that if your average survival time is beyond 20-minute mark, you will automatically garner yourself those position points. There's no way you are not going to miss out on that.
I agree with that, but I believe Team Tamilas, they have the right players in their team. The players are mechanically very sound. It's only the fact that because of how their journey was last year, they started to doubt themselves. But I believe with matches like these, and of course with the run that they had yesterday, I think that confidence is going to slowly and steadily build up. And I'm so happy to see them perform, man, because Wadi is a good friend of ours, and of course he's one of those, he's like that rare org owner, right, that is very involved in how his team performs, very involved with everything that happens inside of the team, doing VOD reviews with the players, sitting through all of those hours of footage reviews. That is the most difficult thing for an org owner to be a part of. Does that every single day without fail, sits on those coaching sessions, might not have inputs, but is always there to back his players up and make sure that the players know that he is always there for them. And I think the players, with the way they are playing, are showing that they are there for him as well.
I think you brought up a very good point. To be honest, this is currently in all the sets of teams, this is one of the teams that has stuck together for a very long time, and that is going to come back aiding them. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, day number 2, the day of comebacks. We did see Team Tamilas make a comeback, but will they be able to assert dominance? We'll find out in the next one.
Well, it is time for game number 2, day number 2 for Group A, and it is going to be the map of Miramar in front of us. Yesterday we had a lot of exciting moments in this particular map, early drop clashes, and the one because of this flight path that I want to see right off the bat, Salty, is that early conflict we have been witnessing. OG versus 8-bit, the fight for Chumacera. Is that going to happen again, especially with both the teams on a path to recovery? 8-bit already inside of the top 5 and OG not too far away.
To be honest, I believe that might just happen, but we'll have to wait for a wee while longer. But this flight path, Johnny, this is going to throw every single team into a massive disarray, because they're going to have no idea where they want to go. Majority of the northeastern quadrant has been taken out of the picture. So all of the teams, if they want to go to those regions, will have to fight for the vehicles. And I am expecting an early collision because of that. For Versatile, it's quite simple. Go towards El Pozo, find no competition over there. Just sit tight and relax. For Phoenix Esports as well, I believe there is going to be those early fiascos. But Picado is going to be relatively empty, if I'm not mistaken. Likita Esports, they are rarely challenged inside of Picado.
So this is for the viewers. Please don't be mad at me and Salty, you too. When you said Versatile was going to find no competition, I thought they were going to run into Godlike.
Man. I always have friends around me who just who push me off the ridge, and I believe Johnny is going to be the one.
I blame Icy and his social media post yesterday where he was like, "There's no one. There was no one yesterday, no one tomorrow." Of course, he said it in Hindi.
Icy said that in Hindi. My goodness.
You guys have been teaching him new things, but hey, I think a lesson being taught to the players of 8-bit by OG that you can't take on them every single time and expect to come out on top. OG showing up today a little bit quicker on the trigger. Have found the first frag as Owace from the side of 8-bit hits the floor. The second player might just follow up soon as Aru finds a brilliant line of fire, but they do run on the other side of the hill, do manage to evade the pressure. And a little bit of reset available now for the side of 8-bit.
A little bit of reset available, but the first finish of the game, ladies and gentlemen, has been confirmed. Orangutan I believe they've come in with all guns blazing, and today there is no backing out. They want to take in the fight to the opposition. Once again, we were discussing if the inclusion of Veyron will actually be better, or was Atanki better suited for this lineup. It seems like Veyron and his attacking approach, has been opted by Orangutan, at least for today.
Oh.
There are multiple fights that are happening currently. K9 is being struck down. Beast falls. Beast has been confirmed as of yet. What is happening to K9?
I have no idea, man. 2 players down and out, and this is such a rare sight. Ninja Boy also getting finished off. Medal on the other side, by the way, have completely wiped out Phoenix Esports. So Phoenix struggling in the start of this Miramar, and Medal, they're off to the races yet again. But K9, that early drop clash fiasco all forced upon them due to that heavily southern leaning flight path, now is going to spell more trouble, because we have a circle centering between Graveyard and Truck Stop, and K9, who have dropped just north of Los Leones, are going to be forced to run out into the open towards that La Benedita Minas Generales territory, and it's not going to be an easy rotation inside of the circle. Look at this, Omega, UMP, AK, all of that is fine, but no helmet, no utility. So if anyone spots them, even if it is from a distance, this is going to be a prime time knock, prime finish waiting for them to secure.
Absolutely true. But I would love to have a look at the map right now, Johnny, because there is something crazy going on in there. The flight path, of course, we did see that it was towards the southwestern part of the map. Of course, we do have the highlights between Medal Esports and Phoenix Esports, and Thunder was just absolutely brilliant. Not a lot of loot in terms of weaponry, but still managed to make it count. But the point that I was trying to make, the flight path on towards the southwestern side in the circle, moving towards the northeast, this is where you see that huge migration happening. And especially on a map like Miramar, on the open terrains, when you have such a big migration, that just leads to some mid-rotation clashes.
Yeah, of course, and K9 Esports experiencing that firsthand along with Phoenix. Both the teams trying to evade that early pressure, wanted to rotate out, but forced into a fighting stance and losing bodies. Phoenix losing all of them, K9 losing 2. 8-bit now, in this situation, 8-bit are going to be lucky that they aren't in as dire a situation as K9 and Phoenix. But moving forward, even with the player loss, it becomes difficult to survive in Miramar. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to be the happy ones in this game. Have full control of that eastern highway, easy rotation up north. But look at what is happening towards Hacienda del Patron. We have Likhita Esports and Revenant X-Spark over there. Sarang quite close to the players of Likhita Esports.
Not the best of splits, to be honest, Johnny. You
Yeah.
look at that, Sarang and Joker are the only ones over there, while the rest of their teammates are not in with them. Currently, Sarang, who has not been as effective, has not been that deadly against oppositions. He will need to do something. But does Goblin have information about Sarang's presence is going to be the question.
No.
Wait, what is happening? Sarang in that room does not have the line of sight yet, is waiting for that opportunity to pounce. Does have that S12K, and Likhita Esports. Are they surging? They are not. Sarang misses one, but connects another one. Is quite low in terms of HP, but needs to move out. Where is Joker? The war cry is there, and Likhita, they fight back.
Well, they found the opening, but pushing further from here, it's not going to be easy. As you said, Joker, he was hiding on that first floor, and Likhita Esport, they will have an opportunity to reset. The nade lobbed out will do absolutely nothing to dish out damage to the players of Likhita Esports. It's a 3 versus 3 situation. Temporary 3v3 between these two sides. But Likhita, as we talk about them, looking for the reset. Zyrex in a duel against Shadow. Damage dished out. Close to a knock. He finds it as well, running around the corner. But his teammate in the backline will get traded out. Pressured by 2 players. Zyrex, he does not reposition. A small mistake in judgment, and Likhita might just pay a very heavy price for this. Lot of confusion between how these two players are positioning themselves, not realizing that Neo, he's all alone. Molotov lob to delay the aggression coming in from the players of Revenant X-Spark. And what started off with an unpleasant surprise is just going to end in an inevitable demise of Likhita. The Molotov connects. It's not even going to matter. Damage dished out with the fire, but Revenant X-Spark setting Hacienda del Patron in flames do secure the squad wipe at the loss of 2 players. Shadow and Sarang out, but 4 points on the board.
You know, I've got to say this. I really wanted to resist myself from saying this, but two of the craziest and one of the most aggressive teams inside of the lobby just fighting against each other. It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
The jabs, the knocks, the hooks, and no one was backing out. They knew we want to fight for Hacienda. And of course, the statement has been passed on Revenant X Park. Of course, they could not cut out on their losses. Two major players have taken a dip, taken a tumble. It's going to be Shadow and Sarang. Sarang needs to find that groove, needs to find that momentum, to be honest, because on an individual level, I believe he's the one who is kind of lacking a little bit, but Spray God in that situation was ever so brilliant.
I mean, yeah, he was incredible, but that courtyard fight, that courtyard engagement between the two sides was extremely awkward. Look at this. Zyrex, he finds the knock, and I believe through... See, he saw the man. He knew what was happening on the other side, and yet stands in the same corner, had the opportunity to run into the line of fire of Neo. That small mistake in judgment just completely swung the fight in the favor of Revenant X Park.
True that. And of course, I also believe that the Joker and Spray God, the duo has become extremely strong, to be honest. Together, they know how to position themselves, run around, keep on make the opposition guessing from which direction they're going to come from, of course. But look at that, top 5 players of Miramar. And do we see? Yes, we do see Likhita Esports out there. We see Neo, we see Rix, and Zyrex, pardon me for that. 7 eliminations on Neo, 5 eliminations on Zyrex. Slug and Thunder are still there, but coming back into the competition. Metal Esports, they are extremely close. Needs to run away. TWOB did not really take a shot, or neither did they stop.
I wonder how Prince feels about this fight. It's against the org he played for in the last BGIS.
Wow. Did not realize that, but that is definitely going to be some sort of homecoming.
Yeah. Welcoming the newer lads to his old home. Leaving the legacy in their hands and, of course, teaching them a lesson in the process. That is what I want to say if they win it, but turns out Metal Esports not really looking for any more aggression, realizing, hey, we have those finish points on the board already. Might as well just play for survival, break into the top 5 of this game, and just put those average points that we need on the board. Once you are in the top 4, the top 5 of a match, and if you have all 4 players available, then you start looking for a win. But at least in the early stage, you want to make the most efficient decisions for your survival. And for Metal right now, it is just going to be to keep their heads down. But talk about keeping your head down. Admino is going to be forced to do so by S-Power. The shots coming in from up the hill. Easy knock secured. And Versatile in this position have the numbers advantage as well. So they are just going to run forward and secure that frag.
Wow. Clash of the Titans. Hero Extreme Godlike suffering the first casualty. Versatile still looking for more, but in fact, they are not going to find it. I wonder what was Admino doing here all by himself. With Team Versatile, I believe now they've got a great position to play from inside of the circle. But talking about the circle itself, Johnny, we did not really get to cover it. But the circle has taken a massive shift up north.
Yeah.
It's going towards Al-Azhar. Majority of the teams have huddled outside of Al-Azhar, knowing that the urban fights in that location never really happen. And you always have to be the first one to capture the hard covers that are out there. Simp on the run, but Versatile, they've actually caught him, but Punk from the backlines providing some sort of a cover fire, and he's going to recover his teammate.
Well, the distance a little too much, and the shot connection wasn't really there. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to find a way to reposition. As of now, they do hold the high ground advantage against the players of Versatile, but it is Team Versatile. You can't take any scoff off their steam. As we were talking about the circle, still between Graveyard and El-Hazar. Revenant X Park, good position. Considering they just have 2 players, they can play the backlines, play the Graveyard position for now, wait for everyone else inside the zone to fight it out amongst themselves. Not gonna be easy, but hey, they lost 2 players, so it was never going to be easy. Even they even knew it. Metal Esports, prime spot in the game. I think medal, if they play their cards right, this could be the match where they secure a chicken dinner to their name.
Potentially. Potentially, yes. They have some sort of high ground advantage as well. Nearby truck stop, you have got those little ridges that if you take control of, not only do you find yourself cover, but also you find yourself that upliftment that can help you. Multiple teams trying to migrate from the southeastern quadrant of the circle, and that will give them visibility to rack up those finish points. Talking about K9 suffering some early demise, still a two-man squad, but I believe this is going to be the fight of the hour. Versatile versus Godlike. And Godlike have taken a big tumble. They are currently, and it'd be safe to say, they are currently scared of Versatile. They're running away.
Yeah, I mean, of course, makes sense, right? Numbers are disadvantage, so you can't really do anything about it. But Versatile, with the elevation that they have, I believe could have isolated Punk, but no. Shots coming in, they feel the pressure. HP chipped away on one of the lads as they fall back to the gas station. On the other side, Soul up against 4M. 4M all warmed up after their performance in the game 1 of the day. Erangel conquered by them. But Ronnie right now, he's the stalker, just watching the players and trying his level best to make sure that they push the circle from somewhere else, just not his direction.
An opportunity for 4 Miracles, to be honest.
Yeah.
To try and build on that momentum that they have. And right now, finding the opening, finding that injection point inside the circle is going to be their prime concern. Right up north, though, they are having some sort of an obstruction in the name of Reckoning Esports. But little do they know that Team Tamilas is also lingering in the back lines, and that can come biting back at any given moment in time. On the other side, S-Power still can take some shot, but this time he actually gets hit back, and it is going to be Jonathan who finds his shot. Godlike, they've got themselves the opening, they've got themselves the retaliation that they were looking out for. But I believe Versatile, they've got the upper hand in terms of positioning. Pin down Godlike in the blue. Where do they go now?
Exactly, I mean, this blue zone damage that Godlike is forced to tank is definitely going to be quite brutal on them. But Punk, look at him, he's trying his level best so that his teammates in the back lines have a swift recovery, but no escape options available for Godlike as Jonathan and Simp, they fall, get knocked out in the blue. And Punk, he's going to be forced to run for his life. Jonathan over there did not have any first aids on him. Poor lad, forced to use those bandages again and again. But look at the DOA status. You have 4M headed to a reset after that amazing performance on Erangel. They get an early exit handed to them on Miramar. But now, big fight breaking out. Reckoning Esports against Soul. Mania knocked out. Knuckle hits the floor as Viper chimes in. Down to 2 players at Reckoning Esports. Their Reckoning is supposed to be the most fearsome, and this time they are putting that on display in this fight. The Molotov goes out. Hunters taking a lot of damage from that fire. One after the other, the players are falling, but the third party from Team Tamilas and Reckoning's push is going to be shut down. Ronnie, sliver of HP on him as Knuckle is being brought back into the match by Hunters. This is not going to be an easy reset for either of these two teams, who are down to 3 players each. It's 3v3 standoff now with Team Tamilas eyeing for those third party and those extra frags.
It's actually Reckoning and Soul landing each other blows. Meanwhile, Team Tamilas smirking from the corner of the room. They know they've got a massive upper hand in this fight, but to counter that, Team Aiku Soul have laid upon so many smokes out there. Reckoning, on the other hand, they're trying to fight. They only want to fight this battle out. Team Tamilas kind of disengage, looking over to find better positioning, better height advantage, but with so much soft coverage around there, it will be difficult for them. But I believe that there is going to be a little bit of a standoff, there is going to be a little bit of a pause in that fight. And Team Tamilas, if they invest too many resources in trying to third party and garnering those finishes, they might actually fall back on the overarching game itself.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you. But again, Team Tamilas on the 5th position in the overall leaderboard, so the luxury to take that risk is there for them. And right now looking to capitalize, especially after getting those 2 frags and making sure that both these teams are left bleeding. I think they are going to keep on taking this risk. Look at that, they're not even moving, just keeping an eye on the players of Soul. That is their objective, because if these 2 squads try to escape or evade each other, any which way. It's open positions that they will have to run from, and Team Tamilas is all set to take the edge. But hey, K9 Esports, they're going to be the next team to be eliminated after Godlike. Not a single finish on the board before they left us inside of this match.
Does happen sometimes. Did not really have the best of positioning. They were constantly being chased down by the likes of Versatile, and now Versatile, they themselves have new neighbors right now. TWOB, I believe they've kind of spotted themselves, both of these two teams contesting for the northern frontier of the circle. And look at that circle itself. Central shift, which means both the teams will have the opportunity to capture space. But the only thing that I'm worried about is Versatile. Are they going to cross that road? Because that is an extremely open space, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, they can cross the road, take the position where Prince OG was, but of course, it's not going to be easy. But I mean, I have to give props to Versatile, man. I mean, in that fight against K9 Esports, they were the ones who got one of their players knocked out first, and yet they recover. All 4 players still alive. But Viper, the poison is so strong that he ends up knocking himself out. Dionysus finds the trade with a nade. Knuckle hits the floor. Gravity as well with the DBS. The second knock is going to be secured, and Soul on the verge of getting wiped out. Hunters, he's the last man left alive, and he needs to go on a hunt. 2 shotguns pointed in his direction, and the players, they are just toying with his mind. Reckoning Esports causing so much chaos in this fight. It's a 1v2 situation in front of Hunters. The third player from Reckoning still in the corner, or at least he was finished off. But hey, the last few shots connect. Reckoning Esports, they get those frags for themselves. 6 finishes on the board, and Soul have been eliminated from this game.
Honestly, poor from Team Soul, to be honest. Kind of expected better, and it seems like now all the experiments and all the theory crafting that we were talking about, it basically is bad form at the moment. Ronnie not hitting his shots, Knuckle not hitting his shots, Mania falling in terms of his decision making. But eventually good days are going to come. I hope better days are going to be ahead. On the other side, of course, you've got a high-low setup. You've got Revenant X-Spark on top of this hill, find that beautiful edge of the circle for themselves. Orangutan right underneath, but elsewhere, 4 aggressive men not being aggressive right now. Brought down to their knees, and the artillery strikes keep on coming in. There is one player who is still standing tall, trying to smoke up the area, but Team Tamilas, they are relentless.
Yeah, this time, today, especially Team Tamilas, they do not want to back off at all. But they have to be careful nonetheless. Reckoning Esports available on that flank. We do see one of the players being pushed into a corner by the lads from Team Tamilas. 5 eliminations on the board for this team, by the way. And Dionysus, he runs into that shack, but there's nowhere left to go any further. Nades being lobbed towards him as Maxi finds the connection. Damage dished out, but knock still not secured. They might have to just commit for this 1v4 if they want that 6th point on the board for themselves.
Now, Dionysus inside that shack for Reckoning. It's going to be immense pressure because I believe on the overall standings, there's still an opportunity to try and get more position points. But this seems like almost a suicide mission because I don't see him having any exit strat, especially with Team Tamilas marking him in such deadly fashion. The same can be said for Orangutan as well. Joker toyed with his opposition. Veyron was knocked out, but look at that cover fire. Instantly coming in from WizGod, knocking him down, needs to lay down the smoke. Spray God needs to rush inside of the circle because Orangutan, they themselves know they've got one opportunity and they've got a hit. It's going to be Spray God up against Orangutans too. AKOP up front, not a lot of space. Grenade has been dished out, damage was there. Spray God finds that connection, takes him down. It's WizGod, that is all remaining. Nades can be exchanged, but information is not passed on where exactly his position is. And WizGod himself also has to cover his backs because he knows that there might be a single moment of distraction where he gets third-partied.
Yeah, that back mountains, the mountains in the back of these compounds, they can be quite scary. WizGod, now he hears the footsteps. PrayGod around the corner, sees the opposing side, sees the player.
Wow!
But overcooked and burned to a crisp. That nade just blew up in his hands. A mistake being made, and Spray God, he's going to be so grateful for that.
You're looking at an error, but I believe it was a forced error by SprayGod. That movement, of course, making it so confusing for WizGod on where exactly he wants to land. The second guessing, if he does wield the weapon, should he wield the weapon, should he fire at him, or should he keep on cooking the nade itself?
He was right there. That was like a 10 meter, not even a 10 meter, that was like a 3-4 meter throw, man. Could have just lobbed it in his feet. The rock was not big enough as well. He would have found the connection.
Cooked perfectly, what if it took time?
Oh, it was cooked perfectly, I mean. It was perfect connection. One player went out, just not the right one.
Well, at the end of all of that, Revenant X-Spark though.
See, technically he did find that frag with the nade, right?
Himself, but...
Yeah, that's what I said. Not the right frag, but a frag nonetheless. The only problem is no points for that finish.
True that. Same can be said for Revenant X-Spark as well. SprayGod has been wiped off by Cincinnati Kids. 7 elimination points on them. Effort was there from SprayGod, but of course no positioning. And now we are left with 6 teams and 22 players remaining inside of the 6th stage. And look at where Team Tamilas are. It's almost like the boiler room, Johnny.
Oh, of course, I mean, and I love boiler rooms, man. They can be quite intense. Team Tamilas right now putting up a lot of pressure on Versatile, and Versatile on the run. But look at this, Versatile, very incredible. Players getting knocked out constantly, but still they have yet to lose a single body from their side. Constant recoveries being made. Today it seems like S-Power, no matter how aggressive he wants to get, his teammates are always there to back him up. And it's not just him, every single player from the side of Versatile just instantly shows up to try and relieve some pressure off of their fallen comrade and help him back on his feet. And if they carry on like this, Versatile is going to be unbeatable. But medal against TWOB. Now this is going to be a very interesting fight. Prince and Sarvit holding the flank, Prince holding the summit of this hill. And TWOB, they've gone for a similar setup, but instead of a 1-1, it is a 3-1 play that they're making. Oh no, the shift of the circle. This happened in the second Miramar yesterday, and the circle was for Chuma Serra. Yeah. Now, the circle is towards Truck Stop, but it seems like 8-bit, they've figured out how to get a read on those Miramar zones.
True that, but now TWOB have 2 options, either to fall back inside the zone or take this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Team Tamilas who are trying to ambush against Versatile, and his power has been knocked at the distance. Rico, of course, one thing I love about Team Tamilas is that they always pay respect to their opposition. They do not peek blindly. They always try and land up those nades, gain that advantage in that fight, turn that 50-50 into a 60-40 or a 70-40.
Oh no.
And now look at this, Mr. IGL looking for the next confirmation. Did he not hear the nade landing right in front of him?
I don't think so, but the distraction that came in from the backlines was enough, and Team Tamilas, they kind of do get baited because of that. Somraj, he went back, fell back, shows back up again as his teammates have started to fall, and this IGL is looking to be the savior for the side of Versatile. Steps into the open, reveals his position. Maxi in the backline will have an opportunity to strike. The nade connection found, and Somraj falls. Damage dished out by Team Tamilas, but the finish goes into the hands of TWOB. All 4 players intact. They know Team Tamilas have been left bleeding in the backlines of that ridge. But are they going to try and push for them, or have they forgotten that medal are still lurking nearby? Look at Legit. He was an absolute menace in that game of Miramar yesterday. Today looking to do the same. But it's not going to be an easy rotation for him, especially when you are forced to push towards the lower ridges. 5 teams, 17 players still alive. 8-bit finally the second man to hit the floor from their side. It's going to be Termi in the late stages. But I think, again, since you've made it into the top 5, it is all good. All you need is just a few extra eliminations.
Yeah. Look at Cincinnati Kids though. Juicy all by himself, and he knows probably that Medal Esports on top of that clip. It's a deadly position for him, but he has no other choice, especially with so much heat coming in from Team Tamilas from the right-hand flank. Maxi has been taken down. TWOB making it a relatively easier to fight against this threat. Anonymous is under fire. In fact, he has been knocked down. Medal Esports, the height advantage really coming to fruition as of now. 8-bit on the other side, the dip becoming the Death Valley. Utility can be flushed in. Mafia falls one of their firing lines. Ash does get the knock on top of Juicy, but I don't believe that they are going to be able to hold on that position for a long time, Johnny. 5 teams, 13 players. It's pandemonium inside the final circle.
Yeah, it's definitely a pandemonium, but the only ones who can take advantage of this are going to be the players of Metal Esports, just because they have the numbers and they have the high ground advantage against 2 teams. Cincinnati Kids, they can't really take this fight without drawing attention from the lads of 8-bit. Ash and Termi, they have to pull off a miracle here. Just stay hidden, let everyone else fight amongst themselves. But look at that medal. It seems like the idea is to take out TWOB first, as those nades came in towards Yashu. Luckily for him, though, just the ridge and the cover he has made for himself was able to protect him and was able to make sure that he stayed alive just for a few extra seconds. Fox. Move like a fox. Think like a fox as well? That's what I want to know, because he had a nade on him and can easily lob it towards the players of 8-bit, but he's still quite hesitant in doing so.
And that would have been perfect, to be honest. There is no space for 8-bit to actually move about, but look at that. Even Metal Esports has been brought down to 70% of their strength. Another player falls. Cincinnati Kids trying to make this climb. It's going to be extremely difficult for them, but Flock, this man, this young gun, has shown us what he's truly capable of yesterday. Finds himself a little bit of a cover, but I just hope he's not open from the back lines. No, he's not. Beautiful position to find himself. Spots out Sarvit, knows exactly where he's going to be. It's going to be a pixel, and I know Flock is technically advanced. He will connect that shot. Sarvit, his vision has been denied with the smoke itself, so he will not be able to counter. Really interesting fight, Johnny.
That is very smart, by the way, just parking that car on top of that piece of grass, because that denies the line of fire from under the vehicle completely to the opposing player. But hey, look at this medal. It seems like while they had the numbers, the fight is where they are struggling. And as I say, that Kana from the side of TWOB is going to be knocked out. Superman just half his HP chipped away. And that kind of swings the game in the favor of 8-bit. Termi pushes up, secures the finish, falls back, allows the players of Metal to do the heavy lifting for him. And here comes the push. Sarvit knocked out in the back line. And it is going to be a thunder strike on the players of TWOB. The world of battle eliminated from the game. But Thunder gets a nade lobbed in his face, knocked out by Mr. IGL. Team Tamila still in it to win it. They had a chicken dinner on the last Erangel yesterday, and they're looking for a chicken dinner in this game of Miramar. Too close for comfort against the players of 8-bit, and I believe with how they are playing, they are out of throwables as well, because they had an aid on them right now. They knew exactly what they had to do. Termi and Ash, ever so patient, and Flock and Aditya in the back lines, they aren't going to be as patient. They wait for an opportunity to strike, and as soon as it presents itself, they hammer it down on the players of Team Tamilas. One player knocked out, the other man in the back lines. Nade lobbed out towards him. He still survives. 8-bit still fighting for the dip control. Metal go for the push. Prince, he's looking for the trade. Will he find it? The answer is no. Termi, half his HP gone. Barely down to a sliver. And here comes the push. Cincinnati Kids, they are making this map of Miramar their playground. Numbers advantage in their hands. Just 2 isolated individuals remaining. Fox finds the frag onto Termi. And Cincinnati Kids, they close things out with an amazing cleanup, finishing off Team Tamilas and securing and stealing that chicken dinner away from them. This is something that I did not think was going to happen, to be honest.
I mean, this team is so clever.
Yeah.
This team is so cunning. This team is possibly the sneakiest team that I've seen inside of the final circles.
Oh, yeah.
They are deadly, but they are ever so annoying for everyone else, Johnny. The way they move, the way they choose their targets, and the way they wait for the opponent pieces to move and then make their way in. It's fantastic. For a brief period, I thought the Team Tamilas have the entire advantage because of their position, because of their firepower. Little did I expect that Cincinnati Kids will reposition themselves ever so slightly to get that line of fire and take them down completely. That was so brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, no, CK would have had the line of fire, but I don't know what Team Tamilas was thinking. Not really going for the push directly and rather just taking that ridge and then going into the dip to try and take a head-on fight. Had they just charged towards the players of 8-bit, that would have been an ideal approach, because the ridge was the thing that was denying CK the line of fire towards Team Tamilas. Who I'm actually pulling up a lot of questions for is going to be Medal. Medal had a 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2 situation for them. They had the numbers advantage, they had the high ground advantage, but as soon as Legend got knocked out, they kept pushing. I understand, okay, you kept pushing towards TWOB because that was the initial intention, but after you were done with TWOB, you need that soft reset to try and re-strategize from where you are. 3 players now left instead of 4, and the whole game plan revolved around Legit and his high ground advantage, who was taken out by Cincinnati Kids. And as we talk about Cincinnati Kids, man, Aditya and Flock, amazing human beings. I'm happy that they're finally back in their form, because with how they played in the last tournament, I was like, wait, what are you guys doing, man? Please. I had this conversation with Juicy and Aditya, both of them, like, what is going wrong? What are you doing? Are you not focused? And they actually weren't focused at that time. They're like, we are on vacation, we are chilling.
At least they are focused right now.
Yeah.
And how do I know they are focused? Because finding the right moment to third party every single time, it's not easy. You look at the way, you look at the timing on that push against Medal Esports. As soon as that fight against TWOB ended, CK was on the run against on the map of Erangel against Team Soul as well. As soon as the fight fell, as soon as the players dropped on their knees, CK found that right timing. So this team is doing a phenomenal job with their third parties. But as of now, you've got to talk about Team Tamilas just absolutely spreading ruckus throughout the lobby and destroying everything on its path, just but the final bit.
I like what I'm seeing from Team Tamilas today, and of course that Erangel yesterday as well was very impressive. I liked how Versatile played this match as well. Very swift resets coming in from the side of Versatile, just making sure that their opponents always stayed on their toes. And this is what I was talking about. Like, that execution against TW was beautiful, but the follow-up after that was absolutely horrendous, man.
To be honest, yeah, I can agree with you over there. Even 8-bit, as a matter of fact, right, could not really move, got absolutely pinned at the center. And this small little dip became the death valley for a second.
Yeah.
I was surprised there were no Molotovs and nades flying into that dip. I was expecting a lot more barrage, a lot more artilleries, but we've also seen that on the map of Miramar, there's apparently a little bit of a less usage of smokes and nades as well, so kind of give credit for that. 8-bit surviving for such a long time again asserts their consistency, but the rest of the teams, Johnny, it seems like a day of comebacks we've been talking about. Medal coming back, TWOB coming back, Cincinnati Kids coming back, as well as Team Tamilas. The momentum has been found.
Yeah, the momentum has been found, but if you're talking about comebacks, and this was the first conversation we had as soon as we came back after the break. OG, they did well on Erangel, they brought in the aggression. But what happened, what went wrong on Miramar?
Well, certain questions that we won't be able to answer. Possibly Aru is going to be behind those drawing boards right now, figuring out, strategizing how to play the map of Sanhok, which comes right after this very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay,
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, God, while I'm at the time. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
ए, किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में।
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है।
Guns, helmets, सब मिलेगा फैब in the BGMI lab.
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025, the grind, and of course, Group A. They're putting on a show for all of us, especially Team Tamilas, it seems like today, who have had an amazing time on this map of Miramar, securing the finishes and, of course, finishing in the top 3 in terms of positions. But it was Cincinnati kids who, as I said, made Miramar their playground. IC, welcome back to the panel. Today is going to get very intense, as we have been talking about it. I mean, initially it was Necro and Salty, and then me and Salty, and now I want to have this discussion with you. Amazing comebacks happening today, man.
I think it comes down to adaptations, right? We've always expected that, hey, this is going to be teams trying to learn, you know, are they going to adjust their usual rotations, etc.? Are we going to see some stat check, etc.? So for me, I think the biggest stat check would be actually LE going up against Revenant X-Pac a couple of times now. They have been trying to test out their overall fights. And I think the tops are leaking in terms of they're showing signs of cracks in their usual playstyles, to be honest.
The only team at the top that has kind of stayed consistent is 8-Bit.
Yeah.
And that is very impressive. But another thing that's impressive, ladies and gentlemen, is this thing right here that has launched and is out and available for you guys today, the Realme P3 Pro 5G. It's available on Flipkart starting at 21,999 rupees. So go on to Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G. A lot of amazing features. You talk about the processing power, you talk about the performance, the segment's best performance phone with glow-in-the-dark back as well. Like this one right here, it actually glows in the dark, which is amazing to look at when you have well, darkness in your life as well. But anyways, I see. Talking about the games, 8-Bit, we talked about them. Amazing consistency. Team Tamilas making a bounce back. They were in the top 5 before this game, and I think now they're going to take a big leap. But from the back, from the second page of the leaderboard, now again, a few teams have been reset, in particular OG. We saw this yesterday, one game phenomenal, and the rest of them were just mid-tier performances.
I think it comes down to how efficient they actually rotate towards the zone, right? Like yesterday's games, especially for OG, is the fact that they are always having run-ins with both Reckoning as well as 8-Bit, which resulted in them just unable to do their things. And in this time, the moment 8-Bit kind of pulled away from the pressure, Reckoning pulled away from the pressure, that's where they started to have more room to work with in terms of overall information. But when it comes down to Miramar, I think the team that is the most consistent thus far out of every single team has been Metal Esports, because of how they send legit being that one guy to fight a battle where he's always zoning people out from afar, forcing people to rotate into other people, in a sense where he's this mastermind manipulator with just long-range engagements. Like most of the time, Metal Esports are in the final position is because of those long-range initial setups that is being done by them, which resulted in every single team kind of compiling in the south side, maybe even the east side as well, which is something that not a lot of teams actually do, which is ironic considering the fact that this is something that Hero Extreme Godlike used to do. This is something that X-Pac would do once upon a time, but for them to consistently get away with it in Miramar for Metal Esports is just insane.
Yeah, it is quite insane. And again, Metal, I think this adaptation that we're seeing from their side, it's quite brilliant to see that it took them one day to bring this into play, because yesterday they were playing completely differently. And today, I think this quick of switcheroo in terms of strategies, and of course executing it to perfection as well, is why this is surprise and why it feels like, all right, you watch the other teams, you learn from their mistakes, and if you can emulate their strategies, just take those mistakes out, you can just pull perfection out of it, right? But again, it is not just about Metal. We talk about that early fight, Likita Esports versus Revenant X-Pac. Let's talk about that for a second, because Likita Esports yesterday, every single game apart from that lost Erangel, they were comfortably in the top 5 with decent number of eliminations. But I see today is not turning out too well for them. First 2 games and the performance is just not there.
I think it comes down to confidence, right? Like yesterday, Likita Esports felt like they were playing the other best teams ever, and they don't really care what's the fights that's happening in front of them, and they just going crashing. This time, people have kind of realized that this is what they're going to do. One knock, and they are going to rush this. But all things considered, let's talk about the MVP for their match. We have Flock up on screen with a total of 5 finishes coming in from CK, and this is a team that is very unique right now, considering the fact that no one expected them to do really okay. But yesterday, in the games, there were a lot of times like, oh wait, Circle's on CK. Huh, how did they get there? Oh, Circle favored them, etc. But after seeing that Miramar game just now, CK is very, very stealthy. And the way they play is so quiet that they don't intentionally force a fight, which results in them making no noise to a point that people just forget they were ever there.
That is true. That is so true. And CK, I mean, this is one of the most unique teams and unique lineups you're ever going to come across. But we come back to that conversation in a bit. Let's discuss points first from this game, because CK walked away with 17. Team Tamilas also walked away with 17 points. Medal getting 10. 8-Bit with 9. Versatile with 9. Revenant X-Park with 8. You have Reckoning with 7 and TWOB with 6. So apart from the top 3 teams, the numbers do stay close between the 4th and the 8th position. But then there's a massive drop when you look at OG, just 3 points, 4AM 3 points, look at the esports with 2. And from the 12th till the 16th position, there's absolutely nothing. Not even a single finish was secured by these teams.
It's just a little bit unfortunate, right? And I think right from the get-go, we had an earlier stat check between both Meadow Esports as well as Phoenix. And Phoenix, knowing them, their entire history, even in yesterday's games as well, has always been, let's just go aggressive. We are going to wipe everyone. They are not afraid to just drop cash anyone and just make sure they come out on top with a couple of finish points before playing placements. But with that considered, look at this. They have one of the highest amounts of finish points. Except for the top 3, of course, but still, positioning points has been a struggle for Phoenix Esports, which is on the 11th place.
Yeah, but let's see how things are going to go for them. In the meanwhile, Versatile still sitting on the 1st position. Team Tamilas, they climb up all the way to the 2nd. Godlike, somehow they maintain the top 3 standing still. And Cincinnati Kids, now that is a bounce back and a half. Inside the top 4 they go. 8-Bit maintaining their standing inside of the top 5. Likita Esports dropped from the 1st to the 6th. That is definitely going to be brutal on them end too.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a struggle for them, considering the fact that they need to regrind this. But fortunately for them, it is only the 2nd day for some of these teams, so adaptations will be made as well. And considering after the end of the day, there is going to be a little break before they come back for day 3 and day 4, especially here for Group A itself. So, see how this is going. The stats feels like, okay, VXT, Godlike, Hero Extreme Godlike has been the most consistent thus far. Like, I think when it comes to consistency, they always try to put themselves in a position where they get top 8 positions and then get like 3, maybe 4 finishes and they're good to go. Everything else is just, you know, like this. That's it. Circle, on my favor, go for it. Because if you think about it, Hero Extreme, Godlike, they have always struggled because of the fact of how they're always outside the zone, tanking their way through, trying to find people, rotating away, panicking, and then penetrating too. But the problem is, because of how the new zone shift, number one, it hurts outside. Yes, they can wait for it. But how long can you wait? How much mets can you tank through that and then push in through the other team's defense, which in this case, people inside will be like, you know what, I don't care about my position. I just want to gatekeep everyone outside the zone, get like 3, 4 finishes, I'm good. But at the same time, they don't forget that their positioning inside the zone is, they are on the edge as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing. Your game plan might be simple, but you have to be aware of the positioning as well. Otherwise, if you forget that, all right, we have 13 seconds, we have 14 seconds, either we get this finish and move, or we just knock him down, the blue zone will take care of that player, we move. Or if you can't force a fight, you have to move. You can't just stay there forever and expect for nothing to happen to you as well. You are going to take that damage. You are going to feel the pressure. The circle moves forward and then all of a sudden you forget how long you have been engaged into that fight. And someone clip it and ship it, please. That was hilarious.
But it is true, you know, sometimes Circle is just not going to favor you, right? You have to pray in that regards as well. And even the final moment just now in Erangel.
Not during the game, don't keep your device on like this.
But yeah, so seeing how this goes, again, it's impossible. I've never seen anybody do like back-to-back 6 chicken dinners in a row. The most I've seen is 4 in my history of my career, but even that is so difficult to do so. And so far we've seen like 2 chicken dinners in a day before. But nevertheless, it's all about being consistent and farming finishers, prioritizing on those hit and run strategies, instigating fights. All this plot twist is very, very important, and being crucial on timing is very, very important now compared to before, where longer duration, think, plan, and move accordingly. Now it's like, if I get this knock, we're gonna leave. Guys, make sure on call, the moment somebody in your teammate gets a knock, let's leave. Kind of strategy, which needs to be pre-planned before the fight even happens. This is something that you need to train outside of the competition and execute it properly. And every single strategy that you have worked with, you must be good where plan A, plan B, plan C, guys, this is what we're gonna do. Okay, when we go in a fight, instead of just discussing what to do, let's do plan A now. Guys, we can't do plan A, let's do plan C. That kind of 2-second decisions, short call by the in-game leader or whoever is the chess master in the team is very, very crucial in executing all these plays.
But you need to limit your options as well, otherwise you get stuck in the paradox of choices, right? You can't fall into that paradox, because if you keep overcomplicating a situation as an IGL, like, alright, 3 teams up front, 1 team on the flank, 4 players for this team, 4 players for this team. Where do we go? Do we charge forward? Do we take a fight right? Do we take a fight left? You can't complicate it. Just make a call and make sure everyone sticks to it.
That's exactly why it's so difficult to be a pro player. All these overcomplication things needs to be so efficient, where all this thought process, which takes maybe 2 to maybe 5 minutes to think, needs to be summarized by like in 10 seconds, everybody knows what to do.
But that is why training other aspects and making sure that they're instilled in your teammates by default, so you do not have to explain what they have to do, is so important. If you're micromanaging your entire team, things are never going to work out. Micromanagement is never going to work out for any IGL, for any team. But let's have a look at the team spotlight. We have 8-bit on our screens, 31 eliminations in total on the board, 11 assists in total, damage dished out 6,712, 5 headshot, and an average survival time of 17 minutes 41 seconds. I think 8-bit is doing very well for themselves, man. I'm happy to see 8-bit in the top 5. I'm happy to see them be consistent as well. They never overexert themselves. They are not getting too greedy looking for those chicken dinners. They're not getting too greedy looking for those fights, those full squad wipes every single time. They take whatever they can get and then they move.
Okay.
Keep it simple and things are working.
I think one thing I really like about 8-bit compared to the rest of the teams is that they are decision making, where when they make a mistake, and if you have a choice between eating a poison apple and also eating a poison soup, they are very smart on choosing the lesser evil. In the sense where no matter what we're going to lose in this situation, choose which one you will lose less. And in this case, even the final moments as well, they were right in the middle with 4 people. They just needed to do something and they just went for it.
What's the lesser evil over there? The soup or the apple? I see.
Well, you guys gotta figure out. I've never tasted it, so I wouldn't know which is lesser evil. That's why they're so good at it. They're able to know which is better and which is
has less poison in it.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah, they just look at it and tell which team is easier to wipe out. But let's see if they can do that again in this game of Sanhok, which is going to be on our screens now. Game number 3, day number 2, Group A. Here we go, the map of Sanhok on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. And this time, I see we have a very interesting flight path, because one of the most ignored locations on Sanhok is that southwestern quadrant from Docks, Kampong, and Cave. Very few teams go there in this particular group. Versatile actually likes to play from that cave area. But from that southeastern quadrant, we head towards the central northern part of the map, the trajectory of the flight ending just north of Tatmok and west of Khao. So that complete eastern side is going to be ignored, especially Camp Alpha. Getting there, it is going to take a few extra seconds, and we always expect an early drop clash. Is K9 finally going to decide to fight? No, they are not. They're going for that 4-man split drop again.
Okay, interesting enough. But considering how, if we were to base off yesterday's games as well, teams that really struggle a little bit is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike and Orangutan, just because of how they have very similar play styles in scavenging. But before we talk about their rotations here, seems like we do have a drop clash between both TT versus Revenant X-Park.
Man, this is quite rare that someone actually tries to pressure Revenant X-Park like this, but Team Tamilas are not going to slow down. Sarang, Shadow knocked out, Joker, the last man left alive, wrapped up in a matter of seconds. What is going on over here? A third party to follow up as well, I see, as out of nowhere. It's going to be 4 AM, I believe, who show up. And this time you do not want to mess with Team Tamila's 4 a.m. Just run away from the situation. K47, he has the AR to work with, but Pro, I believe, is all right. He has the Thompson.
Oh boy.
Another Thompson.
Seems like because of all this attention, they are going to be in a little bit of a pickle, but considering how quickly the fight actually ended, TT might be able to hold out to this as well. We do see a very aggressive flank coming from K47, but he only has very limited options because if he misses shot, he's pretty much down for the count. In this case, they cannot afford to make those mistakes here. Pro does see out a little bit of a distance, but I don't think IGL actually sees this, but he's pretty much rolling. There's no way he doesn't see this, so nice timing. Goes in for the pick. That's going to be the first knock coming in from the side of Team Tamilas once more. The crash is about to happen once more.
Yeah, but somehow 4 a.m. they do find the trade. The move from the side of 4 a.m. was brilliant, but that man needed to shoot before Mr. IGL went up that staircase, because once you're on that elevation, you will be able to see the opposing player. But now, Team Tamilas, how did they recover? Rico OP, he's bleeding out slowly and steadily. 4 a.m. not slowing down. They've taken a perfect formation and they're pushing that slope. The timing looks good. And Fox, he's going to get shot in the back. K47, he hid his presence until the time was right. And Team Tamilas, even though they have 4 eliminations on the board, are going to be left bleeding nonetheless. Mr. IGL, sliver of HP. No first aids, by the way, because this fight broke out within a few seconds of the game starting. Another fight also breaking out was K9 Esports against the side of 8-bit, and 8-bit have lost 2 players in that one as well.
Yeah, in this case, 4 a.m., they need to go in for the resets, but there's nothing much they can really do. They don't really have
another team
to work through. But despite all this commotion, TWOB, they've heard the gunshots, and they are taking this opportunity to rotate away. So smart call coming in from TWOB. Meanwhile, Team Tamilas, they've already spread out their resources. They are all so low this time. So it is going to be a game of stacks. In this case, 4 a.m., one well-placed nade is going to completely shut them. K47, lobbing off the nades, but I don't think he has the range to actually drop it on them as well. And this stalemate is going to hurt them eventually because teams are starting to rotate away into Alpha Island. As soon as see this, guess what? 4 a.m., they see fishes in the sea.
Yeah, and they are quite hungry, and it is time for some seafood for them. Reckoning, Esport, the knocks are there. There's nowhere left to go. Even if you try to swim right now, you're not going to get too far, by the way. So, these wolves, they're going to be hunted down, and the wolf pack is going to be wiped out. They've stepped into the territory of 4 a.m. Another knock secured. Kyoya knocked out. Although I see, don't you feel that at this point, the more 4 a.m. commit towards the side of Reckoning Esports, the more ammo they are wasting, and they won't have anything left to take on Team Tamilas next?
Well, it's just a little bit unfortunate, to be honest, but here comes a knock coming in from 4 a.m. K47 gonna be in a little bit of trouble. They need to go in for the resets, but I don't think Team Tamilas actually knows that this is happening as well. But as soon as I say this, look at this crash coming in. Seems like we will see Erangel just driving by, and they are gonna get out, but seems like in one fell swoop, they are going to get completely wiped on 50 planes by Orangutan. This clash coming in has resulted in them losing 2 members in this drive-by as well.
It wasn't OG, by the way. OG got 1 player run over, and it was Godlike who just showed up on the other shoreline who got that finish on Reckoning Esports. This game is just absolutely mad insane, bro. Look at that. Now, Likita show up to try and take on the players of Metal Esports. This was a team that was bothering no one. Metal Esports did absolutely nothing to no one. They were just minding their own business. And look at the Esports now looking for trouble show up. 1 player legit finished off. Prince knocked out. Sarvit, he's looking for revenge. HP not really there. Has his teammate Thunder to work with. And Thunder he's been in incredible form recently. Yesterday as well, a phenomenal performance today. Putting up numbers on the board in their previous game of Miramar as well. But this fight, we all know how this is going to turn out. Likita Esports take care of Thunder. They finish off Sarvit as well with that nade coming in from Neo. And that is going to be a quick squad wipe. But I want to talk about that comedy of errors that was there a few seconds ago, right? Reckoning Esports, Revenant Esports, 4 a.m., Team Tamilas, and now the collapse happens. 4 a.m. wiped out. Yeah, that was inevitable. So much commitment towards the players of Reckoning in terms of ammunition. And then you get knocked out as well because K47 took that retaliation fire right to his face. Eggy was forced to step out. In these shacks, they held on for so long and Team Tamilas had so much passive pressure on them that you can't loot. You would have no ammo, and that full frontal commitment eventually works out in the favor of Team Tamilas because of something you said earlier. It became a game of stacks.
Agreed.
It became a game of positioning inside of those shacks.
Agreed. But at the same time, you know, I know you want to talk about how Reckoning Esports went towards that path, right? Like, that is one of the most unique cross path in this game where you can drive a car through the ocean and cross by. And Reckoning Esports made that mistake by driving on the wrong pathway, which resulted in those cars stuck in the water. While they made this mistakes, guess what? Orangutan drives by, you know what? I don't make those mistakes. But instead, attracted the attention of Godlike as well as 4AM. So, a little bit unfortunate for those two teams, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're looking very happy about this. They only lose Amino in these situations, but they've done the damage. They've completely backed out. But the question here is, will they be able to find solace in the next phase of zone? Because right now, at the edge, they're about to run into his K9, who in this case, B is only having him alone in this next phase of zone, whereas the rest of his teammates are still far behind outside, and he needs to make a run for it right now.
I'm sure the one man in the community is just going to meme the living life out of Reckoning Esports' wipe over there, OG chiming in. And, of course, now this. Cincinnati kids on a vacation.
Yeah, this is smart. So far, like, every single circle, especially with Sanhok, that swings a little bit too far off, you would see at least one or two teams that take the ocean pathway.
This is the
which
most
somehow
boring
survives
thing
the
to
top
do,
eight.
though.
I know it's the most boring, but it pretty much guarantees you placement, right? And this is something that CK has prioritized for the longest of time. Meanwhile, we do see Jonathan finding the remnants of the player just now. In this case, right from the get-go, he is going to lose one player. K9 going to be left out in the open. Two players still outside the zone. And in this case, here he comes. Orangutan are going to go head-to-head against DWOB. And they lose members once more.
Another unfortunate run-in for OG. This time, Wizgod is going to be the casualty. DWOB rotated early towards the Camp Alpha Island. And look at that, no HP on the players of OG. Out into the open. An unfortunate series of events is what their journey in this game of Sanhok can be described as. But TWOB, do they step into the line of fire against 4M? Now that's the question, because position from both these two teams is compromised.
Yeah.
And 4M have the shoreline as well. So once Cincinnati kids show up in their backlines, that is when things will get dire for them. As of now, they're still quite comfortable over here.
I think they're quite okay. Like, for Miracle as well as Cincinnati, especially if they rotate from the west side shorelines, the chances of you meeting multiple teams is very, very low. You most likely see one or two teams max. But Orangutan has had one of the most awkward situations just because of the fact that they have to delay their initial push from the main island, crossing it, because two of them got knocked. When they got a reset and they tried to push into another place, guess what? Every single team has already out-rotated them, which resulted in them getting wiped. Versatile, however, is taking a slow approach. They've heard all these gunshots. They know where Hero Extreme Godlike was. They've heard the gunshots coming from K9. They have to play edge zone. But the question here is, are they going to be able to clean out the people outside? In this case, Ninja Boy, they know for a fact they have lost members inside the zone, and now they're going to be outside. The only other option they can do, or in this case, what Ninja Boy can do, is to trail behind someone. And without much first aid kits, he doesn't have much time to work with.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite awkward for him. But K9 Esports, 3 eliminations secured, all thanks to that early conflict against 8-bit. At this point, they have the luxury that they can keep their heads down, just play for survival. Although Likita Esports expecting someone to come across that bridge, but there's no one there. No one's headed away. Everyone's already crossed over. The only team outside of that Camp Alpha is Phoenix and 8-bit. 8-bit are going to take their sweet time crossing because they don't have bodies. And Phoenix, I think, after that fall yesterday, they played well in the first Erangel. After that, every single game was just going completely haywire for them. They're just going to take their sweet time in this one. Another finish on the board for Godlike. 5 finishes in total secured in this match till now.
Oh, nicely done for them. Meanwhile, their vehicles are pretty much catching on fire as well. So that's something they need to be a little bit aware of. Considering the circle is shifting far west into his Camp Alpha, taking the mountain terrain is going to be the best option. But it is going to be very difficult to push up the mountain if there's still people up there. Seeing how versatile is going to be pushing their way through. They do find S Tower. Neo is going to be able to shoot him down from that horse. That means VXT is going to have to hard commit this if they want to try and save it. But I don't think it's just worth the odds right now.
The rider down, the rest of the team. It's going to be very difficult to recover. Nice shot connection coming in, forcing Neo to go prone, losing sight of what is happening to the side of Versatile. And Somra just suppressing Likita Esport behind that hill. Look at this though. 4M Reaper. Now the gatekeeping begins against Cincinnati Kids.
Well, Reaper is in a very awkward position as well. He's going to be able to scout out those fishes, but the question here is who's going to bail him out if his teammates doesn't do so, because they're pretty much spread out as well. And I like how this approach is working out for Miracle, regardless of how it may seem dire. They will have a decent amount of position, especially when the shift still has some water covered on the sides. And as you can see, Cincinnati, they're going to be playing the shorelines as well. Phoenix still late towards the zone from the northeast corner, but the full scouter members come from TT. But what a shot from Superman. Well, in this case, TWOB was able to shut them down. In this case, what a defense coming in from TWOB.
Yeah, TWOB just absolutely incredible throughout the day. Team Tamilas, I think they just want to make a swift rotation, push for that Camp Alpha position, but it gets completely denied. TWOB, let's not forget, when we were seeing that Revenant X-Park fight with Team Tamilas and 4AM, TWOB, they just passed them by, instantly taking control of Hathin and then playing the edges of the circle. Now gatekeeping the late breaches of this zone. First picking off players from the side of Team Tamilas and now spotting out the lads from the side of Phoenix Esport on the low ground. They see the rotations happen. No opportunity to strike yet, though. As Fury takes the high ground across the hill. Maybe now the line of fire is going to be available, and it is. Behind that rock, they could find a few knocks. There's the opener. Altu knocked out. Should be an easy finish for Khanna. He sees the few pixels, but can actually potentially just wait for the man to bleed out.
Yeah, in this case, Phoenix Esports has to deal with this with only 3 men left. And look at this. They have a lot of space to work with. They are one of the first few teams to reach this Camp Alpha, except for Venom, who's pretty much stuck outside. 8-bit also late to the zone. Guess what? They will have to deliver a couple of freebies as well. Venom, now, awkward situation, doesn't have first aid kits, as he's pretty much 1 bullet away from a certain death. Gonna be forced to loot from his teammates, but will TWOB let him off the hook? Because as the zone comes in, it seems like TWOB, they are gonna rotate away, so there might be a little bit of space for Team Phoenix to try and reset this.
Yeah, I mean, opportunity for a reset is there, but man, first of all, the circle, this game has been absolutely phenomenal. What a quick game of Sanhok we are having. In the first 9 minutes, we were already down to 11 teams remaining. From then till now, yes, in the last 6 minutes, we have just lost 1 team, but that is because the land that was left, the amount of area that was left for these teams to play with, for those 11 teams to play with, was actually quite big. Team Tamilas eliminated from the match finally. Although Cincinnati Kids on the other end, they start off another fight, this time targeting the players of 4M.
In this case, Jonathan, he is going to try and chip away at the teams. He's making a lot of noise as well, considering they are smack middle of the zone. But look at the positions coming from Hero Extreme. Oh, God, like, they're right in the middle of everyone, but they have no choice but to lay low because of how little cover they have. But if they are able to hold out for 1 more circle in this position, they are going to be in the position where they will surprise everyone out of nowhere. So they cannot afford to be knocked. And seeing how their meta is Punk, Simp, no first aid kits, that's why they're just laying low completely. Despite early on we saw this rotation with those vehicles, I guess they had no choice but to take a pit stop here. And they're pretty much stuck in a very difficult spot. Meanwhile, on the west side, finally, for Miracle, will try and punish the team. They were hugging the edges for the longest time. TWOB will lose Anonymous, as Reaper finds one. The rest of TWOB is going to be shoved away. And guess what? They found another one as well. It's going to be Soul will be joining into third party. Superman getting chipped away, and TWOB might be able to lose a life. They're running through Camp Alpha, and he finally goes down. That's going to be TWOB eliminated.
Now that is a surprising elimination in this particular match, because TWOB playing edge to edge were doing quite well for themselves, and then for some reason decided to move along with that northern shoreline, running into the line of fire for 4M. And I mean, it is going to be interesting to see what happens to these edge teams, because there's Seoul, there's Phoenix, there's 4M. Cincinnati Kids, by the way, how do they find a way to climb that cliff? How did they actually pull it off?
Well, there is a cliff
no
for
idea.
them. Like, there is like a small little entrance to climb up, but I think the bigger question would be, how are they still alive, considering the fact that
Yeah.
as of yet, the circle kind of helps them a little bit. They don't really need to move too much, to be honest.
As you said, there was a slope for them to climb, but 4M was gatekeeping them for so long. And on top of it all, they find the frag.
Well, Poco now going to be the casualty for them, and seems like Cincinnati Kids is going to be the keepers from the west side. But the question here is, where will the next phase of the zone shift? Because as of now, it's starting to move. It is going to be a long one, so they have to take time with this. And Reaper, last man standing inside the shack. Will they find him? It seems like the names are being cooked. They know, they have a rough idea, but it seems to me they're just clearing angles right now.
Yeah.
And Reaper is stuck. Nates comes in, doesn't clip him by, but they are going to take in for a safety check as well. They even pre-smoke in case Soul decides to take a couple of jabs in, but they really want to take this shack.
Yeah, man, Cincinnati Kids are just impressive, taking care of everything, doing everything perfectly. No risks taken. They want to be prepared rather than just get an unpleasant surprise. Tap shots, some damage dished out. Ducks right at the last second, but his helmet is gone. I see Armor as well taking a lot of damage, and he draws the wrong kind of attention from the side of Godlike as Simp finds the knock on to Juicy, but opportunity to reset. It should be there for Cincinnati Kids. But in all of this chaos, Reaper, he survives.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate as well, considering that they've lost one member from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, and because of that, they hesitated to continue with that push, knowing that they need to take space from the west side. So, fortunately for them, they're still 3-man, but VXT, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're in a very, very tough spot. Punk was knocked, doesn't have healings. They need to kind of regroup their way, but Phoenix needs to push up into this. And Phoenix has the numbers and the utilities to fight this as well. They're climbing a very difficult slope, and Jonathan got them pinned. That's going to be the opening knock, but he's also getting shot from behind. Somraj will take him out.
Well, the knock secured, but the players are versatile, but it will be Hero Extreme Godlike who can find the frag for themselves. The nade goes out. Do they find the connection? Simp with the follow-up. But no knock secured any further. The pressure from Versatile is too immense. Godlike, they can't do anything about it. Phoenix, these lads turning themselves into mountain climbers. I believe you have a little bit of experience with bouldering, so you enjoy this site.
Oh, I definitely do, and SL power gonna be needed as well. He almost gets taken out, but out in the open, he gets shot from afar. That's gonna be Soul joining the third party, but it's gonna be Soul that finishes him as well. Phoenix Esports stuck in a very, very difficult spot. They climb up, they are gonna be pinched between both Godlike, Versatile, as well as Soul. They don't really have much options. Somra tries to rotate and win. A Sim is going to be able to punish him. And he is going to be the boy wonder coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Can he make things work? Sees the pixel, goes for his shot as well, but he almost dropped down low. He's going to try to make it a 10, but he will fall. It is going to be Soul right at the broken walls that chips him away.
Yeah, man, Soul have been standing here for a long time. They've been left unbothered. The walls and the buildings protecting them all this while. 5 eliminations secured. Godlike eliminated from the game, but look at the esports. All right, keeping their heads down, not being involved in the fights. They stay alive, but Phoenix...
What?
Yeah, can't really go anywhere. They were pinned behind this cliff by Godlike, by Versatile, and Soul. They show up to capitalize. Just a quick 1-2 knockout coming in. Points on the board. Reset the focus towards Cincinnati Kids as soon as Phoenix, they get eliminated from the game. It's down to the top 3, 4 versus 4 versus 3 situation. Soul with 4 players. Look at the esports with 4 players. And Cincinnati Kids left with 3. No, the circle isn't theirs as well.
Oh boy, seems to me that it's got to be the cleanest drive-by coming in from Soul. considering the fact that they was able to hit and run, clean out Phoenix, get out to safety, and then reposition this fight. Guess what? They swapped their cars, they sacrificed one car for the drive-by, now they're going for a second attempt. And look at this, Manya gonna be moving right to the edge as well, but on screen, we do see Likita going for those long-range taps. We do find the Cincinnati kids out in the open, and they are gonna get ripped apart. The spread from the south side between both southeast and southwest for Likita seems to have taken a lot of space, and we're down to the final two.
Yeah, the top two teams remaining, and Soul coming in for the cleanup. Manya knocked out. Goblin finds the frag. This is going to be a prize fight. The nade goes out. Knuckle dropped down to around 50 HP, but Hector, he's out of those throwables now. It's a 4 versus 4 situation. 2 players from the side of Likita Esports were dropped very low in terms of HP, but same can be said for the lads from Soul. With Manya knocked out into the open, recovery is going to be close to impossible, but Knuckle, look at him, uses the US 4 cover, the drive-by from Hector. It draws the attention away from his teammates, but still the shotgun finds the knocks. Goblin and Hector knocked out, and now all of a sudden the advantage swings in the favor of Soul, as even in the back lines, Neo, he did not have any HP to work with. The first aid comes through. Zyrex as well, down to 50% HP. These two individuals, they need to find their trades, but this is not even going to happen. The recovery is there. Manya brought back Zyrex, the last man in a 1v4, can't do anything about it. And finally, the fans were waiting for it. Everyone was waiting for it. Soul, they secure their first chicken dinner of the realme BGIS 2025, the grind.
What a play coming from Soul. What a defense as well. They were able to pick everyone apart from that compound itself. And I must say, sometimes you got to pray for the circle. Sometimes you got to take advantage. In this case, the circle helped them a little bit, but they were able to utilize their angles really, really well in those compounds, finding all those very, very awkward teams who were pretty much stuck in a rough place. In this case, Phoenix, Hero Extreme Godlike completely shut down, but you have to give credit towards Cincinnati kids as well. For some reason, they were able to rotate from the western shoreline, climb out, take their fight against Four Miracle, and then surviving towards the final 3.
See, I agree with everything that he said. First of all, yeah, those prayers worked out, and not just from the players of Soul, but from all of the fans that are watching this broadcast right now. Why? Camp Alpha Circle, man. That is Soul's drop. They take control of that Temple Hill, and this time, there was no one there to challenge them, because K9 Esports have decided that they do not want to risk themselves losing their lives, losing bodies in that early fight. So now they're dropped towards Ruins in a 4-man split, Ruins and Painan. And Soul have been left all to their devices on that Camp Alpha position. And from the start till the end, the zone was there. If you lose a game like this, then you have to start questioning what you are doing and how you are thinking about the game. On the other side, a lot of bodies picked apart in the early stages, so that means reduced competition, but still, that endgame fight was not easy. Manya getting knocked out, them being able to bring him back was very surprising, but a good surprise.
Agreed. But, of course, in case you guys missed out on action as well, for Miracle Esports, they were one of the instigators that just played it really, really slow onto the western shorelines, on the edges. But you have to give credit to teams like Hero Extreme Godlike, because despite all the amount of numbers that they had, they struggled to rotate in, but somehow still found their way in the center of it all and caused a lot of chaos for teams like Team Phoenix, teams like for Miracle, as well as Cincinnati kids. Despite all those long-range shots, they tried their best, but the only reason why they got taken out was because of the fact that they just didn't have enough meds.
Well, I mean, yeah, healing utility being overused in the early fights. But again, I think one of the most hilarious moments was that OG Reckoning 4 AM Team Tamila's fiasco. So confusing for everyone involved, but hey, ending fight between Likita Esports and Soul was very impressive. And again, from both these two teams, Likita Esports, I believe, could have done so much better, because that fight, that slam that came in, Knuckle off angle created Ronnie drawing all the pressure towards him, all the attention towards him is what allowed Knuckle to close in. And Likita Esports, I think, should have been prepared for it. As soon as you eject, you just spray and pray towards just one lad, focus fire one guy first and then take down the next. I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication as to which target they wanted to choose, because they wanted to go for Ronnie, then they saw Knuckle, and the absolute pandemonium that followed just resulted in them being on the receiving end of the shtick.
I think the mistakes was that the moment they went in for the push, the smokes actually limited their vision, which allowed Soul to hack. You know what? Let's take the DPS, let's shoot from this angle and the right side into the smoke and eventually hope to clip someone. And that was the reason why they actually messed up instead of just going for the hard commitment, which again, sometimes in life we make mistakes.
Exactly, mistakes can be made, but there's opportunity to recover in the upcoming matches, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Let's go.
भाई ये देख नया फोन, इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप, उसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स।
बकवास है। अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है, ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे।
नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट! तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ, मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा, नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी, हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा। FPP, TPP, FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर, विनर विनर चिकन डिनर।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BGIS 2025. The grind still on for Group A. This is Super John. He's joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, I believe you are a man of culture, so you are the only man on this panel who can appreciate that early game chaos as much as I do.
Of course, man. Revenant Spark getting taken down by Team Tumulus. In my opinion, that's got to be the headline, right? Especially knowing the fact that Team Tumula has been struggling so much. And then Revenant Spark getting dismantled in such a way. Honestly, they did not even stand a chance in that fight.
That and that orangutan moment as well. Reckoning Esports standing in the middle of nowhere, and then you see these two cars just zoop past them, and it was just absolutely insane. I think Godlike showed up trying to hunt down the players of Orangutan, and then all of a sudden, while they were following, their sprays were following the vehicles, they just saw Reckoning Esports and just like blindly sprayed them down.
Then later on, we also did see Metal Esports get taken down and caught a weird fashion right towards ruin. So a lot of big names were instantly taken away. And one thing is for sure, man, the Hindi desk is going to be pretty sad about the fact that they picked Metal Esports.
Oh yeah, but we need to be careful, right?
Oh yeah.
Our pick was Orangutan, and it is a neck-and-neck competition.
Pretty close.
OG went out, Metal went out at the same time almost, even though the leaderboard they're very close. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that is going to be way too close, because it is out today, it's going to be the realme P3 Pro 5G. It has finally been launched on Flipkart. Go on to Flipkart, search for the realme P3 Pro 5G, starting from 21,999, the best performance phone of its segment, with the glow-in-the-dark back as well. Born to slay, made for gamers like you and me and this guy right next to me.
Exactly. So I would recommend you guys to move on towards Flipkart and search for the realme P3 Pro 5G. You might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards for yourself.
Yeah.
But now let's have a look at the MVP of that previous game, right? Got to be someone from the side of Seoul, maybe, considering they were doing so great. Or maybe someone else completely, because there was an absolute chaos in the final few moments. And yes, it's going to be Knuckle from Team Seoul with 7 finishes and 21-24 survival time.
Yeah, I mean, it is an incredible moment for Seoul. But you have to agree with me, right? If they do not win in a circle like this, then I believe all of the criticism that has been going around needs to turn into like legit questions of concern. Like, all right, guys, everything aside, we do not care about our sadness about the performance, but are you guys okay if they fail to win a circle like this?
Now, this is understandable, right? That they always went towards the Camp Alpha Island. And it's been a fact since even quite a lot of those tournaments that's been going on. It's been a fact since ages now. And once again, they pretty much just pull off the same thing. The circle was towards Camp Alpha. They once again come out on top, dominate the entire circle, place themselves in quite a great spot. Honestly, for a moment, I thought even 4 Miracles stood a big chance.
Yeah, but moving forward, I think we have to be careful with how these teams perform, because right now, let's have a look at the point standings for this game, right? Seoul on number 1 with 22 points secured. With how they were playing in the early game, to be honest, I did not think they were going to walk away with 22 points. But Likita Esports, Necro, now a small comeback from Likita Esports starting in this game of Sanhok, right? Incredible. Godlike being very consistent, 11 points on the board again. Phoenix Esports, I'm sure you are happy looking at them on the board with 9 points, and Cincinnati Kids as well. Man, I'm so happy about Cincinnati Kids. Again, amazing human beings. Juicy, he's like a lovely human being. And this is the team that does not recruit their players on performance. They recruit on vibes. This team is just pure vibes when you hang out with them.
Yeah, but maybe that's one of the main problems why we haven't really seen proper results from this squad, right? Sometimes just going off of vibes cannot really work out in land finales, and Cincinnati Kids is a prime example of that.
They show up to have fun.
Exactly, man. The overall standings on the screen, VXT still at the top. No one really taking over that spot. Hero Extreme Godlike is super close with 71 points. You've also got Team Tumulus right underneath. And we got to speak about Team Tumulus, man. Throughout the entire day, they've been super consistent.
Yeah, extremely consistent, as you said. And it is going to be interesting to see, can they actually take the first position away from Versatile by the end of the day? And this is a conversation that I was having with Icy, but I think you are the perfect person to talk to this about. Man, looking at Team Tamilas on the 3rd, Wadi must be happy. You and him used to be a good friends, right?
Oh, of course, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He's definitely going to be super happy looking at his team doing great. Because we all know, man, especially when Team Tamilas does not do that great, Wadi's someone who always gets super worried. And he's always in a lot of stress. But now in the grind, his team's doing great. So that's going to be a bit of that sigh of relief. But as we know, grind's not going to be that stage where you really need to aim for. Being in the top 8 is something, yes, it's understandable. It's going to give you that head start. But at the end of the day, a lot of teams are just using grind phases as like a practice range. So that's something that even Wadi and the boys need to understand.
Yeah, and I think they have put it to use as well. Because yesterday, with how Team Tamilas were playing, it is completely different from what they are doing today. Yesterday, they were more controlled, held themselves back in every single fight. And I think we're trying to push each individual to their limits. Every guy would try to see how many knocks they would be able to open up a 4v4 with. Today, it is one guy finding the opening and the other 3 players are already ready to commit. I mean, that is how they broke out the fight against the players of Revenant X-Pac, and then they just outweighted the players of 4AM, because 4AM just got distracted by the players of Reckoning and OG in that river, and Team Tamilas just stayed back and waited and waited and waited. And as soon as 4M realized, like, all right, maybe they have gone on the other side, maybe these 3 lads just ran away, they were like, we are going to try and loot that shack. No, there was a surprise package waiting for them.
Exactly, right? Team Tamilas, as you mentioned, the patience paid off perfectly. But even the surrounding awareness from Team Tamilas is remarkable, right? Knowing that, yes, they're going to be charged on by 4 a.m. right after that fight was concluded. Even that's something that you really do not understand that easily. But still, Team Tamilas, they came through with a lot of research, understood that 4 a.m. drops right next to him, and they instantly understood that there's probably going to be a third party, and they were ready for that. But now let's speak about the entire day today, right? Let's speak about how many comebacks we've seen so far. Off the rip, we did see one of the teams, which was Team Tamilas, do great. Then later on, we also did see Cincinnati Kids do pretty great for themselves. OG as well, with that game, they were pretty much able to place themselves in a decent spot too in the overall standings. And now Seoul, in the previous game, has pulled off a comeback. But one name is missing from these, and that's going to be Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports, it seems like the loss of Hunters is going to come back to haunt them. We expected Viper to do something about it as an individual. I mean, because Viper was one of the best performing players in the Pro Series last year, but not really the case this time around. But hey, player spotlight onto Duckle from Seoul. 10 finishes on the board, 4 assists, 1686 damage dished out. It's just that survival time that has me concerned. Like, it's under 15 minutes, man.
For Seoul, the previous game was the only game where they actually performed, right?
Yeah.
Before that, Seoul was getting absolutely demolished. And the only reason why they won that game as well is because the circle literally formed in their home turf, which was Camp Alpha Island. And we've had a conversation about this for decades now. Whenever the circle forms on the top left island, it will be Seoul with the most dots to take that chicken dinner, and some things never change.
Some things never change, but I believe one more catalyst to this chicken dinner was the fact that they have they've not been drop clashed for a while now. K9 Esports just completely abandoned that Camp Alpha drop fight, and now that 4-man split drop, while it works out well for Seoul, turns out not so much for K9 Esports, because yes, they did get a few finishes early, but then they also ended up losing players and weren't really able to cross the river and make it to Camp Alpha.
Yeah, I don't like this peace treaty as well, man. I really do want K9 Esports to move on towards that temple area, because let's be honest, right? If just one team is dominating that entire Camp Alpha Island, that means they're pretty much having 25% of odds to win that game. And that's massive. One team having 25% of odds to win that game based on the circle, and knowing that Sanhok is really a circle-oriented game, you should prioritize a zone like that.
Plus, think about this, 2 Sanhoks in a day, and if a team gets an early start on Camp Alpha Island, that's a big terrain, they have to work to go look for loot. If the circle forms there, they automatically win. If the circle doesn't form there, they have their sweet time to play the game. They can look for all the first aids, all the healing utility to buy themselves time inside of the blue as well. So the game completely, Sanhok basically becomes their home turf, the entire map. And that is not how we want things to work. We love that early clash and that early collision.
And remember, as I mentioned, for Revenant X-Spark, they have been going for drop clashes every single map, be it Miramar, Erangel, now even the map of Sanhok, they're clashing against Team Tamilas. Something needs to be figured out. Maybe this game of Sanhok can be that answer.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen, once again on the map of Sanhok. The last time around, I loved the flight path from docks to west of Khao. This time, it is going to be a completely northern flight path, but hey, Necro, it is Sanhok, so who cares?
Yeah, maybe moving towards Camp Charlie can be a bit of that stretch. Maybe you need to go for a bit of that pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, loot, and then move in towards Camp Charlie. But other than that, I don't really see a lot of problems for a lot of these teams.
Even if you're looking to head towards Shami, Camp Charlie, and it is Sanhok, so you don't even need those vehicles. You can just run there, dropping out into the open, but you got to be careful. But hey, look at that. Phoenix, it seems like time for an early fight against TWOB and K9 Esports. Thank you, God, for listening. The drop fight is going to happen towards Camp Alpha, but before that, this TWOB, the world of battle, not even being able to win a fight as Phoenix Esports set them on fire and instantly send them packing to the lobby.
Phoenix rises up from the ashes as they eliminated a bigger foe, and now you move on towards Seoul versus K9 Esports, a fight that's been going on for decades, but this time it's Seoul to come out on top.
That's not all, Necro. Look at the Esports also. They're looking for a third party, so I believe, Soul, they have to go for a reset instantly. Luckily for them, only one player lost. Hunters, he has the momentum, 2 frags found, but no ammunition available in case Likita Esports just run it up the hill. What was Goblin doing? They just looked at what was happening and were like, all right, no.
Yeah, you know what? Goblin is like, I'm all by myself, guys. I'm not really going to go for this. I do understand we might just have the advantage, but you guys really do not want to back me up.
All by myself. Story of my life.
Lonely.
Yeah, extremely, man.
It's okay, though.
You have
Still?
Salty. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
He was on the Hindu desk a while ago.
He left you?
Yep.
That
It's
is
done
sad.
for. But you know what? Team Versatile's on the screen. A team that's been the most consistent, in my opinion, considering they are still at the top of the board. But they're being chased pretty closely by Hero Extreme Godlike, so they need to watch out from that as well.
And not just them, I think now Team Tamilas being, 8 points away from them also has to be a concern to Versatile and to Hero Extreme God. Like, I have to say though, Phoenix Esports, what a smart move, because who in their right minds would expect to get drop clashed in a Camp Bravo drop, man? TWOB was caught so off guard, and it wasn't even a proper Camp Bravo drop. It was a drop outside Camp Bravo towards those small shacks. They just followed their parachutes and were like, all right, we hit the floor, we start fighting. This is welcome to Fight Club, ladies and gentlemen.
You know who Phoenix Esports really reminds me of?
Who?
Guess. Just make a wild guess.
Oh, is it Alpha 6?
Yes! Phoenix Esports is reminding me of Alpha 6 right now. I'm speaking of 2024, by the way, not 2025, because 2025 Alpha 6 was a little bit laid back and dialed down.
Yeah.
But that 2024 Alpha 6 was a whole different beast.
I mean, yeah. In the sense that they would just go after whoever they please, man.
Whatever's moving, they would make that push.
I remember one time they went for a Tambang drop clash.
Yeah. Some of the most weird plays they used to pull off, man.
Hey, but look, if it works, it ain't broken. And if it's not broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, I guess for Phoenix Esports, it's been working out anyways, right? 4 points off the rip to kick things off with. What else do you really want? And now Phoenix Esports, they also seem pretty safe too. It was one of the most awkward drop clashes as well, man. As you mentioned, no one's going to be expecting that.
But look at this, Reckoning Esports, they're on the move, but right behind them is going to be the side of Team Tamilas.
All the 4 players in one single vehicle. You know it's a surprise package. Chased down by the players of 8-Bit. This surprise package can be unfolded either in a good way or bad way for Reckoning. But for 8-Bit, they're taking things much more cautiously. They back away towards the compound once again, want to play it from the cover.
But let's see how things are going to turn out. Aways, he has the information available to them. And as you said, surprise package. There's going to be so much loot in those crates. If 8-Bit find that clean wipe, but Reckoning still staying on the move. Might just run into the players of Godlike up ahead. Although they do stop, a pit stop found in these Crossroads 4 shack. Although, there it is from the perspective of Godlike. You can actually see Reckoning in the distance. And on the other side, by the way, Metal Esports just getting out of Painan might also just have a run-in with them.
And the fact that Revan Xbox did not have any sort of clashes, man, this game of Sanhok is quite weird. Some things the way we want are happening, some things we are finding an answer to.
Yeah. Few switches working out, few switches just
broken.
Broken, yeah. Although Metal with this high ground advantage, I wonder what they can do from here. Early loot not really there for them as well, still sticking with those 11-1 helmets. Quite weird, but as you were talking about Revenant, X-Park, Necro, close to the players of Soul. Look at that on the radar.
Yeah.
So they might have a conflict mid-rotation, and look at that esports. See, last time they tried to bridge block that Camp Alpha crossing bridge, did not work out. This time it can, but hey, Reckoning Esports, they kick things off in a brilliant manner. 2 players taken out from the side of Metal Esports, and it seems like Metal never saw this coming.
I can just feel Hindi Desk's hope shatter.
Oh,
I can just feel that sadness in their voice.
You know what I can hear?
What?
Ching sound of money. I mean, it is dinner actually.
Yeah, they're going to take us out on dinner.
You're very happy thinking just about the food. Have you thought what you're going to order or where we're going to go?
I mean, listen, man, I haven't really
Someplace
eaten
nice,
anything since
expensive.
morning, so
Yeah.
because I knew.
Oh, you were saving up for this, huh?
Exactly. I knew we are going to have that dinner tonight. But you know what? Jokes apart, focusing back on the game once again. Metal Esports, the remaining 2 players in an enemy territory. I'm not really a big fan of the position that Metal Esports has. They need to deal with the entirety of 4 Miracle Esports. And Dragon OP from the far phrase constantly taking those shots. 2-on-4s, the odds, I don't really like those.
Well, the odds might be stacked against them, but Metal Esports, how do they recover? Big question. I mean, in Sanhok it is possible, especially with those close quarter combat situation favoring the shotguns. But on that finish feed, Necro, Revenant, X-Spark up against Soul. And Revenant, X-Spark, they have the upper hand. They're going to just shank them, these players, right after a chicken dinner. Soul getting their souls shattered in this game. Quite unfortunate, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure Soul at this point does not even care because they got a chicken dinner already.
Yeah, 1 chicken dinner a day, I think it is fine.
Soul's like, you know what? We've already done our quota. It's completely okay if we do get eliminated right here. Knuckles on the run with his teammate. Soul's going to find a nice, peaceful exit out of this spot. While Revenant Spark taking down those 3 players single-handedly. That's giving them a massive edge. And now Soul's taken down to just this one last man, Knuckle. We all know survival's going to be super tough. As long as the man's going to keep himself alive, maybe a few placement points can definitely be gathered.
A cluster forming smack center as well. That has me worried. Metal Esports 4M, as you were talking about them, the push comes to Shavo. Player spotted out. The nade gets lobbed a little too quick. Shot in the back. Dragon OP. What are the moves, man? Just incredible presence of mind. Sees the players on the stairwell right after I praised his game.
Oh my God!
Legend! Oh my goodness, what was that? Just mowing them down with a shotgun, sliver of HP remaining. His armor is gone. 1 shot is all he has to win this 1v1, running into the corner. Just a magic pixel available. The first aid being applied, and if it comes through, then there is going to be trouble for 4 Miracle. Only a miracle can save them, and Legend ignores the first aid, run after him with his life intact. He has no HP. What is he doing, Necro? This is too risky. They might just end up getting wiped out. No point secured as well. Finally going for the cleanup. Needs to go for those finishes. The preemptive spray around the corner.
Oh, the revival almost came through. Legit just spamming around the corner. He's just waiting for the man to try and leave that revival, maybe make that push, but Legit uses this time to patch himself up. This one man looking to strike down both the players and flip the odds, maybe. But no, it's going to be the answer. Dragon OP still saves the day, but still 4 miracles. This could have been so bad, and as you mentioned, just 2 bullets in the chamber. This could have been really bad. This could have gone down south real quick.
Man, yeah. So a lot of questionable decisions from Metal in that fight. Why not just confirm the players indoors? Easy knocks in front of you, points just lying right there in front of your faces. And apart from that, okay, props to Legend for bringing it down to a 1v1. And I wonder why he cancelled that first aid the first time. Did the player of 4 Miracle have a nade? Did he hear that pin sound? He did hear him drop, but it was on the outside and there was no angle available. You hear the footsteps of the player running around you, and you can obviously walk into that corner room to try and avoid the line of fire.
It's that maybe the heat of the moment, right?
Yeah, heat of the moment for sure. Heat of the moment for sure. But I like the fact that the man is gutsy enough to just commit face first into that duel with just a pixel of HP. You know, when they say YOLO, that was a YOLO fight.
I know, right? What were the odds of that man actually taking down all the players?
Towards
None.
the end, pretty good, actually.
Yeah, towards the end, there were a lot of those odds. But the fact that they got that revival in the end, that really saved the day.
Yeah, you know what? It's the Turbo situation again. He played so well when he had nothing to lose, and yet when the HP came back up, just completely fumbled the ball.
Oh, man, legit. I mean, Metal Esports in general needed those points. They're struggling too much.
True.
But it's okay. Still, they've got 2 more games to go in the future. Anything can happen. Anything can be decided off of those. Cincinnati Kids on the screen outside of the circle, taking that damage from the blue as well. They're going to decide to make it inside the circle soon. All the 4 players in one single vehicle. You already know, Johnny, this can be a surprise package as well.
It can be, but Necro, you have to agree with me on this, that Cincinnati Kids, for some reason, have, and somehow, I have no idea how they are doing this, but they figured out how to play against the norm. We kept talking about when the new zone settings were introduced, we kept talking about how this setting is going to force you to run towards the circle and the edge a little bit quicker. What was that, Kyoya? Just completely mowing down Reaper with a nasty, nasty headshot, and oh no, things
with
just
just
get
a red
worse.
dot too, by the way.
Yeah, it gets a little bit more stability, but that's a choice of weapon. But talk about this, 4 Miracle. Today's not their day, man. First a blunder against Metal a few seconds ago, then losing out a player to Reckoning Esports, and then one more drop to the players of Godlike.
Yeah, I mean, they did get a chicken dinner first game, but then later on, we've seen a major dip in the performance, so, yeah.
Oh, going back to what I was saying before, we were talking about Cincinnati Kids. So here's the deal. When the settings were introduced and what we noticed with the first 3 groups, and of course everyone else up until now, push for the center, stay safe, do not tank the damage. Cincinnati Kids just do the exact opposite. They stay in the blue for a long time, then they play for survival, and late game stages when they show up looking for those fights. And for the last 2 games at least, they have been very consistent, man. A chicken dinner in Miramar and a top 3 finish in the previous Sanhok.
Look, I really do want to praise CK, and I do understand they're doing great in the overall standings, but let's not forget it's just the grind.
That is true.
Things are going to switch when the main event really does begin, when we're going to see a lot of those new faces as well in the mix. And CK will need to figure out another strategy to try and get things done for themselves. That late game rotation's working out right now because we're seeing too many early game fights. And CK, they have realized that. They've realized in Group A we're seeing too many early game fights. If we move on inside of the circle a bit late, the competition's already going to be cut down half.
Yeah, definitely, but talking about the competition, it seems like Godlike might be facing a little bit of competition in the form of Orangutan right next to them, Team Tamilas towards their northwest and 4 AM up front, but Versatile, a wide rotation from Versatile. They were supposed to push from the southern edge, but they move in from the northeast, quite close to the players of Phoenix, and that can be a big challenge for them.
Versatile. They're playing against the odds at this point, and L2, what a spray that was. Somraj knocked out just like that. I'm not going to lie, Johnny. Today we're seeing some incredible mechanics from the players.
Yeah.
The tracing's been on point. Even the previous game of Sanhok, we saw so many crazy knocks.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, on an individual level, it seems like even though the team's performance might not be the greatest, but as individual performances go, everyone has stepped up. And that is, I think, what we expected from this particular group, right? Because, yeah, you look at the teams and their history, whatever happened in 2024, how they started off 2025, it's all good and dandy. But when you look at them at an individual level, some of the best players in the country are here, man. Including the lads from the side of Cincinnati Kids. I mean, Aditya has always been on point. Flock last year, the young gun, the prodigy that was scouted by Sensei and Revenant, this time under the guidance of Juicy and Aditya alongside with him. He's also doing quite well.
Yep.
And everyone as an individual is stepping up. But the one man we want to see in the front lines from this team, Reckoning Esports, is Viper. Viper needs to do something for sure.
So far, he's got 2 finishes, so this game definitely is doing good. Reckoning Esports, the entire squad really is waiting to be unleashed against the foes. But speaking of the foes, Hero Extreme Godlike eliminating OG. Or maybe just the one-man Varot. I'm not even sure what he was doing out in the open like that. For Hero Extreme Godlike, that's a 1 free piece of candy.
We'll talk about candies, and it seems like Godlike have a lot of them. 50 finishes secured. Milestone complete. What was that? Didn't even check who was indoors. Just went up forward, and gravity. Oh, it seems like the gravity inside of this house was so strong that he just instantly collapses. Jonathan finding the pick for his team.
Yeah, Jonathan was like a rat in the corner. Just waited for the man to crawl up from that window. And instantly popped him with the shotgun shot. OG on the screen. And Wiscott, he knows that he's surrounded by the foes, but he does not exactly know how to take care of the foes. That's why OG is not really taking those quick measures. Instead, they're playing a little bit pushed back, letting the game take the flow.
Well, the flow right now about to be disrupted as Dionysus steps in from the back lines. Jonathan, it's very rare seeing this man patient, but this time he was just waiting around the corner. Damage dished out, but Jonathan falls as the third party comes in from the side of 8-bit Termi, terminating the legend himself. And along with that, Godlike biting the dust quite early in this game of Sanhok. Reckoning Esports quite lucky that the third party came in at the right time. And this is a very interesting strategy. They're getting everyone else to do their dirty work for them. What is this formation as well? Ash asking the same question to Viper, like, why are you there? Take this nade.
Reckoning Esports, right now they did not really see themselves getting knocked out in such a way. They're just getting outplayed by the lobby at this point. And Reckoning Esports, they do not really have things figured out just yet. Dionysus out in the open, making that pounce. Wiscott falls back, spots the opponent in the open. And now Wiscott is going to toss out that nade as well. Behind the tree, perfectly lobbed. That does enough damage for Wiscott to pop him with that shotgun. Beautiful stuff, and with that, the entirety of Reckoning Esports, they come collapsing down.
It's going to be bad day for Reckoning again. We were expecting a recovery in the overall leaderboard, but seems like that's going to stay a dream. Versatile, they show up looking for revenge against the players of Phoenix. Another knock on the board secured for Versatile, and Toy, of course, playing with his toys. That is going to be his opponent's 2v2 between these two sides. S-Power looks for the finish, secure first, and nade quite close to him, does a little bit of chip damage, but he knows lads hiding inside of that smoke, and S-Power, he's always been very precise with his utility usage. Ends up securing that finish point. Again, the blue zone damage on the players of Phoenix, extra added pressure. Plus, in the backlines, there's one more team in the form of Cincinnati Kids that's there for the build-up. The trade comes through. S-Power finds Altu. Fury is going to be the last man left alive. 1v2 for him to clutch this one out. Nade thrown towards Toy first, and then it is going to be S-Power next. The first one did the damage, the second one gets the knock. It's a 1v1, 7 rounds left in that M4. Cooks it up. Obs it out. It's going to be a bit off, but the Molotov follows up, and oh, there's a lot of damage on those two players now. S-Power is dropped extremely low as well. He's going to see this man run towards him. He will be prepared. The first aid is there. The Molotov goes out, and this is the setup for the win. He saw him prone. One more shot to the body, and the job will be done. But S-Power falls back. Fury missed his opportunity to eliminate Team Versatile. Will he pay for that with his life is the question now. S-Power, so lucky that no line of fire is available to that man. Fury running around in circles at this point, just confused.
He's got no meds too. S-Power is just bandaging himself up constantly. Phoenix Esports, the Phoenix can be buried in the same ash where they rose from. And right now, Fury is constantly poking that man in the back, which is S-Power. For VXT, a team that's currently at the top of the table. Every single point does count if you want to be the crown holder. And S-Power is constantly taking a lot of that damage upon himself as well. He cannot go anywhere. No meds to work with. This has got to be the dash that S-Power really aces it. But considering now even the Wall of Death is moving up from the back, S-Power's taking too much damage. And now it comes down to a standoff. S-Power finally rises back up, but eventually the Phoenix, it always is someone that will constantly keep on rising up from the ash.
Of course, and they will set fire to whoever steps in front of them. 8 finishes, man, on the board already. And look at this, stage 6, we're down to 5 teams, 12 players. OG also biting the dust. And I think this time again, it is going to be a recovery. Necro, I have a feeling it could be a recovery from Revenant X-Pac. 4 players alive for them. 4 finishes on the board. The closest that anyone is to challenging them, it's going to be 4 AM. A lot of 4s right now in this situation. I don't know, man. This feels weird.
4 AM. They've got the prime positioning to play with. But as soon as you spoke of Revenant X-Pac, 2 players, they dropped out. Knocked out It seems like there's going to be no mercy for them. Cincinnati Kits is doing too much damage, but that one single nade's going to nail him down as well. Sarang, the only man left alive with 3 finishes on his name, and now he's on a mission. One-man army. Can Sarang once again prove himself? Spots out a snake in the grass, and he eliminates Likitha Esports with those shots.
Oh man, a clutch opportunity for Phoenix as well, but 4 AM, 3 players alive. Pro and Wizard, can they pull this off? Fury finds one more on the board, 9 eliminations secured. It's a 1v3 to end the game. He sees Pro's move. Pro move towards the left-hand side. His position compromised on the right, goes for the spray, almost finds the knock, but keyword being almost, because it was a 1v3 in the end. And 4 AM, they win their chicken dinner out of nowhere, to be honest. It was Revenant X-Park with the man advantage, but it is the positional advantage of 4 AM inside that shack and inside that circle that gives them the win of this second Sanhok.
Remember, as I said, Sanhok is a zone-oriented map. If the circle forms right on top of you in the final few moments, it is your game. No one's going to be able to steal that away from you, unless if you somehow choke things up, and we have seen a lot of that happen as well in the past, right? But yeah, for 4 AM, definitely getting that chicken dinner secured. Revenant X-Park could have stood a major chance, but considering there were so many shots against them, even Likitha Esports was constantly taking shots against him. You also had Cincinnati Kits constantly peppering him down. They lost 3 players in that process instantly.
That is true, and it is not really a position you see them be in, because again, this is what you keep saying, right? If you are going to be huddled up together, this is what will happen. Either everyone's just going to line you up and spray you down in one mag, or there's going to be a nade lob towards you. Something bad is coming your way. It's better to stay a little separated, a little far away from each other, just so in case someone falls, there's option to recover. But that, combined with the fact that they were pinned behind that rock for so long, just kept at bay, not allowed to step forward, and no utility as well, by the way. No smokes were lobbed to create a pathway. No utility was lobbed towards 4 AM or towards Likitha Esports to find that breathing room to progress towards the zone. Was all of this combined together was the reason that we saw Revenant X-Park getting eliminated early. But still, this was their best game today, man. Every other match, they've just been one of the first few teams to be wiped.
And this lobby has been really mechanically sound. One single mistake, you instantly get eliminated. Players are not even missing a lot of those shots too. If you remember that knock from Punk, he was just able to 2-tap players. I'm speaking of the game 1 itself. So today's day, it just feels like the players are really cracked. Something has happened in the morning itself. No one's really missing a lot of those shots. We're seeing a lot of those clutch moments as well. And one of the prime examples is this legit from Metal Esports, almost pulling off a 1v4. The last man, he did sort of give a tough fight to Legit, but in the end, Legit had too many players to deal with. He got overwhelmed.
Yeah, man. He should have just like taken a small little tempo breaker inside of that last 1v1 when he swung for both those players in a 1v2. Because sometimes this is, again, if you keep going left and right, the other lad is going to try and wait and pre-fire you with that timing advantage. But if you take a tempo breaker, you throw their game plan off, and that is what sometimes those individual duels become about. But again, a few awkward moments like this one coming in from OG.
And let's not forget, we also got to see that clash from K9 Esports and Seoul off the rip right towards that temple. And K9 Esports was the one to instantly get wiped out. Honestly, I expected Seoul to get wiped out in return, but no, instead, this time it was Seoul to wipe out K9 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the record between them, it's like a back and forth. So
all the time.
Again, all the time it just goes like Seoul is going to win one fight, K9 will win the next one. But this time it was Seoul. I think kudos to Seoul, because for the last few Sanhoks that we have seen, and in fact even in the last tournament, K9 just refused to go there towards the ends. In the final, they just stopped challenging them. So kudos to Seoul that they still remembered that, oh, all right, these lads might just show up every now and then. And I think that is one thing that they even Seoul hopes for, because if you win that fight, it's 4 early points, then you can just relax till the 20-minute marker, right?
I know, right? At the end of the day, it's also about the average. Considering Seoul knows they've already got a chicken dinner, now Seoul's going to try to aim for the average, which is 7 to 8 points per game. And that's what K9 Esports has been doing as well. It's not like K9 Esports wants to pull off those flashy plays. Instead, just playing for the bare minimum, getting those average points, keeping themselves there in the overall standings. There's a lot more to talk about, but it's going to happen after this short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay,
Oui, let's go.
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है।
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सब सही स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार।
आता है।
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओह यस।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025, the grind for Group A, and it is day number 2. Of course, we are about to head into the last 2 matches. The next map is going to be the map of Miramar and Icy. Welcome back to the panel. That last game of Sanhok got extremely awkward. I mean, right off the bat, that drop clash in the face of Aiku Soul, K9 Esports charging, May9 making an attempt, but failing to commit and failing to wipe them out. Soul getting the finish. Of course, the 4 points, but not surviving till the late game stages. Towards the end, Revenant X-Park trying to go for the chicken, but shut down by 4 AM.
See, I think it comes down to just luck, right? Like, Sanhok is one of the most difficult one now, especially now. And we've seen a lot of teams kind of struggle. And so far, the only team that has kind of figured it out is, in my opinion, CK. Cincinnati Kids. Personally, in terms of how they position themselves.
This is what I was talking about with Necro as well, that while everyone plays for the center, CK somehow figured out how to survive in the blue.
Well, they just dodge all the fights. But, of course, for these guys watching at home as well, guess what? Realme P3 Pro 5G is officially launched today since 12 PM, starting with a price of $21,999.
Did you go on to Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G?
I did. It's pretty good. The
good,
price
right?
is decent for its price as well, considering the specs on it compared to the rest of the WoW's phones.
Exactly. Right, best performance phone in the segment, and of course, I want to get this one.
I want to take this one.
Alright, wait, I'll crack a deal with you.
Okay.
Necro isn't here, right?
Well, I like purple.
Yeah, you take the purple one, I'm going to take the glow into the dark one.
Of course, 100%. Anyways, for these guys watching at home, be sure to check it out as well, because there are activities installed in Flipkart. Just all you gotta do is just search it out on Flipkart, and it's all good. Meanwhile, I know you guys are excited to see who the MVP for the previous match, because right now, up on screen, is gonna be the MVP.
Who's it going to be? It's Fury, of course, from Phoenix Esports. 5 finishes on the board, and most of them coming in towards the end game play when he made, first of all, versatile bleed, finishing them off, forcing S-Power to stay in the blue, and then being the solo survivor for his team, that slow crawl from the northern side, shutting down one of the reasons for the shutdown of Revenant X-Park, and then trying his level best to pick off 4 AM in the end. But again, 1v3, what can you do out into the open? Nothing.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, we have also another big round coming from Erangel 10 as well. We've got AKOP as well as Vizgod having 4 and 3 finishes. Same can be said for Sarang with 4 finishes, and Spray God with a total of 3. So all these 5 players as well as these 3 teams has had a great run in that map itself. However, a little bit of plot twist is that this game was one of the closest match ever. And what I mean by close is that it got close and personal, where the longest finish is only 179 meters.
Man, that and like 38 smokes used, what, by one team?
Fair enough. But, of course, the point standings here, of course, with 4 a.m. on the top with the chicken dinner and 7 finish points, they will get themselves 17 points. Phoenix getting themselves 15 points, and Revenant Xbox with a total of 12 points. Phoenix may not have gotten a lot of chicken dinners thus far, but today, in that match just now, they were able to get themselves a decent chunk of it.
Yeah, but from the top of the leaderboard, there's no one inside of the top 5. It is just Revenant X-Park again. I mean, and that they are on a comeback story as well, because the first half of the day wasn't going too well for them. The closest anyone has gotten from the top of the leaderboard inside of the top 8 is Team Tamilas, and they just had 5 points. So again, once we look at the overall rankings, I think this was a game of catch-up, where a lot of teams from the second half of the leaderboard are catching up to the top 8. And there is the overall leaderboard. Versatile still on the first position. They've done quite well to hold on to that target for themselves. So has Godlike sticking to the third and being consistent. But now there's a tie between them and Team Tamilas. But look at the esports. Look at that. At the start of the day, they were number 1. Then they dropped down all the way towards the 6th position, but climbing back to the 2nd again.
Well, it's a little bit unfortunate, right? But considering how top 1 all the way to top 6 as well as 7 seems to be very, very close despite day number 2, right? We're kind of expecting maybe a very, very big gap in between all these teams, but for them to actually consistently make it towards the top 5 is not an easy thing. However, let's talk about other teams that is in contention to make it in the top 8 here. Right now, it is going to be the borderline cutoff, which is 59 points. Falling behind them is actually Erangel with 55 points and K9 with 49 points. And interesting enough, this is the first time out of all the groups we've seen thus far with teams having chicken dinner in the lower half. Usually we expect like 1 or 2 teams, but there's 4 teams that's gotten themselves chicken dinner in the lower half. That is going to be 4 a.m. as well as the other 2 teams.
Very true, and majority of those teams on the second half of the leaderboard, as you mentioned, with those chicken dinners, have gotten them today. Seoul got it, just like the Sanhok before this. 4am got it in the first game of the day. 4am, they got it pretty early. Yesterday was the day when they performed, but today still those struggles continue. Although, I think one thing I want to talk about was the averages of the other groups and compare them to what is happening over here. By the end of game number 12, majority of the top performing teams would end up crossing that 100-point marker, and the teams around that 8th position cutoff point would be in their 60s. I think these teams in the middle pack will get to the 60s, but there's going to be a lot more teams struggling in the mid-60s and the mid-50s because of how today has been going for them. Teams in the second page are, for some reason, just doing too well for themselves.
Yeah, I think it comes down to just consistency, right? Like, if you haven't had a consistent run in yesterday's game, today's game is all about the comebacks and trying to make a little plays. We do see a lot of interesting, I would say, surprises coming from Seoul, coming from Team Tamilas as well. We do see a couple of plays from Medal. Medal, they were consistent yesterday. Today, it seems like they just completely fell off, and people are starting to be aware that Medal esports are trying something out. And in the start of the day, they had a drop clash with Team Xbox as well, which was a little bit of a weird situation. But again, I think it comes down to how they want to play this situation properly, because I think the most consistent is got to be VXT. Like, every single game they played so far has always been prioritizing positioning and taking advantage of, like, when do they push us. Yes, they've not closed out games, but they make sure they come out of it with at least 2 to 3 finishes.
It's like Likita esports from yesterday, right? I mean, not closing out games, Likita esports is still not able to close out matches, but at least they've climbed up to the top 2 with no chicken dinners to their name. Godlike, though, I want to see that extra firepower coming in from them. This game, they got stuck in an awkward firefight. Yeah, Jonathan, he was trying his level best, but then again, that blue zone damage, it was like a little too much to deal with him. And the other lad was able to take the edge in that isolated 1v1.
Yeah, it comes down to play styles, right? Like, Hero Extreme, Godlike, and also Phoenix Esports has very, very similar play styles. And of course, when it comes to similar play styles, obviously we are going to be expecting a lot of clashes. But today, let's talk about the team that really stood out and are trying to make a bounce back into the top 8 here. Right now, in the 9th position is going to be Orangutan up on screen. This is their current stats thus far. We have a total of 43 finishes, 27 assists, and 9,516 damage. That's 7 headshots thus far. But Their average survival time for every game thus far is only 14 minutes.
Yeah, that is the case for a lot of these teams in the second half, and in fact, they are getting those finishes, they are getting those frags, but not really able to stay alive. So placement points is where the struggle is. And I think we started to notice this yesterday. Everyone from the 7th position and below them was just there with like 5 or 6 placement points the whole time.
Yeah, and at the same time, when it comes to placement points as well, we saw it just now, right? Like, usually it's only the top 3, the top 4 with the highest amount of finishes will have a very, very big gap. And in this case, Orangutan, they need to somehow pick up some slack. And in this case, yesterday, if you think about it, most of the times they got wiped out really, really early. But today, they have done a little bit better. They started the day with 12th position, and now they're currently in the 9th position. That means they're barely breaking past the top 8 of today. And we are down towards the final 2 matches for day 2 as well. This is going to be a do or die for them. Like, Sanhok is in a situation where, it's unpredictable. But when we go to Miramar and Erangel, it's very tactical. However, guess what? Here's a little bit of a substitution change right now from Team Seoul.
Yeah, Ronnie is going to be forced out and Some forced inside of the match. Not forced, I mean, they're going to try and make that switch. But coming back to that Orangutan conversation, you know, we are having this challenge between the 2 panels. Dude, Necro went on a fast and OG is doing well.
Sorry, what? Wait, did I hear that right? Necro is fasting.
Yeah.
He's dieting.
Not dieting, he's saving up his hunger for the dinner that we are about to get.
Just to give you guys a little bit input as well. Just a few days ago, Necro actually ordered like 10 water balls and tried to eat it all.
What are you complaining about? He gave you half of them.
He gave me 1, but at the same time,
He told me he gave you like 5.
Okay, fine, 2.
Yeah.
He gave me 2, but still. That's a lot.
Who's telling the truth? Who is telling the lies over here in this story?
We gotta play a game with Liar's Bar in the future.
I don't know what that game is. I only know BGMI.
Okay, fair enough. Next game. Anyways, moving on. We are going to be starting the match very, very soon. And in this case, Miramar and Erangel is going to be the 2 most tactical maps thus far. And so far, Metal Esports is one of the teams that is very, very consistent when it comes to Miramar compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Metal Esports, it seems like when they have space to work with, they do well. I think that is why they did not do well in Sanhok, because that is like more close and personal. But Metal Esports, phenomenal win. Not win, at least an attempt for a win in that previous Miramar. Can they replicate the same is what we're going to try and find out. And of course, Cincinnati Kids, can they secure another Miramar to their name? Ladies and gentlemen, match number 5 on our screens. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5, day number 2. The map of Miramar, all locked and loaded. And of course, this time, we are not going to have those comfortable flight paths. Mr. Icy, baby. This one is completely towards the southern side, starting from the west of Valle del Mar and going towards between, well, Impala and Puerto Paracio.
This is by far one of the worst nightmares for analysts and coaches to decide on how they want to make a draw path because of this flight path as well. Considering the fact that, again, we've mentioned this multiple times from Group D, from Group C to Group B, and now even Group A itself, is that if the circle is the furthest away from the flight path itself, people who go for the usual drop spots is going to have a very, very difficult time rotating because of all this mountain terrain. So if you're talking about teams who are in El Pozo, teams who are in Hacienda, St. Martin, they're going to be A-okay because of the fact that there is this very, very long highway which allows them to traverse in towards the northern section or even the western section in this particular. But, again, it all comes down to how the circle shifts. Because right now, right from the drop itself, you cannot afford to be delayed by any kind of teams.
But along with the circle shift, I mean, I want to see how that Chumasera situation is going to develop, but developments made 8-bit with the drop switch. And OG for the first time are going to feel free going for the early loot.
Oh my
God. Looks like a replay from that previous Miramar, man. The circle again towards the northeastern quadrant. Hey, first fight of the game, Phoenix against TWOB. Can TWOB get their revenge? Phoenix was the squad that went for the squad wipe in that previous game of Sanhok. Found those shotguns. They're looking to find that breathing room, the first opening. But this situation is going to be quite awkward. Urban area fights early in the game. Not really a Miramar kind of a situation, kind of a thing. But hey, godlike against Revenant X-Park. And this time Revenant are going to be the ones kicking things off. A lot of damage on Admino. The knock should be secured. And there it is. Joker finds the frag for his team. And Godlike, they're going to be scrambling for survival from here on out.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for them, but it was good call coming from Jonathan to actually back out of the fight, knowing for the fact that if he tried to stay and save Admino, that is going to risk him in situations where he might get picked off, nor does he is going to be affected by his overall loot position. But as of yet, we do see a little bit of retaliation. Punk from all the way up towards the warehouse of this mountain. He will see a little bit of angles to work with, but I don't think they can afford to push this. But considering the fact that the circle is directly north of them, they will have a little bit of a better time compared to the rest of the teams who's trying to make it towards Toria Urada, water treatment as well. But Jonathan looks like he's not too happy that Admino got picked off. He's going to find the opening.
He's like, all right, you pick off the best player, one of the best players on my team. Now you're going to force me to do the heavy lifting. And, well,
he's gonna
the
back off.
first knock is going to be secured. Yeah, I think the reset has been called for because Punk is closing in from that eastern side. Jonathan just completely waits, but Revenant X-Park, I think they're going to be happy finding this breathing room. The reset being allowed, Sarong back on his feet, but on the other side, on the finish feed, that Phoenix TWOB situation also did begin eventually with TWOB finding the opening knock.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but guess what? Here he comes. Soul gonna go head-to-head against 8-Bit, and Wise gonna be stuck in an awkward spot as well. He got 2 knock, but he's pretty much done for as well. He tried his best, but where is the rest of 8-Bit right now? Seems like they are gonna try and salvage the situation that he was able to make, as Soul needs to go in for the reset as of yet. Nicole still deciding what to do. Mania gonna be waiting outside.
And he's there behind the ridge as well, just keeping vision. Knuckle in the back lines, the revive comes through. Hunters, he has been brought back. And again, Some, the change that was made, let's see how it works out. Termi goes for the spray, the pre-fire into that door, but Mania from the flank finding the frag, completely ignored. An element of surprise that 8-Bit did not account for. And this is going to be the opportunity for Soul to strike. 8-Bit usually end up fighting the players of OG, but not this time. It was Soul who were caught off guard, but 8-Bit as well. No opportunity to reset, no ammunition as well in that M4. He will have to rely on the UMP, but finally Knuckle falls. Hunters, he has his HP back up. Ash with the off angle can actually make some big plays, but he only has the UMP to work with. That's the only weapon on him, and eventually he's going to be out of ammunition on that as well. I have a feeling I see that Soul, they will be the victors of this early drop clash between these two sides.
Oh, they have to be quick as well. Thermi doesn't have helmets or health. He's down towards 1 HP, and it's up to Ash to save the day. But Manya is deciding, does he pick up on Nako, or does he try and come into this fight? But seems like Manya gets scouted out by Ash. Oh, almost clipping him by at Ash as well. But Manya could be going for the nade. It looks good, and Thermi gets knocked off, and that's going to be leaving Ash, the last remaining player coming from 8-Bit.
I mean, the resets kept happening and Soul kept bringing the bodies back. Ash again stuck in a 1v4. It is an early fight, but he only has about 77 rounds total left for that UMP. No armor, just the level 2 helmet to work with. No utility on him as well. Mania again going for the off angle. It is coming to an end. 8-Bit almost messing things up. A pixel on Knuckle. He goes down, but as I said, from the flank, the IGL finds the frag, and it is going to be Soul with 4 points secured.
Oh, what a blunder coming from 8-Bit. Soul was able to come on top. Nicely done. Now, fortunately for them, they are inside the zone. And guess what? They do have resets available. Meanwhile, the fight between Phoenix and the Phoenix Esports as well as TWOB still breaking down. With TWOB leaving only Kanhan left. He's stuck in the wrong place, and he will be finished off as well as Phoenix will be the victors once more.
Good reset from Phoenix Esports, by the way, because this fight began with TWOB with the opening pick, and yet, look at that, Phoenix, not a single player got finished off. This team is just absolutely incredible, man.
Yeah, at the same time, fortunately for them, guess what? In the zone as well, they've got the entire compound themselves. They will be able to loot up. And considering the fact that this fight has taken a little bit too long, it's been 6 minutes thus far, can they make this into the next phase of zone? Fortunately for them, they have a very long highway through Montagnova into San Martin. But we will not expect them to get center circle anytime soon, especially for stage 2 as well as stage 3,
True.
considering the fact that they don't have vehicles yet.
Yeah, I mean, they can find those vehicles, but one more thing that they have going for themselves, and they don't know this, no one is going to be able to gatekeep them. Everyone pushes for the center, so at least till power grid, there won't be any resistance. But K9 Esports, with how they have set themselves up, they have the control of the entirety of the northern half of the zone, but that 4-man split has me worried, I see.
I agree. And on top of it all, considering the fact that the northern section of the circle is the furthest away from the flight path, I don't expect a lot of teams to have gotten themselves a good position in northern circle, especially for the fact that by the time they make it there, they don't have to necessarily lose all utilities to actually commit to fight. So in this case, we might see CK going to their play, but K9 going for some trick plays there.
Yeah,
a little bit of front flip with the vehicle. That's difficult.
That is very difficult. I mean, I don't know how he pulled it off. Style points. Not on the leaderboard, but just like in our hearts. But look at this, a replay of how things went down. Owace finding those two openers, but Manya shutting down Mafia. I think this was the game changer. And then Termi, I don't know why he just stayed there, man. Termi and Ash had the opportunity to just completely pin down Manya. And yet, both of them just stood there and did absolutely nothing. I criticize 8-bit for this performance.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit unfortunate, considering the fact that you were wondering why Thermi wasn't there, because the fact that he doesn't have a lot of ammunition, that's one. He doesn't have a helmet, nor does he have meds. He's down to like 10% of health. Like, what can he do? He runs out open, he's dead. And I think that was the only other option he could have done. But it's a little bit unfortunate.
True.
However, seeing how the circle shift is going to be shifting to the east side, Seoul right in the middle of it all. So teams like Team Phoenix, that's the worst possible circle you can ask for, especially in this stage.
Yeah, but looking at Seoul, it reminds me of the strategy you gave them earlier. Just pray for the zone to be on you. And the zone is on them again, man. But look at this, OG, they find themselves close to the players of 4M. Drago, he's been spotted out by WizGod, along with the remaining players of Orangutan. Damage dished out. This is going to be a point-blank range clash between the two sides. Aru, the first man to fall, but they find the trade instantly. Poco will not lose is his name, but he finally takes a loss as he falls. The knock secured by OG. Second finish on the board. Reaper as well. Position compromised. The shotgun shots connect on every single inch of his body, and even he hits the floor. 4M down to their last man, but Cincinnati Kids, they show up. There was a party and no one invited them. They are upset, and Aditya is going to be the man leading the charge, but maybe it was a little too much for him, almost getting knocked out. Mighty for the save, but Weron with the nade should be able to find the trade, I guess, if he has the angle of where Aditya was, but the first aid comes through. Damage dished out on the players of Cincinnati Kids, but they're still in it to win it. Weron, he needs to be careful. Mighty has an off angle, and the knock coming in from Mighty, and the nade. OG down to the last man. WizGod hiding on the first floor, and CK brilliantly done, well executed, well timed. The cleanup crew is very, very thorough with how they get those frags for themselves. Shot through the window, and Aditya with a beautiful, beautiful finish of that team fight.
What a timing coming in from Cincinnati Kids, but at the same time another fight breaks out as well. K9 going up against Metal Esports. K9, they were spread out and now they're caught in a rough spot. Beast on the second floor as well, and Sarvi getting popped in with Beast going in for the shots. And they're trying to regroup this fight. Prince now being the last man standing for Metal Esports, as he can only do so much against the assault coming in. But little did he know, guess what? There is a drive-by knuckle from Seoul.
Oh man, Seoul, they show up. The first fight, they were able to secure those frags, but they are hungry for more, looking to recover in the overall leaderboard, especially when they're having such a good day for them. But K9 Esports and Metal combined together. Can they finish each and every one of them? I think that's the question they are trying to find the answer to. First things they do is steal the points that are lying on the floor. Omega, he falls down, getting eliminated by the hands of his former team. Beast as well, not able to turn beast mode, and Seoul, first 11 minutes of the match, 8 finishes already secured, and it is not even the substitution that is doing well for them. It's the new addition, the new acquisition, Hunters, and the IGL Manya.
Oh my goodness, they've realized how important this compound is inside this zone, and right now they've secured it. But the question is, do they want to try and commit to this fight? But little did you know, Prince, the initial aggressors of this place, still lurking around. He's all by himself. Does Soul want to back out? But it seems like Soul, they will retreat. They know this compound is great. They've made too much noise, but they don't really want to hunker down as well, considering the fact that, yes, it's got safety net, but it's not going to be able to see space outside or get information, considering how low the compound is compared to the rest of the world. And on screen, we do see Hero Extreme Godlike. They've lost Admino right from the start against Revenant X-Spark. And this time, we finally see them for the first time inside this next phase and inside the circle. They do have Punk inside, leading a charge right in the middle. They are going to be heading towards truck stop, which unfortunately to say, not exactly the best stop, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's that cluster that's heading from the southern side of the map. It is going to be such a brutal, brutal fight that you will have to survive. Also, I mean, the northern half completely in control of Versatile. Versatile, Somraj, big brain plays coming through, man. They are the only ones who will not have to force a fight, be involved into anything, and can comfortably make it to the late game stages. But look at this, Likita Esports, a slight run in against the players of Cincinnati Kids. The first knock is going to be there. Juicy fighting for his life. The shotgun duel not really working too well for him. A 1v2, he finds one knock, falls in front of Goblin though.
Well, a little bit unfortunate for them. CK, this is very, very not CK's playstyle, considering the fact that they too tentatively dodge every single fight and travel from the furthest point of the zone. But this time they took a little bit different of a detour because of the earlier engagement. Because of this, they're going to be trapped as well. As you can see, teams heard those gunshots. They are going to try and third-party teams from the west side. Phoenix also outside the zone, as you can see, more aggressive men. They're on top of the mountain of this southwest quadrant. But they don't really have a lot of ammunition. Cincinnati Kids, Aditya, in a very difficult spot. He's got 3 first aid kits in stage 3. But unfortunately to say, he doesn't have those vehicles as well. So he needs to be playing this a little bit carefully as well, as he try to sneak into this phase of the zone. But I don't think this UAZ is going to survive anytime soon.
Yeah, man, smoke out of the engine. And the tire is gone as well. Quite an unfortunate position for Phoenix to be in, but they barely pushed through the edge of the circle, but zone collapsed. Luckily for them, not too far away from where they were originally. Cincinnati Kids down to 2 players. And as you were talking about it, right, yes, very awkward. They went for a 2-2 split mid-game. 2 players clashed into the side of Likita Esports 2. Almost getting their heads taken off by 4 AM and Phoenix up north. But luckily for them, shots weren't connected on their bodies. They completely whiffed and were able to survive for aggressive man against Likita Esport, climbing up the hill. It's not going to be an easy fight for either of these sides.
Yeah, they have to finish it this off as well. With 20 seconds left on the clock, they have to get out. And considering the terrain is, they have to drive by without vehicles. They're pretty much sitting ducks out in the open. But guess what? Here it comes. Team Tamilas going to be going head-to-head against LE.
Oh, and Likita Esport, they are now pinned in that dip. 3 nades being cooked. And they're going to be lobbed to perfection as well, I believe. Enough damage is going to be dished out. The players of Team Tamilas can commit into this fight head-on. But Goblin with the trade nade following up. Fox, no damage taken. Everything is in his position. The Molotov pushed through as well. And Goblin, he just jumps into the fire or jumps across. But no, Fox with the knock secured. And now they have an opportunity to wipe the players of Likita Esports. Team Tamilas, they're just concerned about 4 AM being on that high ground. But the advantage, the opening that they found, if they wait too much, they're going to skip out on it. And then the reset will happen. But with the shotgun headgun move forward. But he messes it up. Does not realize there could be a man waiting and baiting him into that position. This trifecta of death, I mean, teams are going to walk away with those frags, but they are going to take heavy losses.
Oh my goodness, the zone is coming in as well. They're setting up a couple of smokes at Team Tamilas. They know they've got the advantage. They're on high ground. They see Goblin. They see Neo as well. And Rico, all he needs to do is just be very, very patient. To be able to find someone, he goes in for a random spray, he misses the shot, and guess what? They are gonna back off, the zone is coming in, and they do not want to give away position.
But hey, they end up finding those players off Likita Esports, kind of unarmed. Neo, he does spray his teammate out. Rico left in a 1v2. The shotgun, it goes off, but no connections found. Point blank range, and he's struggling to aim, but final connection is there. And Team Tamila is barely managing to survive. Here comes the backup, but the backup from top is also ready in the form of K47. Sliver of HP, Magic Pixel is all he has. But Team Tamilas, they were down and out, left bleeding, and 4 AM. They're going to look to clean up. One more player was knocked out. Why are they falling back? What is this? There's more bodies on the other side. They can commit. They have utility as well.
Guess what? They're able to somewhat reset this as well.
Yeah.
Team Tamilas, the movements, the movements. And 4 AM seems to be thinking about this continuation, but Rico somehow was able to pick up his compadre, drive him across into this position, and going for the pickup. Maisie somehow needs to force up the pickup, while Rico is forced to go in for the aggression, try and continue this fight, but at the same time, he's given away his position. Egi sees him, but Maisie, the pickup was good. He gets the opening pick, and it is gonna stall 4 aggressive men once more.
4 aggressive men, not aggressive enough. They could have pushed when 2 players from the side of Team Tamilas were knocked out, but again, patience is good. Too much patience, and you're gonna miss out on an opportunity that was served to you on a silver platter. It is time for both these two teams to start making their journey towards the edge of the circle as well. And Team Tamilas, the longer 4 AM stays back, the better it will be for them. Because once they eventually reach the summit of this cliff, they will have the line of fire to outmaneuver the side of 4 AM. And look at that, Rico, he's going to be leading the charge. Eggy waiting for them on the other side of the ridge, while Maxi goes for the flank from behind the smokes. Mr. IGL, the buggy bait strat being brought back after a couple of years. It has worked out for them quite nicely, but K47, no armor, helmet almost shot off, out of utility as well. I think it is time. 4 AM, they've done all they could, but failed to seize the day.
Oh, they have to be quick as well. The circle is slowly closing in. K47, he's waiting for the moment to try. Team Tamilas gets the reset, but they know for a fact they need to clean up. But Rico, the star, the MVP, he was to be able to reset the fight, but seems like Team Tamilas, they realize as well, time is not in their favor, and they are going to rotate in. They're going to leave Maisie lurking around trying to punish someone, while Eggy also looking to disengage. K47 just doesn't know what to do. There's 4 aggressive men at all in this southwest corner, but finally says, you know what, it's not worth it, and they will back off.
Both the teams actually deciding nothing is worth it. Also, by the way, Prince OG is still alive.
Oh boy.
Soul just completely gave up on him after that fiasco earlier. And somehow the man, he stayed in the same building, but he's just stayed there and stayed alive in this game. Just survived all this while. Impressive, but what can he do from here on out is the question, because...
Well, very simple. Just try to stay alive as long as he can, because considering the fact that the circle is not in his favor, nobody has been in that vicinity.
Yeah.
There's only so much he can do from that position, and hope the rest of the world take each other out. In this case, Phoenix from the northwest corner, they have a very, very nice rich Soul controlling the tempo of this game. They have 9 finishes smack middle of the zone as well. And they are going to shove everyone on the outskirts. In this case, Phoenix Esports, they do scout out Flock from Cincinnati Kids. And they are going to try and pin him out from that gas station. Talk about being in a rough spot as well. And he will get scouted out and out to finish him off from the north section.
Finally, we're down to single-digit teams in this matchup. Also surprising to see Versatile just completely throw the advantage in terms of position that they had. Rotations not really working out. From stage 3 to stage 5. In 2 stages, just lost everything. But now Soul against Phoenix. It is going to be Metal Sprints that gets involved, and he gives the opening for this fight with Venom knocked out. Some capitalizes, secures the finish point for his team, and Soul hit double digits with that.
Well, indeed, seems to be a sold game. 9 teams left with the next zone closing in. Look at this. They're all so spread out. They've got so much position. And the only one that's going to be able to stop them right now is Phoenix from the north side. And we have to pray for the circle. And guess what? The circle favors Soul from the north side. And no one is marking the southeast corner. In this case, Revenant Expert, they have to walk past Hero Extreme Godlike. Versatile only leaving Toy alone, even though they were conquerors of the north side. Now forced to play the Rat. Same can be said for Meadow Esports, who's known to be the masters of this map itself. Seems to be Phoenix, they are going to make the push now.
And this push is going to be an awkward one. Fury leading the charge. His vehicle is going to be stopped. And he has been baited out into this, but he still finds the opener. Phoenix, what was that? Fury, quite furious at that run-in against the players of Seoul. Some as well. He's chiming in, finds the second against the players of Phoenix. Hunters with the cleanup, but it is a 1v3, and we all know Phoenix, even with a single player, can be quite lethal. On the other side, the distraction comes through in the form of Reckoning Esports from the flank, looking to climb that hill. But Some falls back into the line of fire of his own teammates, just with the hopes that they can protect him for extra few seconds. And Reckoning, by the way, I said they've just completely stopped. They breached the edge of the circle. They do not want to commit any further into this fight.
Well, they've heard all the gunshots, but seems like they want to back off. Phoenix Esports only aimbot is left. They've got 7 finishes. It's all about those placement points to trying to push past the top 5. But Seoul just playing an absolute dominant game today. The amount of confidence they have to take that amount of space and still win their fights is just impeccable. In this case, now they got the reset. They are disengaging. And Reckoning Esports might be the next clash coming from Seoul Esports. Wow, Revenant X Spark. Ooh, just a pixel. Shadow spots him out, gets the knock in.
Well, and look at this though. It was over his head. It was an attempted run over, but the frag still comes through. Reckoning Esports, they are trying their level best, but it turns out it is not going to be enough. They need a little bit extra. They need to be lucky this time. This is the first time I've said it for anyone, that luck is not favoring them. But look at their Soul, already 15 points on the board. And there are still more players left. There are still more bodies available for them to pick up. So maybe all of that chaos from day one was just to gather information. They had 22 points in the game that they won earlier during the day. 22-21 points. And in this game, they are already sitting at, well, if they get the chicken dinner, it's going to be 25 points.
I don't know what happened. The substitution with Salme and him himself getting 7 finishes seems to be the right one in this game, because Seoul is having a phenomenal game right now. But all things considered, we do see a clash between Revenant and Xbox just now. And right now, 4 AM, as well as Aimbot, going to be in a very awkward situation. They know for a fact that Phoenix is around, but 4 AM, they are at a stalemate with Team Tamilans for the longest of time. And we've got about 15 seconds left before this next zone shift. So this is going to be the calm before the storm. And who will take the next phase of zone? Seoul from the north side, complete free flow. While 4 aggressive men does have some neighbors around them as well. And it seems like the shift is going to shift out in the open. And everyone from all this high ground is going to be pushing out as well. As you can see, the zone is completely right out in the open. But for some reason, Prince, he makes it out alive alone. And he's going to find a red spot to hide. But seeing this zone, I don't think there's a lot of spot, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of position for him to work with. He had that ridge cover to protect his back, but unfortunately, once eventually the players of Revenant, X-Spark and Godlike make the climb, things are going to get tougher and tougher. And of course, survival is going to be a big challenge, but your Extreme Godlike looking to make that push against the players of Revenant, X-Spark. And they've been holding on to this hotel for a long time. But getting out of here, it's not going to be easy, especially you do not know where the players of Revenant and X-Spark are hiding.
Well, fortunately for Revenant and X-Spark, they do have the edge zone of this Circle 4 now. So, as of yet, you can see Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going in towards this fight a little bit blind. They've set up a lot of spokes, but not a lot of aggression. Meanwhile, Seoul, once again, on the hunt. They are going to go head-to-head against 4 AM.
Ouch, Wizard. That's not how magic works.
Ooh.
And, well, that may be the other way to make it work. Just a disappearing act coming in from 4 AM as the nades are thrown towards them. Manya, one after the other, is not stopping. He's not slowing down. 20 finishes on the board already. Manya with 7. There's one more lad with 7. And Seoul, it is going to be a soulful performance coming from them in this match. Sarang in the back lines knocked out. The lad from Revenant X-Pac fighting for his life. The trade nades from either side as Godlike denied entry into the circle. They're getting sandwiched from either side. Revenant X-Pac towards their right and Soul with the high ground advantage towards the left. Simp knocked out. Jonathan trying to move in inside the circle. The spray from Spray God helps him secure the frag for his team. 3 finishes on the board. But Godlike, this is going to be such a tough defeat for them. Punk is going to get knocked out, but no, maybe. Returns in kind. Spray God hits the floor. The shots coming in from Soul. Some, another point on the board. And of course, you talk about those super subs. He is one of them. It's his time to shine. Everything he touches turns to gold. And that includes his team as well. 22 points. Some with 8, Hunters with 4, Manya with 7, Knuckle with 3. This team is absolutely unstoppable right now.
My goodness, they're taking the fights. Everyone, they've got the knock on Sarang as well. They've got the knock on Shadow. And guess what? Soul, they want to take their fights against everyone. And now Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be the next as well. Revenant X-Pac completely wiped off the floor. And Jonathan, he's going to try and play his way through, but he can't get the knock. But the drive by Some, the super sub, goes in for the hunt. Hunter is now going for the bait, and he is going to survive. And guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike also getting taken out. 27 finishes for Soul.
37 points in this game. There's a man in the back lines. Aimbot still alive. Damage onto Knuckle, but it doesn't matter. Aimbot, you can have the chicken, my man, but it is not even gonna matter. 27 finishes. If Aimbot goes out, it'll be 28, an unrealistic number in this meta. This point structure has been there for years. No one in the history has ever been able to hit this, but this is different. This is a legacy. This is what this BGMI is all about, and they make it happen. 28 points on the board, 10 for the chicken. Soul, they've done it. It might just be in the grind, but hey, it is still going to be a record for this entire tournament.
Never have I seen it in BGMI history for this absolute domination from Soul. The super sub, Some, comes in, completely shifts the entire tide of the game, taking every single fight there is and coming out on top. Soul has just made history. They are back, man. I swear, this is the Soul that we have known for a long time, but this is the first time that I've seen them so confident.
Yeah, they're going to be #1 on the leaderboard, by the way.
That is insane. What, 28, 29 finishes in a single game?
28 finishes. 10 for the chicken, 38 points. Earlier on, they had 22 points from one single match for that game of Sanhok, right? So that is 38, 22, that is... Let me know. It's 60 points from Tokyo.
Okay, yeah. With the glasses, doesn't make you look like a professor. But at the same time, all things considered, I started the day today, had a little bit of conversation with Sparrow. You know what he told me?
What?
Soul, God rest their soul. Somebody's got to save them. But for some reason today, Soul, it is a Soul day. And it's a soulful one as well because the super sub came in. You know what, guys? I got this. Started the day, we won 2 fights. Okay. Guess what? We've got 8 finishes. And then Salme saying, you know what? I've got 7 finishes now, guys.
Yeah, 10.
Compete. Let's compete. And then boom, everybody just fought everyone. It was just insane.
Also, the man he was competing against, the man he ego checked in this game was his own IGL, by the way.
I know, right?
Manya did not need to step up, but I think after that fight against 8-Bit earlier on, he was like, yeah, let's just go for it. Like, let's just see how far we can take it. And of course, impressive performance, man. Got very, very sweaty in the end, but still impressive as heck.
I know, right? That was just insane. I can't wait to see the highlights, right? This is going to be a Soul highlight for sure, but seeing how our productions is going to give a little bit of room for some of the rest of the teams. We started things off with Cincinnati Kids as well as Orangutan, who had a little bit of a scuffle considering the fact that this is very unorthodox of Cincinnati Kid, but they took that opportunity and went in for the fight. But this clash here from Soul was like, Knuckle was thinking, you know what, let's try and catch Fury, but at the same time, he got pumped. But you have to see the trust between teammates was just phenomenal. Everybody was watching each other's back.
Every fight they went into, they lost, like almost lost a player. They were getting knocked out again and again. Someone was getting knocked out, multiple players, 2 players knocked out in multiple fights. And yet, There was always recovery. Towards the end, showed up with the entire squad intact. So, yeah, very impressive, very unorthodox with how they played it out. And I think it's just the POVs of the players that can give us an explanation of how they made it happen. Other than that, I don't know, man. I mean, they were playing for the center and it just worked out too well.
Yeah, even that final moment as well, Nako say, you know what, I'm not going to pick you up, I'm going to pick his head off and just close out the game. So that was really, really good stuff coming from Seoul. But I think this is where things get a little bit interesting, right? Considering how intense and skill capped the game is, people are being very respectful. And when everyone is respectful, people play calculated plays. And for Seoul to take a chance and say, you know what, I'm going to disrespect every single team because I'm the strongest team and just shut down every team in every quadrant, just made and got away with it.
Yeah, we just had this conversation, right? Simplify the decision making. And what's the simplest decision you can make as a team?
Rush.
Just go. Rush.
Rush.
Go all in. Let's not complicate things. Let's not complicate, oh, we are not going to be able to fight if it's just two of us. Just go for it and it's all going to be yours.
Oh my goodness. But all things considered, a good day for Seoul, but all the action is not over yet. We will continue the action right after this break.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. Came here to slay, slay.
Grind to survive is a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. The iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Are you ready? Because I know I am ready. Because why? Welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 grind stages here in Group A. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be Necro as we take you through the journey of the final few games. And today itself seems to be a very, very soulful day. Necro, were you expecting history to be made right from the get-go for Seoul to have 28-29 finishes as of yet?
It's one of the most rarest moments that have really came back to life, and one lineup that really popped in my mind was, screw the rocket, they just dropped a nuke. That's how big of a game that was. 28 eliminations in one single game. We rarely see that happen. Honestly, I've never seen that happen in my whole career, so now Seoul has made that happen.
Agreed, it is a big bomb as well. But of course, all things considered, for these guys who do not know, today is the release of the Realme P3 Pro 5G, costing at 21,999, and of course, you can search it up on Flipkart for any other informations. And of course, when you are searching it, there is a chance you may be walking away with some rewards. And here's a secret that I want to tell you guys. We know for a fact there is a heist that's about to happen. And today, we're not going to be including Necro. Because I know the one that is closest to me belongs to me. And the one that is closer to some other guy on the desk belongs to Johnny.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Wait, I'm confused.
It's okay, don't worry about it. And
What
guess
sort of heist are you speaking of?
Nothing, don't worry about it. Anyways, moving on. it is, after all, the best gaming performance phone out there as well. Have you guys checked it out? Because I did. For that price, the specs are really, really here to redefine gaming performance. But without further ado, a soulful day for Team Seoul. I'm curious to see who the MVP is from that match, because it is going to be very difficult to scout it out because everyone played really well from side Team Seoul. Now, up on screen, the MVP, the super sub. We've got Sol Mei with the last minute substitution, came in swinging and with a very, very strong debut, says, hey, I've got 10 finishes. What
I
about
know,
you?
right? 10 finishes on the board, survival time of 26:37, 1,096 damage. Look at that conversion, 10 finishes and 1,096 damage. He was pretty much hitting shots every single time he was going for those traces. But now we've also got the top 5 players on the screen. Knuckle with 7 finishes, Manda with 7 as well. The entirety of IQ Seoul is pretty much right there on the screen. You've also got Hunters with 4 finishes, and then Team Tamalas' Maxi with 2.
Well, at the same time, they were the absolute domination here because 10-7, 7-4, and then the closest is Maxi with 2 finishes. That just shows that every single one in the lobby had to bow down to Seoul because of the fact that they just completely lost it. And of course, the longest finish is going to be the super sub as well, Sol Mei, with 312 longest finish. But with that being said, now after seeing the top 5 leaderboard, I'm curious to see how the points is, because right now, Seoul on the top of the leaderboard, 28 finishes, getting 38 points, followed by Phoenix, who only got 13 points. But the rest of the world, we've got Revenant X-Spark with 7 points, Team Dominance with 6 points, we've got Hero Extreme Godlike with 5 points, Medal with 4 points. Well, this game is not a good game for anyone but Phoenix and Seoul, to be honest.
I mean, speak of that vacuum of points, and Seoul pretty much just made the entire lobby deprive of those elimination points. Single-handedly getting 28 finishes, and then Phoenix Esports just getting 7 finishes. 13 points on the board. And speaking of Phoenix Esports too, today's day hasn't really been that bad. Phoenix Esports has been doing pretty great for themselves. You've also got Revenant X-Spark with 7 finishes on the board, or 7 points in total, that's what I mean. Team Tamalas too, 6 points. They have been really consistent. Overall standings on the screen, and with that one single game, Seoul, they instantly catapult themselves on the first spot.
2 chicken dinners in today, 2 massive ones as well, to overtake the king on top of the leaderboard, VXT, with 3 points ahead. That just shows you that anything can happen.
I know, right? And even Team Tamalas is not that far back, man. Let's be honest, right? 81 points on the board. Even Team Tamalas can make that catapult easily. You've also got Godlike right there with 80 points. Then Phoenix Esports, as I mentioned, today's day hasn't been that bad. Looking at the overall standings, one thing is for sure, they seem pretty fragile. Maybe a bit of that difference between 8th and the 9th spot, just 10 points differentiating them, but still those 10 points don't really count too much.
Agreed, but speaking of the cutoff as well, let's take a look at the cutoff right now. Previously it was a different team, and right now it's going to be Revenant X-Spark, despite having a very, very amazing start from yesterday, which was on 5th place, and now going to be on the cutoff. And it is going to be a 9-point difference between Revenant X-Spark and 8-Bit for them to actually qualify for the top 8 as of yet. And we're down towards the final game as well. This is going to be a very, very awkward situation for Team X-Spark.
Yeah, even OG needs to step up. At the start of the day, OG was so good on that 2nd spot with decent amount of elimination points and the placement points too. But then later on, OG has been slipping down. The same thing can be said for K9 Esports too. Start of the day, K9 Esports wasn't doing too bad in the overall standings, but now, as we're nearing the end of the day, K9 Esports, they've dipped down by margin. Metal Esports, they just haven't been able to activate themselves.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Like I was mentioning from the start of the broadcast as well, Metal Esports do really, really well in Miramar, but for this game itself, it was very awkward for them, considering the fact that they had a little bit of early skirmishes with Seoul as well, which resulted in him leaving one guy who was just lurking around, trying to figure out, what do I do with my life right now? I'm all by myself, my teammates are gone, and there's like about 14 teams alive, and I'm really surprised he was able to survive all the way towards like the almost near final circle, which gave him a little bit of position points, but again, damage has been done. Seoul won every single fight in that fight.
off the rip, as you mentioned, right, they clashed against 8-Bit. And honestly speaking, that fight really did seem dicey.
Yep.
For a moment, it felt like 8-Bit stood a massive chance to take down the players of Seoul. But then later on, we saw Manya pop up exactly when his team needed him the most. Manya pretty much saved the day, and that's when it felt like Seoul sort of flipped on a switch, where they knew that now, yes, we are entering our God modes. Let's move on and just mow the lobby down.
Yeah, it's just confidence oozing off all four players, right? It's very rare, but it's the one thing you need when you are looking to win games. And that bloodthirst, that hunt, that morale booster was exactly what every single team needs. They were just on. I would say that was a gamer moment for them. Like, four of them were absolute gamers in that fight.
You speak of flow state, it feels like that's what they achieved in that game. They had the flow state going on for themselves. Every single decision they were taking, it was right on the mark. If you remember one of the moments where Seoul had the circle right on top of them, but they also had a major split going on. But then a team moved on from the back, and everyone instantly regrouped. That just happened. It's so instantaneously that the team that wanted to backstab Seoul stood no chance, because all the four players were ready to back each other up.
I think that situation coming from Seoul was the one moment where every single team is striving for, which is four players moving as one unit. And I think that was the perfect example of the perfect, most ideal team you should have, where 4 units moving as one, communicating as one, and doing the right things as one as well. So it was just insane. It was like so fast, so many quick split decision thinkings that happened, which resulted in them just dominating the lobby. So again, I know we have been just talking about Seoul and Seoul and Seoul. You call us biased or whatever. To be honest, that was their moment. Like, think about this. Who in the right minds for this past 2 days, or even Group E as well, has come close to what Seoul just did?
That's literally a record for years now. Because in the past, we haven't really seen any team go for 28 finishes. And that too, consider this, it's the new zone meta we're speaking of.
It's the first time
Exactly.
in the
New zone setting, it's the first time. Even in the old zone settings, man, I don't think I've seen a team get 28 points in BGMI. So that's definitely a major record these players have hit. Now, let's move on the conversation towards a few more different names that were not really able to play that well. And I think so one of them is also going to be Reckoning Esports, the Howling Wolves that we like to call them. Reckoning Esports is a team with so much potential, but so far that potential, it's dipping down.
See, that's the thing with Reckoning Esports. Like, based on yesterday's performance, they were doing something similar to how Cincinnati Kids is doing. They observe the situations, and then they try and take part of it after realizing and accessing the situation. But today itself, it seems like they just got a little bit lost in translation, whereas Cincinnati Kids was stepping up a little bit more and being very wise with their choices, which resulted in them just doing a little bit better than Reckoning Esports.
Seoul is pretty much proving the day 2, right, man? You speak of day 2 as the day of comeback, and Seoul has pulled off the biggest comeback we all have seen so far. But let's move on towards the last game of the day. As the plane's gonna hit the sky, starting all the way from Georgia Pool towards Novorupnoi. I see. This plane flat path seems perfect.
Well, I think this is one of the more normal flight paths compared to how many we've seen today as well. Even the previous game in Miramar, it was one of the most, I would say, difficult zones to actually play because of how the flight path was in the southern region. But this time, it is a pretty balanced one. Every single team have nearly almost equal time to rotate to the next phase of the zone if they spread out between all their drop spots. And the only place that people, I think in all the groups thus far, that people have dodged is Zarki, which is expected, right? Chances of a Zarki circle is almost like 1 in maybe 1,000 or maybe even 2,000. It's been a while since I've seen a Zarki final zone. Most of the times, I think in today's, in all the groups, we've seen military base, we've seen the ocean near Fury Pier, we've seen the bridge circle as well. We've seen, I think, 2 or 3 in Yasnaya itself. So I highly doubt we'll see a Zarki circle. But just saying, the caster's curse can be a little bit strong. Just a gut feeling. I don't think we'll see Zarki circle.
I'm okay with a military-based circle too.
Again.
Because even that can really push teams out of their comfort zone and make them sort of be a little bit more on their toes. So military-based circle as well can definitely be a big spanner in the works for a lot of these teams, man. I'm just looking out for a few clashes. So far, it seems like none of them are popping up on the screen. CK is going to move towards military base. It's not even a question. And looking at the zone, it's pretty much a standard one. Nothing really out of the books.
Okay. Might be a Pachinki one. Might be a Gatka one as well. We've seen this happen multiple times. So far, this circle has favored in the sense where, hey, this might be a ruined circle. But every single game when the circle shifts on the ruins, it doesn't lay on there. It's either going to be on Everest or the open fields of Gatka, and so far none of it has shifted in towards Rozok, none of it has shifted in towards the North for 70, none of it, well, maybe earlier today we saw it shift towards Georgia Bowl. Aside from that, nothing else.
Or maybe it can be a curveball like shift on the stage 2 itself.
What, in towards apartment, school, again?
No, maybe once again Georgia Pool, that's what I think.
Okay, it might happen as well, considering the trend has happened for today. But right from the start here, we do see from the perspectives of Seoul, they are in high morales for sure. 2 chicken dinners in a single day, and currently the top of the food chain after the 28 finish game.
Exactly, they've got the wind of the sails. And Seoul, one thing is for sure, if they keep on moving up with that same pace, then no one's going to be able to catch up with this team. The firepower that they showcased with this new lineup they've got up, Hunter, Salma, these 2 players, mechanically blessed. Then you've got the IGL himself, Manya. He's got so much experience. And then you add on Knuckle. Even that man's been a great playmaker and also a supporter. Knuckle's one of the best flex players that you can really have in lineup.
Well, speaking of Knuckle here, Toy, from the side of Versatile, he was the last man standing in the previous fight. And knowing Somraj as the in-game leader, who has made a lot of great calls from yesterday and being consistent until now in top 2, it feels like they fumbled a bit in the previous match, where they were the teams that dominated the north side. But now, up on screen, is a team that really stood out in today's games thus far. It's going to be Team Tamilas. Seems like even yesterday, they were one of the strongest gatekeepers out of every single team out there. And every single time they third party, they somehow is able to put the rest of the teams in place.
Team Tamilas, they have been really consistent, getting the average points over and over again at the start of the day as well. Team Tamilas, they were there in the top 3. Then later on, Team Tamilas, there's no stopping them. Constantly getting those points, bare minimum points to keep themselves there, alive in the overall standings. And as long as Team Tamilas is able to pull off that average, it's all good in the hood. But it's all going to come down to that one single game where they don't perform. And maybe that's where we might just see those streaks of games where Team Tamilas, we're seeing that constant dip in the performance. But you never know, man. Maybe they can amp up the aggression. Maybe they can go for a few more elimination points. Anything can happen.
Agreed. And at the same time, it's the same for Hero Extreme Godlike, right? They're kind of struggling a little bit. But now, from the perspective of the screen here, it seems like we are going to see a chase coming from Knuckle. They do scout out members coming in from Orangutan. And Knuckle is looking to get a couple of frags in. Shots has been fired. But it seems like Orangutan, they just don't really want to fight this as well. Wizguard trying to find their best to rotate away from this vicinity. But seems like Seoul, they really want this pit stop on top of the warehouses of Rozok. As they continue for the push, Knuckle is trying to get a little bit of information, but it seems like he's lost the members coming from Orangutan. And Veyron does have a little bit of an idea what's happening on top.
OG has been disconnected throughout the entire day. And Veyron's, there's no way the man's going to go for the shots too. He's constantly moving though. Maybe a little bit of those footsteps can be heard by the players of Seoul. You do see them driving inside of the vehicle, but instead they take an exit from Rozok. No one had any clue that there was a foe line around towards Rozok.
Yeah, it was just 1 pixel for Seoul to actually spot that out, but it seems like the right call was to back off, as they need to find a little bit of better positioning here to try and regroup for this next play. But in terms of information, they scout out a couple members from Orangutan in Rozok, but aside from that, nothing major yet, considering that Stage 1 is still active. Whereas Seoul are one of the few teams that are early, to be honest, because of how easy it was for them during school itself. Now, on screen, Metal Esports is currently in the middle of the zone. We've seen this exact compound being one of the strongest compounds to gatekeep rotations. But if the fight were to break down in this compound, it can be very, very toxic.
Can be.
And we're not just expecting like 2 teams clash to clash. We're expecting 3 to 4 teams to try and layer up and one-up each other.
Still too early though, right? Maybe that won't happen. But already a bit of that piece of action does drop in. Look at the esports, a bit of a blunder from their side, considering they've already lost out on a man. And Prince OG is going to be the one to instantly nail him down.
Yeah, Metal Esports finding 1 pick from the side. That's going to be the first pick of the day. Prince OG getting first blood. In this case, Ligita Esports has to move on with only 3 players left. They're looking around to find where the next phase of zone is. They're trying to scout out the best position here. But Gatka, as you know, it is going to be open fields. And currently, nobody has a right idea where this circle is going to be shifting as well. So they definitely need to set up a couple of pit stops. And fortunately for Zer, they do find a couple of compounds that's available, but it seems to be looted already. And it seems like Likita Esports, they don't really have the stocks as well. Look at this. He's pretty much starved out. He's got 7 smokes, but there's not a lot of first aid kits.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, TWOB taking the initial decision to just stay on top of the mountains first before the rest of the world in case the circle shifts up here. And we know for a fact that whoever is on top is most likely having like 80% win rate.
So here's the funny part. Previously, when the circle shifted towards Georgiapol, the zone was actually right on top of Big Boy Mountain before moving towards Georgiapol itself. And no one was on top. No one was going for the contest for the hilltop. And maybe this time, that's why TWOB is like, you know what? Let's just take the odds. What if the curveball shift hits towards Georgiapol once again? So at least we can have the upper edge.
Well, we will find out in about 35 seconds left. As you can see, Likita Esports is still driving around, hoping to gather a little bit of information. They want to be on the run before this next zone shift, right? And you talked about how center it is as well. That means everybody has equal amount of time to loot up, stock up, and prepare for those pushes. Meanwhile, on the screen, we do see 4 aggressive men going to be playing the outside zones a little bit here. They're taking the longest rotation from the east side and hoping that the circle might shift to the north side. So maybe they can travel towards Stauber, 70, and then penetrate through shooting range. But of course, the moment of truth. Next phase of zone, where is he going to shift? And it seems like it's going to be the outskirts of Gatka. And everyone is going to try and make a run for it as well. Metal Esports already in the middle, 4 AM, taking a lot of space on the western short side as well. Same for Likita Esports. They are going to be contesting those compounds that will be able to give them natural cover.
Circle shifting down south, definitely catching a few teams off guard. But maybe it's going to be great news for CK and Revenant Spark, considering they did drop down south off the rip, but still decided to rotate so late. All the good spots are going to be taken away, and then CK and Revenant Spark would just need to adjust with the remaining spots, which is not going to be a great thing at all. First, they would need to duke it out against each other, but hold on, speaking of duking it out, VXT and Hero Extreme Godlike right next to each other.
In this case, Sim in a very, very awkward spot as well. He's all by himself. Versatile, they are going to try and take a couple shots in. He's going to be able to outmaneuver this. Pang is going to provide a little bit of cover fire. And they will disengage Team Versatile. Just not willing to take the risk yet, as they haven't found their spot in this next phase of zone. But seems like they will try to make it work on top of this cliff as they try to be on the move to potentially third-party somebody. In this case, Hero Extreme Godlike, they will give up control of this mountain and find a different spot down towards the south side as well. Sim needs to actually find a little bit of resets, but fortunately for them, they do find a little bit of a space to work with. And this compound does have a lot of angles to work with.
It indeed does. Cincinnati Kids towards that fuel station, finally making it out of that military base. Luckily enough for them, 8-Bit this time did not really decide to go for that camp, so it was quite a smooth sailing. Cincinnati Kids, they're going to have their own time, but they also need to be wary of the fact that Revenant Spark as well is going to move on from that same area. Phoenix Esports spotting out K9 Esports in the nearby vicinity. Are they going to go for any sort of shots? That's my question. But instead, K9 Esports, they back away.
Oh, this is not good. Like, Phoenix Esports, they're hoping to punish somebody who's rotating late from the north side, but they themselves are pretty far away from the zone. And considering that they were one of the later ones into this phase, they might be on the edge in this vicinity. K9 did scout them out. They are going to take an even longer rotation to push from the east side, hopefully but through Pochinki, considering the fact that Pochinki is right at the edge of the zone as well. And fortunately for them, those urban cover does give them a lot of wiggle room to kind of sneak their buy in the next phase of zone.
Team Tumala is on the screen, and looking at their placement, they seem like in a pretty comfy spot, at least for now. The elimination feed's going off as well, by the way. Look at the esports. They've got their own troubles to deal with, this time by the players of 4 Miracles. A team that had such great Erangel, maybe this time as well, 4 Miracles can prove themselves once again.
Oh boy, I'm curious to see how Soul plays this as well, but seems like the circle is going to shift in the outskirts of Gatka. It seems like on top of the mountains of the ridge as well. Likita's Esports is right in the middle. Same can be said for Team Tamilas and everybody on top of those forest compounds is going to have a fantastic time. Meanwhile, Seoul, right at the edge of the Pochinki, is going to push in from the north as east as well, but it seems like they don't really want to force the issue yet, and they are going to try and punish anyone rotating in, or maybe even have a little bit of a cluster. As you can see, the big migration coming in, northeast corner completely occupied with everybody.
I know, right? CK as well. They've got a bit of that trouble brewing up for themselves. There's a team closing in from the back, and that's going to be 4 aggressive men. They got to watch out. Even Revenant Spark is moving out from that same vicinity, but hold on, OG. They spot out the players of Metal Esports. Princess tires are out, and now Legit needs to step up.
Seems like the spray comes in. We do have a little bit of love tabs as well. Sarvik getting sprayed down. Same can be safe for AK OP. And now here comes the rush. And Thunder also getting knocked off. Orangutan looking to try and pin their way through. And guess what? Wizgard finds another one. And just like that, Metal Esports, they will lose a lot of members. Same can be said for Orangutan. And all this noise has attracted a lot of attention because right above the west side, we do have 8-Bit lurking behind as well. And of course, thinking about going for the third parties, they themselves will back off. Orangutan now in an awkward situation because Hero Extreme Godlike has heard all this noise. They are going to try and gobble a couple of finish points themselves. But it seems like they've got the knock on Wizgard. But aside from that, they don't really want to overcommit. And Jonathan himself is going to be stuck in a very awkward situation where as they try to wrap out this fight, Orangutan getting completely dived on by Hero Extreme Godlike. Veyron going to be stuck in the middle out and open. Wizgard about to bleed out as well. Veyron going to try and pick him up. Seems like Orangutan will find some solace as Hero Extreme Godlike says it's not worth to commit to this fight now as they need to get out. Jonathan needed some help to get out. His vehicle is pretty much messed up and Admino is going to escort him safely to back off from the east side instead.
Hero Extreme Godlike, they do seem okay for now, but still too much to worry about. Surrounding lines don't seem that clear, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to play their own league as they look to back away from all of that chaos. But if they want, they can definitely be the one to poke and at least get those scrappy elimination points that are lying on the open fields.
Yeah, speaking of lying out in open, Aru almost getting picked off as well. Orangutan was one of the first teams that had a little bit of run in this rotation. But seeing how it's only stage 3, it's out in open, nobody knows where the circle is, and they don't really want to be caught out in open yet. But we do see a lot of utilities being used already by some of these teams. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike, they do have Sim finding a little bit of cover as well. But let's see how the circle is. Guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike going to be on the northeast side, and Seoul might be looking to go in for the crash as well.
The next zone shift once again taking a curveball, like, and looking at Hero Extreme Godlike, their Soul right behind them. A bit of that trouble is now going to start to brew up. A team that's got the win in the sail facing off a team with a bit of that downfall. Let's see how Soul can deal with the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike now.
Oh boy, it's tough. Soul, they're right at the edge. They don't really need to overcommit as well. This is where the edge zone, especially here, is the time to try and zone people off towards the other side. And in the head count right now for Soul is literally 0. And that's a good sign because of the fact that that means the rest of the world is on the other side. But as you can see, Soulmate did scout out remnants coming from Phoenix. Do they want to make themselves aware? Because as of yet, Phoenix, they lose one member. TWOB gets one knock in and trying to go in through the ditches of Gatka. And TWOB is able to find 2 knocks right from the get-go. They're right underneath as well. They're holding the entire ditch itself. This is the best way to hunker down and be very, very sneaky. And Phoenix is thinking the same as well. But Kana finds a lot of damage in. The smokes comes in and Phoenix, they want to go in for the reset. But the comps are coming in. Kanha looking to go and get a couple of finish points as well as Phoenix are getting pushed by TWOB.
And now Kana is looking to toss that nade towards perfection as it's going to land right next to the players as well. Deals a ton of damage. Altu taken down to barely any sort of HP. Kana tossing in second nade, and that's going to find the connection that was needed. Venom gets knocked out, down to just this one last man, Altu, and he's going for the revival on towards Fury. He tosses in a nade, but that's too deep, but a return nade actually catches Kana. Beautiful stuff from Altu. That's at least going to keep the players of TWOB for a little bit on the bay.
Oh, at the same time, they have to be a little bit careful as well. Yashu tried to go in for the push, but little did know from behind, 4Miracle is also there to third party, so they cannot overcommit this. They need to secure those vehicles. However, Phoenix, they have to count their lucky stars. They still have 2 men, but unfortunate to say, their neighbors are not too happy about this as well because they've lost every single vehicle they have, while TWOB still got it secured in this small little ditch. And of course, one well-placed nade is going to turn the tides. Is it going to connect? It doesn't. It bounces off right at the ridge as well, while Phoenix is looking to try and find solace and take away control from TWOB. Nades comes in, chips away at the cars of TWOB. Yashu, they see him, they know where he is. Fury might be able to clip off, but ooh, mistimes it a little bit. But Kanha, he finds Fury. That means Phoenix has only got Altu left. But with the amount of smokes, TWOB just can't commit to this yet.
Not yet. Fury's knocked out. Altu is taken down way too low. A sliver of HP on the man, and now he does not even have any sort of first aid. And a span through the smoke's going to put that nail in the coffin as Phoenix Esports, they take an exit from this game. TWOB, beautiful stuff. And let's not forget, even TWOB are one of the desperate teams. They need to pull off a comeback as well. This last game can definitely be the saving grace on the overall standings. And speaking of the saving grace, now CK, they've got a lot of problems brewing up for themselves. 4 AM taking shots against them. CK's lost out on 2 players, while the remaining 2, they want to make it out alive from this spot.
It's tough, but at the same time, they are on the south side as well. The circle is going to be shifting in towards the middle as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, pretty much the only team left inside this compound. Everyone is going to try and hold down the forest region on the south side. It's pretty much open fields after open fields. We are going to be expecting a lot of snakes coming in. And Seoul hugging northeast corner have the least amount of tension. But guess what? Now up on screen, we do see Cincinnati Kids. He is going to try and pressure members coming for angle aggressive man. And as of yet, they're all stuck in an awkward spot. Flock has the perfect angle. They're losing all their vehicles. And here comes the drive-by. Cincinnati Kids is going to try and mow them all down. Wizard dropping a lot of HP. He's trying to trade off a little bit member, but he's the only one left alive. Mighty hiding through the smokes. He's 1 HP, and he is going to survive. But Cincinnati Kids, they've committed, and they are losing bodies because of it as well. Flock had the perfect angle. But because of this clash, everyone from the northeast corner is going to try and third-party this. Prince was able to find one. Same can be said for Reckoning Esports, and now everyone is trying to scramble for pieces.
They were way too exposed, out in the open. So many teams took shots against him. Can't even blame that. Hero Extreme Godlike now making a push out in the open against Soul and Hunters. He hunts down the first man. That's going to be the opener the players are looking for. Soul already with the advantage off the rip inside of the fight, but even Manya was knocked out. But just like that, Manya too back upon his feet. The early game advantage now in the hands of Soul inside of this fight as Hero Extreme Godlike dropped down to a 3-man squad, and you can see that state of discomfort in the books of Hero Extreme Godlike as they decide to back away from this compound.
Oh, this is tough. This is really tough for Soul as well. Manya not having helmets as well, knowing for a fact that that's Hero Extreme Godlike and the zone is about to close in. Considering that only team that's closest to them is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike, it's just not worth it to take all these fights yet. As the circle has shifted, it is going to be out and open. It seems like Soul will back up from this aggression to try and find another place. Meanwhile, inside the southwest corner, look at this kerfuffle. We've got Versatile going to be going on the hunt as well. Team Tamila's in a bit of trouble. S-Power looking to win this 1v1. He found one and he finds 2 himself. As Versatile is able to find a couple finishes, but they are stranded out in the open, and the fight is not over. Orangutan also going to be in the vicinity, but the nades coming in is going to clip S-Power, as Raiden is going to be forced to pick up Samraj. And now Orangutan continuing the push. They see the weak sides of Versatile, and they are going to try and clean out this vicinity in the open. They're inside the zone to get those finish points, and they are going to get out. Orangutan with 5 finishes.
Orangutan, solid stuff. VXT still the players out in the open, but look at what's happening here. Soul, they made the pounce against TWOB, and just like that, within the blink of an eye, TWOB, they have been mowed down. It's like they were not even in this vicinity. They were not even a competition for Soul.
Oh my
5 finishes already racked up, and one of those was of Team TWOB as well.
Oh, it's insane. Soul, the confidence from the previous game is carrying over as well. Look at this. As soon as the circle closes in, they are going to try and crash into another team once more. They hear all these gunshots from the west side. It's heavy gunfires after gunfires. But the only problem in this situation is still Hero Extreme Godlike, who's inside the compound, and they can't seem to break past those barriers. Meanwhile, the west side, look at this, 4 Miracle going up against K9. They're still driving around as well, hoping that someone makes a mistake. And Reaper will be creeping up close by, but he gets run over. Great catch coming from K9 Esports. That's the opening they need to push past this, and that's going to be a free finish point. But at the same time, they're not going to get it for absolutely free. There's still so many teams on this vicinity. K9 is able to find more members from the side of 4 Miracle, and Soul and K9 was able to wipe the floor with them as they push past from the north side. Look at this split as we are down towards the final 10 teams.
Soul, they've still got 5 finishes on the board. All the 4 players available on the deck and constantly firing on all the cylinders, but even they're catching a bit of those strays. They need to be careful. They're quite exposed. Few teams around them. One of them is going to be K9 Esports. Mandez out in the open, and he gets caught. Soon enough, the smokes as well, they're going to start to fade away. They need to get rid of K9 Esports right now. And look at the split K9 Esports has. Everyone, they've got their own territory they want to hold. K9 Esports, they seem supreme in the fight as even Salme falls apart. K9 Esports untouchable against Soul, and now it's time for them to make the pounce. They want to create the off angles, considering they know Soul is down and hurt as Ninja Boy's constantly driving around, and it feels like now the Soul's going to crumble.
Oh my goodness, Hunters, they tried their best, but guess what? K9 is able to wipe them as well. That will be the end of Soul for today. Meanwhile, they were hoping that Hero Extreme Godlike was going to help this out, but guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike has repositioned themselves, and they are about to push to the next phase of the zone, so K9 themselves will get 10 finishes instead, and they will be the dominators of the north corner, while Revenant X-Park, one of the furthest away from the zone, is still alive from the southeast corner. They've been laying low, they hear all these gunshots, and they are about to have a run-in with Hero Extreme Godlike. And Mino gonna be driving around. Look at this. Sarang dropped his back preemptively as well. He doesn't want to give away his position. Okay, he has his back. Apologies for that, but still, they're snaking out really early. They hear the gunshots coming from Game 9. But Somraj also going to be out in open as well. On the finish feed, we do see Orangutan Wizgod fighting out members coming from K9. And as of yet, Simp, he knows that someone in front of him. He's hovering onto Somraj, but Somraj does have a little bit of a cover from those vehicles. But Orangutan, they wipe K9!
Yeah, they completely mopped the floor with K9's bodies. Orangutan, Erangel has been their game so far. Even the first Erangel OG was so consistent, so great. And now they've managed to rack up 12 finishes. OG, definitely the wind is in their sails. Previously it was Soul, now it's OG who's dominating. And just look at the split they've got as well. They look so confident. The confidence definitely makes them feel invincible. But let's be honest, they're still humans. They're still mere mortals. They need to be careful. Wizgod wants to loot up those death crates too. He knows the surrounding lines are not too safe. But OG, they've still got so much playing area.
They started things in a rough spot with only 3 members, and with these 3 members, they've secured themselves a total of 12 finishes, and now the circle going to be favoring on those VXT, and Somraj, he actually got scouted out, he's going to be taken out, and we're down towards the final 4 teams. Hero Extreme Godlike has been one of the biggest nuisances in the compound on the east side, while the rest of the world has been fighting an all-out bloodbath out in the open. And the victors from the bloodbath is none other than Reckoning Esports as well as Orangutan. But this Final 4 team, Revenant X-Park, has been laying low for the longest time. And guess what? The winner chicken dinner percentage favoring Revenant X-Park just because they have 4 people alive.
Exactly. But look at Hero Extreme Godlike. They disrupt that flow. Ooh. The knock was found, but even Punk instantly gets traded by Sarang. So that's going to be a crucial point to be noticed. But even OG, now they want to keep their peace and maybe stay out of this entire kerfuffle. But instead, still Veron gets struck down. It's not a great thing for OG. Now OG is taken down to just a 2-man squad. Even Hero Extreme Godlike with just a 2-man squad can make a lot happen.
Mistakes were made, but at the same time, Revenant X-Park in a little bit of a kerfuffle as well. Guess what? Sim tried to make a little bit of distraction. And it seems to me he wasn't able to get an opening pick, so it's up to Amino with the nades once more. Does he connect Sarang? Ooh, he drops out pretty low, and Amino getting clipped a little bit, but the Snakes comes in. He's got the Molotov. He's going to try and flush his way through. He saw it as well. Sarang knows where he is, but he's going to try and stand out and go for the pick, and he gets the opening one for Admino. And Revenant X-Park, they have a rough idea what's happening. And right now, they have the utilities to hold down the fort. Meanwhile, the nades from Joker will clip him off, and Sim, he's going to try and run them all down. He's driving all by. He's all by himself, but for some reason, he's not dead yet. But the tires pop, and Sim is forced to dismount this as well. As Revenant X-Park, Gonna try and finish him off. Joker cooking up a nade. It seems good. Does he find Sim? And yes, he will! He actually does, and Revenant X-Spark will survive it, but guess what? Vizgod, hearing all this noise by Revenant X-Spark, they find an opening knock as well. And they are gonna try and bully X-Spark, who's on the edge of the zone.
Amongst all this chaos lies a lone wolf in the name of Reckoning Esports. And they can definitely benefit out of this entire kerfuffle that's currently going on. Chaos spreading all across the board as the Apes, they take on over against the players of Revenant X-Spark. And that spark needs to be found right now. The man with the nature, Revenant X-Spark, everyone is just proning, snaking around, waiting for that right moment to strike. But the Apes, they know what's going on. Even they're playing this with patience. They've got the circle to play with. Now they just want to be the Guardian Angels and stop the players of Revenant X-Spark making it side of the circle. Revenant X-Spark with the man advantage can definitely overwhelm the opponents, but Auro's position is now noticed by Shadow. Shadow knows exactly where OG's placed, and they can definitely disrupt the entirety of OG.
Seems like they've got the numbers advantage as well. Wizgod currently on 11 finishes. He's going to use the vehicles for a little bit of cover. Shadow finds the opening on Aru. Mistakes were made. Shadow, once again, making it work for Revenant X-Spark. OG now leaving only one player left, and that's going to be Wizgod, the undeniable MVP yet. It is going to be a 3 versus 1 situation, and X-Spark is looking to dominate despite the odds being stacked on them as well. Wizgod, the only information they've gotten is his position, who's currently inside the smoke, while Gravity has been very, very quiet the entire time. Look at him. He's absolutely made no noise. He's heard all these commotions, and Reckoning Esports just doesn't want to give it to Revenant at all. And I don't think Revenant Xbox realized that this is a 3-way showdown. They have a rough idea, but Wizgod needs his help. In this case, the nades comes in. Sarang still has 2 more Molotovs, but he doesn't have first aid kits. And Wizgod does have a lot of cover. He's going to try and go for a pixel spam, but Wizgod, it's a little bit of a problem. These kindly spot him as well. They know exactly where he is. Wizgod hiding in the trucks once more. Revenant Xbox, look at them. All 3 of them does not have first aid kits. Look at the hesitation coming from the position as the circle is about to close in on the Wizgod once more. A couple of nades clip him, but they just can't find his head at all. Oh, Gravity, he sees someone and he's got to look great, but no! He gets scouted out by Shadow out in the open. It is going to be a 3 versus 1, and now Wizgod is going to get completely flushed in. Revenant Xbox, they want to hunt him down. They're spraying through the smoke. They just can't seem to find him, but eventually clips him at the smoke. Revenant Xbox, and an impossible win for them, but they made it work out in the open.
But OG had so many finishes, man. Yes, Revenant Xbox did get that chicken dinner, but still, I think so in the point standing, OG is going to be at the top for this game, considering they had too many elimination points racked up in the end. And you cannot really forget, this was the only good game Reckoning Esports has had so far.
Yeah, it is indeed one of those moments, right? Coming from the fact that Reckoning Esports has had one of the roughest moments. But shout out to Revenant X-Spark as well as Orangutan for surviving that absolute chaos. It was one of the most difficult circles to anticipate as well.
Yeah.
And the only team that had significant advantage was Hero Extreme Godlike. But at the same time, unfortunately, they still couldn't close out the game.
Exactly, man. For Hero Extreme Godlike, in the end, Punk dropping down like that definitely sort of snatched away the odds of them coming out on top. And then later on, Revenant X-Spark, with all the 4 players on the deck, we pretty much knew that it's going to be their game. No one's going to be able to stop them. Unless a miracle happens, a nade was able to find a 2-piece. But still, Revenant X-Spark, they were keeping that distance between the teammates itself. So that really did work out well for them.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate, right? Considering the fact that the only 2 teams that made a lot of work was Seoul as well as Heroes Extreme Godlike. Yeah, as you can see, every single team was trying to dodge Hero Extreme Godlike. Like, they set it up perfectly to try and make it in their favor. But what really surprises me was that Orangutan had the most amount of advantage because of the fact that they were one of the first teams to get caught out in open. Think about this. Orangutan had one of the worst possible engagements. Every single team tried the third party, but because everybody was trying to gobble them up like sharks, everybody respected each other and backed off, which gave them a small window to just reset. And from then onwards, it was just 3 guys just picking off finishes after finishes after finishes. In particular, is Wizgod.
honestly, OG's been great on the Erangel so far, right? First Erangel, they were doing great. Now second Erangel as well. Once again, they're in the top 2. So OG, they have been incredible on this map. And now looking at the highlights too, reliving those moments and how the action really kicked off. K9 Esports against Seoul. This was one of those fights that we never saw coming. And just like that, the entirety of Seoul just came crashing down.
Yeah, it's to be expected as well. Seoul, they had the right mentality of giving a little bit of confidence, but because of Hero Extreme, like Godlike, they put them in this position, which allowed K9 Esports to actually point into his ball. But WizGod, that was a very, very clean spray transition right there with the 6x M4, which just completely annihilated K9 any sort of opportunities. And yeah, like I said as well, the biggest problem was Hero Extreme Godlike from those compounds. They finally came out, but this mistake from Albino to go up against Revenant X-Pac and got caught up was a little bit unplanned for, to be honest. I wouldn't say it's a really big mistake, but it's more like they weren't synchronized because they were taking 2 fights at the same time.
If Veron wouldn't have got knocked out in the open like that, OG could have got that game, straight up. But Veron just got a little bit too greedy, a little bit too ahead of himself. Considering OG was already just rolling the entire lobby, he thought that yes, maybe he can go in, sneak in a few more elimination points for OG. But that extra bit of overconfidence really did make the entirety of OG pay that price, because that game could have been theirs. Yes, Reckoning Esports could have been there to try and stop the entire flow, stop the entire chicken dinner, but still, Veron just overextending a bit too much, moving out of the boundaries, really did cost him that game.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time, when we talk about great games thus far, we have to talk about our amazing, amazing sponsors, the realme P3 Pro 5G out here to redefine gaming performances for all gamers out there. Right now, it is finally launched and it is to be priced at $21,999. And all you gotta do is just search it on Flipkart. Just type realme P3 Pro 5G for those details, because in our honest opinion, it is one of the best specs out there with the latest processors for gaming at a very, very affordable price.
Exactly, and if you move on towards Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards. Born to Slay, made for gamers like you, me, and even this guy who's sitting right next to me, right? The device is incredible, packs a lot of those specs, so move on and check it out. But once again, moving back towards the conversation, right? So many teams stood a major chance to take that game away. Even TWOB, man, they were doing great for themselves.
I know, right? TWOB, I think TWOB's situation was a little bit awkward, right? The idea that they had was that I don't want to take a fight because it is an open field. I want to protect those vehicles. But what made things a little bit difficult for them was that they took too long with Phoenix, giving away so much information that, hey, guys, TWB, they're pretty much stuck in the ditch and everybody is going to fight their way through. And because of that, it resulted in them getting picked off. And the moment they try to drive out, especially out of the ditch, you will lose out of speed because of how steep the mountain is. So as soon as you pop off, you are going to be expecting a firing squad of them. In this case, I think K9 was also involved in the third party. Seoul was also involved in just gatekeeping the guys from TWOB who's coming from the north.
And Liquid Esports, let's be honest, this game was a bit of that dip, right? Considering Liquid Esports is known for their consistent performance. Yesterday's day, not even a single game down, but today's day, Liquid Esports has been a bit of that up and down. And honestly, for Liquid Esports, yes, they're doing great in the overall standings, but if a team's playing on the average, and even if one single game is lost out, that can really affect the overall standings. And a while ago, we did see the overall standings too.
Yep.
We know how close and fragile they look.
Agreed. But based on how this circle is, I don't think it's Likita's esports fault, considering the fact that the only tactical play advantage was under Hero Extreme Godlike because of the compound itself, and everybody was inside the vicinity. And Orangutan making it to the top 2, they definitely prayed really, really hard, because the circle, for them to be stuck out in the open, surrounded by enemies, they somehow found so many smokes, held on for the longest time, and WizGod suddenly having the inner gamer moment to just completely shut down everyone outside was just phenomenal to watch.
Honestly, they eliminated all of that competition, because OG in the end had more than 14 elimination points, so that in itself just showcases the amount of firepower they possessed in the final few moments. And we speak of that flow state, right? It feels like OG achieved that in that moment.
See, it's funny, right? The previous game, Seoul had that flow state, and then guess what? You know what? I'm going to fight against K9. K9 had that flow state, and again, the moment K9 was dominating with 10 finishes, guess what? Orangutan steals the flow away and just gets high volumes all the way through. But
oh my god,
undeniably, the MVP for that match is going to be WizGod with a total of 11 finishes. And guess what? He actually overtook Sao Mei, who had 10 in the previous game.
Now this is going to be the record. one man getting 11 finishes all by himself. That's the most amount of finishes so far achieved by an individual player in one single game. So yeah, one thing is for sure, now WizGod is also going to be there in the top 5 players. I'm speaking of the MVP leader list.
Yep.
So now we've got K9 Esports' Beast over here as well with 5 finishes, even Aru from OG with 3 finishes, and then we've got Slug from K9 Esports.
Yeah, and seeing how this happens as well, we are going to be seeing a little bit of a shift between all the players in terms of the top player MVPs, right? And at the start of the day, I think X-Ray had 14 finishes, and after today, it seems like we might see a new contention. In this case, like you said as well, it might be WizGod, who was on 9th place.
Yeah, and even Somit's going to be in that list. Let's not forget, 10 eliminations in one single game is not bad. And Seoul had a decent amount of elimination points even in this game itself. So that does count too. Point standings on the screen. OG, as I mentioned, considering they had so many elimination points, they're going to be at the top in the point standings. Revenant Spark, they were trying to keep themselves quite low. That's why they've only got 17 points. That's still a decent game for Revenant Spark. K9 Esports consistency displayed on the board. 12 points, VXT with 7, and then Reckoning Esports with 6.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, this is going to completely shift the overall standings as of now. And of course, after day 2, who is going to be on the top 8 as well. And for those of you guys who do not know, the top 8 from this group is going to make it to the quarterfinals, while the bottom 8 is going to be forced to play round 4. But of course, it is only day 2. Right at the top of the top is going to be Seoul as of yet with 92 points, followed by VXT at 90 points. But guess what? We have a new contender in the top 8. Guess what? Orangutan was able to sneak into 7th place.
And look at the esports. As I mentioned, day 2 has been quite a bit of that on and off. And once again, look at the esports just dropping out of that top 8. Here's the problem with the teams playing for the average. Yes, you will get 7 to 8 points per game. It does sound pretty easy as well. But even if one single game is let loose, that flow, that instantaneous drop will be visible in the overall standings. And that's what has happened to the players of Look at the esports. Now tomorrow, they need a big game to sort of bring themselves back on the board. And I'm also speaking of a bit of that cushioning added on.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit different as well. And this is by far the only time in all the groups where we have teams with 4 chicken dinners in the second half compared to the rest of the team.
And 8th and the 9th position is tied on 79 points, by the way.
Oof, it's got to be close.
So it is going to be super intense. And K9 Esports too, last game they did great. So that means even the wind and the sail is going to be with them as well. 8-bit's not bad as well. So the entirety of the overall standings now stands a major chance to make the comeback in the first half of the board.
Agreed. And I think this is the first time after 2 days, the first group where we didn't break past the 100 mark. And it just shows how difficult this lobby actually is.
I know, right?
All things considered, let's talk about the overall predictions by all 8 casters on the desk thus far. As you can see, of course, Spiro as well as Anki, they got Soul in their bag, and today is a Soul day because they started from all the way at the bottom, and now they are at the top. They started the day with 13th place, instantly at number 1 right now.
Exactly, currently the crown holders. And then Maisie just being Maisie, cursing Metal Esports. Unfortunately, Metal Esports was not even close to be a good performance. And then OG, honestly, I'm satisfied with my pick because OG as well pulled off a comeback in the top 8. So OG is doing pretty great, but definitely Seoul has to be the perfect pick.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like even for myself and Salty, we are the only losers for today. And it's just a little bit unfortunate. I haven't lost that badly in a long time, but all things considered, everybody else won but both of us, which is ironic, to be honest. But again, props towards Soul, props towards Orangutan, props towards Godlike. Maybe Maisie is also going to be joining the loser team with us, 3 of us.
Yeah.
But aside from that, that's it. But of course, for those guys tuning in, guess what? We will be continuing the journeys of Group B in a couple of days' time, which is going to be in 2 days' time.
Exactly. Next week, Group B is going to be the one to kick things off once again. FS Esports Team Insane coming back in action. Insane once again with that insane aggression. I would love to see them just jelly. They're currently the table toppers in Group B. They have been dominating. Vasista Esports, they're currently at the bottom, but I would love to see them pick up that pace and be great.
Yep, and also I'm curious to see how God's Reign is going to be performing as well, because that rivalry between Team Jelly as well as God's Reign is currently in favor of Team Jelly with 5-0, well 6 unofficially, but still 5-0 head-to-head confrontations, and hopefully they were able to consistently make their way to the top 8 because we played the first half. Now the second half will continue for them later on, and right after the finish on towards Group B, we will continue the remaining day 3 and day 4 for Group A, which you guys watching at home have witnessed today.
And once again, to let you guys know what's at the stake, the top 8 placing teams in the overall standings for Group A directly move on towards quarterfinals, and the remaining teams will go on towards round 4. So that's already a major head start for Group A that they're going to be having. Reckoning Esports so far, the performance not exactly there. Seoul, they pulled off a major comeback today. So one thing is for sure, the wind is currently in their sail. Even OG, they finally squeezed themselves in that top 8. CK, they've been trying their best to be consistent, but sometimes that dip can actually affect them. Revenant X Park, last game they pulled off a chicken dinner, so even for them, the consistency can be carried on.
Yep, and at the same time as well, out of all the groups thus far, the biggest comeback ever achieved on the grind stages thus far for the realme BGIS is none other than, drumroll please, Team Seoul.
Exactly. They had 38 freaking points in one single game. That means 28 eliminations.
Exactly.
It's crazy. Every single person from Seoul was popping off on all the cylinders. And the crazy part is, just before that game, they made a change in the playing form.
Right. They swapped in, and they swapped Salmei in, and he has won the hearts of every single player in casters or anyone in community as well, because now we officially give him the super sub title.
I've been speaking of Salmei since the start. I've been mentioning this as well. The man has been proving himself time and time, and once again, he proves himself, right? Salmei was subbed in for Ronnie, and speaking of Ronnie, nothing taken away from that man. He does have a lot of that experience. Even he packs a lot of punch. But recently, the performance has been on a bit of that downfall. So let's hope Ronnie can recover.
Yeah, hopefully as well. But of course, all things considered, all good things must come to an end. And for these guys watching here, I hope you guys have been enjoying yourself, because here in the realme BGIS 2025 grind stages has been very, very interesting. We've seen so much plot twists, we've seen so much drama, we've seen so much rivalry and insane plays. And all things considered, we will have to continue the journey of both Group B as well as A in a couple of days as we close things out. My name is ICBaby12. He is Necro. We'll see you guys next week.